changeovers like this. I've never seen a changeover that's a Scotia Bank into a Wendy's. This is certainly a one of one, and I'm loving it. I am loving it. As they say, I'm loving it. Wow.
I I may not have given him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, wait, were you in here? Yeah, that guy was pissing me off when uh so let me first say with this guy, Ben with the four N's or whatever and the S. Yeah, that's cute. I don't think he's overwhelmingly funny. I like his how do I want to put it? I like the idea. I think that his his videos could be a little funnier, but whose couldn't be? He could say the same thing about my streams. But I like the idea, so I like him more than what I saw him do before. That guy who was in here before, when you were like, "Yeah, I don't think you can use bear spray or whatever," and the other guy was like, "Yeah, you can't use a uh, yeah, a pellet gun in Canada," and then you're like, "Are you Canadian?" And he's like, "No, but I'm by the border." And then I was like, "It would have been helpful if you would have looked up, can you use pepper spray in Canada, as opposed to, I know you can't use pellet guns in Canada. We're not talking about pellet guns. We're talking about pepper spray." And he's like, "Well, you just looked it up." And it was like, "Yeah, but you've got to understand that, like, you're just interjecting yourself in this conversation that was a serious conversation of a friend that we had that I was trying to tell you about, that, he had been attacked, and this guy's talking about pellet guns, and it's I think that's what I think that's what he was saying. But what would have been beneficial is just to look up the law instead of saying, "Yeah, I don't think you can use anything there. You can't use a pellet gun," without looking it up. That's just an assumption. Give me some facts, or like look it up if you're gonna make that comment. And then he said something like, it could have been, I think is it, it is crazy. Um I was reading a little bit more on that law though. So they say there's like a loophole that it said under, let's see here, um when in Canada against a person. Yeah. No, you're good. Hold on. It was called opportune. There was something in the law called using bear spray on a person, even in a self-defense situation, is illegal and could result in criminal charges. That's ridiculous to me. Like, that's one reason I would never want to live in Canada. Is that's like an absolute ass backward law. Um, yeah, I mean, uh, what is the phrase? Opportune needs or opportune time. Dog, that that's the most fucked up law. Yeah, yeah. Wait, hold on, though. But the thing is, if you use it against someone, then you can be prosecuted for that. Now, I not bear spray, the mag light, the big heavy. Um, no, of course not. No, if you're being attacked, you aren't allowed to use that uh that flashlight for self defense. But there was something that I dog I on Reddit, I think. But hold on, to beat them up. Yeah, but that's not going to do anything to them. If unless you hit them right in the eyes, it's still not going to do that much to them. What I'm saying is, if someone comes into my house and I use a mag light flashlight to beat them in self defense, in Canada, you may use a mag light or similar flashlight in self defense only if the force used is reasonable and proportional to the threat, and you did not carry it with the primary intent of using it as a weapon. So that's the loophole: is you carry one of these flashlights with you, and then you say, "I use it because I was afraid of the dark." And then it just happened to be there, and I beat this motherfucker up when he attacked me. They've I was watching a podcast, I think, of some guys who, and they've said this, and I've heard this in California as well. When you buy a gun in California, it's firstly, it's really hard to get one, but if you do get one, when they sell it to you, they tell you, if you use this, just know when you pull that trigger, whether you survive or not, you're looking at about $300,000 to $500,000 when you pull that trigger in live um in lawsuit. So what does it mean? It means like even if somebody's like breaking into your house, like you can use a gun against them, at least in the United States, to defend yourself and your property, but they're gonna sue you, and you're gonna have to lawyer up to defend yourself. So like even though like basically you can use this, but every time you pull that trigger, it's gonna be like for $500,000 because if you kill the guy, his family's going to sue you saying that it was excessive. And if he survives, you're going to have to pay for his medical bills and such. So just, well, there are a lot. Yeah. So, I mean, there's what's known as a contingency fee. So somebody will basically become your lawyer for free and contingent upon if you win, they're going to get like 33% of anything that you get. It depends on the state. It depends on the state. And usually, if you're suing someone who's breaking into your house, they have no money, so you're not going to get anything anyway. Like they were already desperate enough to break into your house, so they have nothing to get. It's not that easy to self-represent in the United States. Judges don't like to allow people to do it because the layman does not know the law that well, and there's certain procedures that you're supposed to follow that you really should have a lawyer to do. And it's also benefit to the legal industry because then that's job protection for them, basically, that you that people just don't start saying, hey, we don't need lawyers anymore. That gets rid of all. That's in a criminal case. So what we're talking about would be a civil case. You don't have a you don't have a right to an attorney in a civil case, though I feel like you should. If somebody's coming after you with millions of dollars in lawyers, you should be afforded a lawyer for free if to be able to defend yourself against that, whether it's a criminal case or a civil case, but you don't in a case of a civil case. So it's really easy to squash really little people. A lot of times, what places do, I think this should be so legal, but it's not, is they just, like, for instance, there will be like a small company that a large company doesn't like, and the large company knows that they have deeper pockets than the small company, and what they'll do is just sue the small company over something really minor, like a trademark infringement or copyright infringement or some kind of an intellectual property that the big company knows that the small company isn't really doing anything wrong, but they know what they can do is just rack up enough billable hours against the small company that the small company will have to fold, and they'll get rid of their competition. What's a slap loss? It's hard to. I get what you're saying. Um, it's not necessarily bullshit though. You could say exactly. It's how you go about it, but it's hard to prove, and then you need more attorneys to be able to approve to be able um to submit the slap lawsuit. Like it's all about, can you outlast the other side in terms of litigation. And let's say the guys are let's say the small company's already overwhelmed with uh, you taking them through the ringer, well, then you're going to have to get another lawyer or add another uh, piece of litigation to your defense with the slap lawsuit. It's just the little guy can't do it. But if there's any legitimacy to what the big company is saying, then that slap lawsuit isn't going to necessarily be legitimate. And the big company is just going to be able to overrun the little company because they had a legitimate argument. Like, let's say, uh, okay, there's one. Well, this this is this is actually a common thing in the United States. So it used to be Disney got rid of all this, but there used to be like a lady who wanted to start a nursery school or like a preschool, and she would call it Mickey and Minnie's preschool, and not even that. She might just call it Treehouse Preschool or Happy Kids Preschool, whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with Disney. And then on the walls of the preschool, she would draw Mickey Mouse. It's illegal in the United States to draw Mickey Mouse without the express written consent of Walt Disney Corporation. And Walt Disney went around all over the United States and shut schools or a lot of preschools and childcare facilities based on the usage of their character that was under copyright. And basically, it it does to some extent, but then again, it's not always being used the way that they want. Somebody might have Mickey Mouse playing with Bugs Bunny. They don't want to be seen on the same level as Bugs Bunny. They want to see themselves perhaps be better than Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse were never shown on the same screen until Who Framed Roger Rabbit is the first scene ever where there's a scene where Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse are shown on the same screen. But they went for 60 years never being shown on the same screen because one didn't want to be seen with the other one, essentially. Or what if you draw Mickey Mouse um, doing something that you just don't want him to be doing as the Walt Disney Company? Perhaps they do, but a lot of times they're outside the United States. It's a lot. It's a lot easier when this is a brick and mortar organization and it's got an address and you can sue them. And so, in a case like the Mickey Mouse one, some teacher doesn't have the money. She's just staying afloat by teaching or like babysitting, basically. She doesn't have the money to fight the Walt Disney Company about fair use, and she likely doesn't have deep enough power. Yeah, let's Mickey Mouse, nursery schools, lawsuits, the Walt Disney Company, daycares. Yeah, but they're starting to get it now because Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. Okay, in 1989, the Walt Disney Company threatened legal action against three Florida daycare centers: Very Important Babies Daycare, Good Godmother Daycare, and Temple Messianic, for painting life-size murals of Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy on their exterior walls without authorization. That's another thing. If it's on the the exterior wall versus the interior wall, that would one's like publicized. Disney argued that these unauthorized commercial uses of the trademark characters constituted infringement and that failing to enforce its rights could jeopardize its trademark protection, which is another thing. You have to um, you have to defend these or else it becomes in the common um, in the public domain, potentially leading them to the loss of copyright through non-enforcement. The centers complied with Disney's demands and replaced the murals with characters from Universal Studios and Hanna-Barbera, such as Scooby-Doo and the Flintstones, after Universal Studios stepped in to offer licensing support. So basically, like um, Scooby Doo and the Flintstones, like Universal was smart in their own way. And they're like, look, if you want to have Mickey Mouse there, you can put our shit on there. Uh, so, right. I can tell you that um, when I was a kid, this was before 1989, though, but just before, I went to just like a daycare just for a little bit um, that was like Winnie the Pooh themed. And that could have been prosecuted by the Walt Disney Company. And but this was before 1989. I think it was called Winnie the Pooh Daycare or something like that. Like I think it was the name of it. Um, but there was something to this. Like Winnie the Pooh is actually an older story than. So I think they could use it in that sense because it's an older story than what Disney does. It's just that character of Winnie the Pooh with the red shirt and no pants. That guy is later on. But I'm not exactly sure. And I didn't spend much time there, but I do remember that. And that was very common. You go to a lot of places in Southern California, and they're very Disney oriented. And even if they don't have maybe a character on the wall or something like that, all the toys inside are just filled with Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Donald Duck and Goofy and all that other shit. This is a great question. Um, so you know how there's that thing, The Simpsons predicted it, The Simpsons predicted it. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so The Simpsons predicted in the future, like Disney would eventually buy The Simpsons, and they did. They bought 20th Century Fox, and everything would just become under the Walt Disney canopy. Um, I can tell you that Disney, it can be a very secretive company, and um, okay, so you're asking about cartoons and stuff, and I'll get to that, but I just want to share this because I think this is really fucking interesting. So Disney had plans in like the 1960s to build a they had Disneyland in Anaheim, and they wanted to build in Long Beach, which is just like, I don't know, 15 miles away or so. They wanted to build on the ocean a water theme park and call it like uh, Disney Sea, something like that. Though they ended up building that or a version of it in um, Tokyo or in Japan and licensing it to them. But hold on, let me look this up. Disney Long Beach plans. So, oh, it's called Port Disney. So it was a canceled property development, um, where, and it was okay. So it was going to be called Disney Sea. It was going to include themed areas such as Heroes Harbor, Mysterious Island, Venture Reefs. All right. So it was going to be this $2 billion project in 1990. But I think they had plans to do this earlier than that too. Anyway, it's going to be a really big deal. And do you know what the Queen Mary is? It's in it's like the Titanic but just bigger. So basically, yeah. So basically, like there was like the Titanic and um the Olympia. Uh, uh, yeah, they were like these big ships that like really rich people would would use from like the beginning of the 1900s. And then there was the Queen Mary, which was like a version of this for like the 1930s. And then there was what's called the Queen Elizabeth the second QE2, which was big in like the 1960s and 1980s or something like that. Um, but they were just these giant ocean liners. So anyway, the Queen Mary, when it was done, they didn't know what to do with it, and they put it in Long Beach Harbor, and it's a tourist attraction, and it's supposedly haunted. And I mean, like I've been there with my family, and it's like uh it's it's cool. It's like a really big ship. Anyway, when they put that thing in the port, Disney was going to maybe take it over. Well, they didn't. Well, this Disney idea of taking over Long Beach Harbor has been a discussion again. And I think personally, Disney is going to eventually take over that port in their own way and um, make like a Sea Disney, like they had plans to do in 1990. Whether it happens or not, I mean, it could happen within the next 100 years or so. But I just have a feeling that Disney doesn't give up on stuff. They, like generally, they'll try it. If it works, great. They'll be successful with it. And as you know, they'll be better at it than just about any company in the world because of marketing. But if it doesn't work, that doesn't mean they're going to give up on it forever. It's just they may hold off on it for a good amount of time. All right, so it'd be easier if I could show you a map, but basically where Disneyland is, there's like basically one street that you can take all the way from Anaheim to Long Beach. And Disney, I've heard, this is only rumors because I've known people that work for Disney, but they're a very secretive company, and it's not like when they hire you they tell you all their secrets, but they have bought a lot of the property secretly on this one street from like Anaheim to Long Beach. And what does that mean? There's the argument that's been made that they are one day going to connect all of these properties together with like one long street, and it would connect Disneyland to Sea Disney, basically on the ocean. Whether this happens or not, I'm not sure. But I've heard they've secretly been doing this. Another thing I've heard they've secretly done, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. There's the oldest theme park in the United States is called Knott's Berry Farm, and it's located in Buena Park, California, which is in between where Disneyland is and where Long Beach is. It's like right in the middle of where this really long street would be. And I've heard the argument that Disney props up that theme park so that it does not close, so that it has some competition. Basically, Disney does not want this one theme park to close because then they'd be the only game in town. They want it to be like it does, so that they don't look like a monopoly, that they do have some competition there. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. What I am trying to say is that Disney does a lot of things uh, covertly. They could be. They very much well could be. But then additionally, they could run into some issues as well about ownership of that whole stretch of land. Like, hey, that you have no competition here, and you're buying. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's a great point. When Disney bought Walt Disney World, they didn't want to buy it all in one go. They had to do it covertly in the 1960s. So what they did Walt Disney set up all these shell companies, and they were literally called like the names of the companies were like literally like shell company. Um, Walt Disney Shell Companies, Walt Disney World names. So they bought code name. They use code names like Project Winter, Project Future. Okay, here's what it would be like MT Lot Co. MT, like the letter M, the letter T, Lot Co. AO4 Corporation, Bay Lake Properties, Reedy Creek Ranch Lands, Compass East Corporation, Latin American Development and Management Co. Tomahawk Properties. Um, they just used all these fake companies to buy up land very discreetly, and then this made it so that they could buy this land at a really cheap rate. See, if Disney would have come in and said, "Hey, we're going to build the biggest uh, theme park in the world in Florida," property values would have skyrocketed. So they didn't want that to happen. So they bought it through all these little companies, these like shell corporations, so that nobody panicked. And then all of a sudden they made an announcement, hey, we're going to start this theme park. And all these people who sold their land for really cheaply were pissed off because they could have sold it for a lot more if they knew that was going to be the biggest theme park in the world. Basically, Disney has already done these kinds of real estate deals very discreetly and covertly. So I could see them doing them even more in Southern California again. I mean, when, um, well, at a certain point, isn't all smart business a horrible thing against somebody? They, they harm the landowners and the housing owners of people there. Basically, yeah, but I mean, maybe they did it in a not. Yeah, a lot of times do because that's done a lot of times through eminent domain. Basically, the government saying that we're going to, because of tax reasons or whatever, we're going to steal this property and give you the bare minimum, like it's called, like the estimated, the like the lowest estimate available or something on what it is worth. So a lot of times those people get screwed. If it's going to be a sports stadium, it's something like that. Yeah, I mean, not exactly, but or if it's going to be an airport or a seaport or something, yeah, people get screwed out of that stuff all the time. Um, but I mean, you're is it raises a good question. Are all prudent business decisions in one way or another damaging to someone else? I don't know if they all are, but the far majority probably are in one way or another. Um, anyway, so Disney does this covertly with stuff with real estate. Oh, and I've also heard Disney's going to build a theme park in like North Carolina. They've already started to do that. And they've also started, I mean, they've done this. This is like 30 years old. They have Celebration, Florida, which is a city that's maintained by the Walt Disney Corporation. Um, so they're like a much larger company than a lot of people think. And then I think they're going to build another Disneyland in like North Carolina, inland. And let me look this one up. They talked about it, and then COVID hit, and they said they weren't going to do it. But North Carolina Walt Disney theme park or something city. Yeah, okay. Walt Disney is not building a theme park in North Carolina. Instead, it's developing a residential community near Asteria in Chatham County, near Pittsburgh, which is will be part of the larger Chatham project, a master plan development. The project, known as Story Living Disney, so that's what it is. Story Living Disney will feature approximately 4,000 homes across 1,500. So, like, Disney's starting to get like into building of like cities, and they've done it before. Um, so when that starts to happen, it's like, well, then will they start to run governments? Like they're already starting municipal governments. Anyway, so you had originally asked, well, what about cartoons? Well, if you have to think like Disney has this their clause in everything, not just real estate, but they have it in any kind of um, any kind of intellectual property as well. Okay, so your question was, all right, do you think Disney will in the future be able to um, control that, or do you think it'll be like open source or small illustrators? I think that Disney will just become more and more powerful. So, what will happen? Let's say you get a really good, I don't know, storybook, whatever, together. Eventually, someone from the Walt Disney Corporation is going to come to you and say, all right, what's your price? We want your characters. We want all of your intellectual property for this. We want any future ideas that you may have for this character. And if you say I won't sell, they'll say that's fine. We will perhaps create a character that's very similar to yours. They won't tell you this directly, but we're going to use all of your ideas for this. So it's in your best interest to just sell right now. Your person is called Sarah. Our person is going to be called Rachel. And your person's going to have brown hair. Our person's going to have blonde hair. Your person's going to have green eyes. Our person's going to have blue eyes. Your person's going to wear a pink dress. Our person's going to wear a red dress. It's going to be very similar. We know the law. We know that we're going to be able to get away with this. So unless you want to basically be squashed by our litigation and our legal teams and drown in litigation, it's just in your best interest. What's your price? And you'll be like, okay, I don't know, $10 million. Fine. They write the check and they'll buy anything that you've got. That's already what's happening with corporations. It's basically impossible to start your own business nowadays because these monopolies have gotten so big that anything that you do, they'll just do it better. They have they own the servers. They don't have to pay for the overhead. They can already market it 100%. What you're exactly right. So that's really what we're getting to. Um, Anybody who comes up with any kind of good idea nowadays just usually gets it bought eventually. And it's not like they're not making out well, but Disney doesn't want competition. So you've got like this new deal. I'm sure you've heard of it. Um, you have Warner Brothers that is being bought by Netflix, and Paramount came in and tried to buy it, and the people at Warner Brothers said, no, we don't want to be a part of Paramount. We want to be a part of Netflix. So very soon, Netflix is going to own everything from like perhaps like I could be wrong on some of these things, but like Superman to Batman and all that shit. And then, I mean, what will happen is essentially what's happened right now in the food industry, and this is the way that the corporations like it. Um, all right, so all of the food in the United States, well, I shouldn't say all of it, 90% of it is, well, let me put it to you this way. It's like retail banking in the United States. There are four major retail banks in the United States, and that's it. There's Chase, JP Morgan, there's Chase, there's Wells Fargo, there's Bank of America, and there's Citibank. Aside from that, you get some smaller regional banks, but it's all controlled. And you can't sue any of these companies for being a monopoly because they say we've got competition. Chase says we have Wells Fargo and Bank of America and Citibank as our competition. So we're not a monopoly, yet they squash everybody else. The same thing has happened in the food industry. There's like Coca-Cola Company for anything, any beverage. There's Coca-Cola Company, PepsiCo, Dr. Pepper Keurig, and um and basically like that's it. There are my friend in my hand, in my hand right here. I have a poppy. Poppy is a Shark Tank innovation. It originally was marketed as Mother's Drink on um, as Mother's Soda on Shark Tank, but a court said you couldn't use that name, so they had to change it to something. It's Poppy. Poppy is was eventually purchased by PepsiCo. This is the biggest drink that's been on Shark Tank. I have one in my hand right now, and it eventually was bought by PepsiCo. That's what happens. Any of these things get big, and the company says to the founder, how much is it going to take for you to give up your interest in this? And everybody's got a price. And so they said they named some giant number, $2 billion or whatever. And then the company says, okay, we're going to buy this for $2 billion. And then 5 years or 10 years down the line, that ends up being worth 10 billion and the people end up kicking themselves, but nevertheless they're billionaires, so who gives a who cares? And then the thing is, these companies like PepsiCo and Coca-Cola Company and Dr. Pepper Schweppes aren't owned by individual investors, they're owned by hedge funds, and the hedge funds each take a certain percentage. So like Millennium Capital and BlackRock and Blackstreet and State Street and uh, Berkshire Hathaway and these other companies end up just owning these different um, companies in percentages. They'll own 15% of Coca-Cola. And then they can say, hey, we own 15% of Coca-Cola. We want you to have more people who wear the color red on your commercials. Or we want more people who have blue hair in your advertisements. Or we want more, whatever. They're able to say whatever they want because, yeah, 15% isn't a majority, but it's a lot. If you own 15% of Coca-Cola, you have a big sway with their board. And then what ends up happening is major trusts and endowments own the stocks of the the um, the hedge funds and the venture capital organizations. And so it's just another way to be able to hide funds. Basically, the extremely wealthy people have trusts that invest in uh, venture capital and hedge funds. Those venture capital and hedge funds buy these giant monopolies, and then the giant monopolies eventually go and buy up the mom and pop businesses. That's how it works. And eventually there will be another layer of protection in there where the cryptocurrency will be used to buy the venture capital and the hedge funds. And then that cryptocurrency will be purchased by the trusts and the endowments to further muddy the waters on who owns what. But in the end, it's all basically owned by the same people. It is. Okay, so to your question about cartoon characters, though, that's just the idea of a startup. What happens with like cartoon characters that already exist? Zoot and I were looking at this the other day. Zoot was like, what do you think is bigger, Harry Potter or Mickey Mouse, or Harry Potter or Bugs Bunny? And I'm like, all time, Bugs Bunny. And Zoot's like, no way, it's Harry Potter. And we looked up Harry Potter on paper is worth more than Bugs Bunny ever was. However, when you factor in inflation, it depends what inflation data you use. If you use the current inflation data that like they'll say, Harry Potter's worth more than Bugs Bunny. But if you use the workers inflation, basically like what it is with what you're dolling, you're buying your the power of your of what a worker makes and what is made over the course of the last century. Bugs Bunny's worth way more. Bugs Bunny's worth like trillions of dollars. If you think of like going back to every Bugs Bunny cartoon that's ever been and people and what they spent, even though going to see the movie of Bugs Bunny was only 25 cents, if you only made, $400 all year, 25 cents of that giving it to Warner Brothers or Bugs Bunny was a lot, as opposed to today, with how it works with inflation and such. Um, and so when's the day going to come when Mickey Mouse is and Bugs Bunny are owned by the same company? And I think that sooner rather than later. All Disney has to do is basically buy Warner Brothers at that point. Netflix is buying Warner Brothers. That's Looney Tunes, which is Bugs Bunny. And then all Disney has to do is buy Netflix or have some kind of merger, which will probably happen. If I mean, I know people who work at Netflix and people in the entertainment industry, they don't like Netflix. Netflix is not seen as a positive aspect of Hollywood, and it in its own way took advantage of a lot of people when streaming first started. Basically, they took care. Like the reason why Netflix became really popular is because the contracts that were written in like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s when streaming wasn't a thing. So Netflix didn't have to pay for welcome. What up, PNG? So Netflix didn't have to pay for um, the same licensing that say Warner Brothers would have to, or a brick and mortar organization, because it was a digital entity essentially. Does that make sense, Riser? So that was the loophole that allowed Netflix to really expand. The loophole that allowed Amazon to take over was the fact that when it first started, it was not charging people sales tax. And what it would do is it would just say, let's say you wanted to buy a beach ball online. If you bought a beach ball at a brick and mortar store, let's say the beach ball was $10 plus tax. If you bought it um, online on Amazon.com, it was just $10 flat. They weren't charging sales tax. And then eventually, state by state, they had to enact legislation. But that took a little bit of time, and that gave Amazon a huge foothold in given markets where they could essentially overtake any kind of competition. Another thing that Amazon does and did to be able to ensure a monopoly on online sales is what they do when you sign up. Let's say you want to sell beach balls. Amazon says, "Great. What's the cheapest you sell beach for? What's the cheapest price you sell beach balls for?" And you say $10, and they say, "Okay, that's great. You're going to sell them on Amazon for $10. You cannot sell them anywhere else on the internet for less than $10. If you do, you have to tell us what that price is, and you have to sell it on Amazon for that price." Basically, when people go to Amazon, they know that they're going to get the absolute cheapest price, which gives Amazon a major strategic advantage on any of their competition. Right. Favorite nation, we'll look it up. What is the business strategy? Yeah. Um, there you go. And that's There you go. We have a friend here, PNG. Can you hear me? Oh, is it Pog? Oh, yeah, it's Pog. Oh, apologies. Okay. Well, that's cool, Pog. Apologies that I was calling you PNG. Yeah, Pog. So, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, excellent. Wonderful. Word dog, we're going to make sure that you're able to. If I'm able to, I'm going to make sure Pog's able to. How's that sound to you, my man? Absolutely. Mind uploading technology where you can become a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, right? Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great question. Well, first, we have to declassify them, perhaps. And either you come to them or they come to you, let's say, or you can meet in the middle. But there are arguments to be made. People already, in their own way, have sex with aliens. If you look into the alien abduction hypothesis, but you want to have sex with aliens who are like hot alien chicks with your consent. I take it, right? Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to be like on a table and somebody probes your ass and then you shoot spermatozoa. You don't want that, right? Exactly. So most likely, what will happen is you'll live to be 120 years old. Your body will start to break down, but you'll have all of the funds that you need, the resources to be able to upload your mind into something else. And you may say, you know what, I want to be Pog, but when I was 20 years old, and I want to reduce my aging or perhaps even reverse age with my new body. You'll be able to do that eventually. Perhaps we'll have explorers who are able to traverse the galaxy and find, let's just say, a planet with a group of, let's say, humanoid, doesn't have to be though, but peaceful humanoid type of aliens. And they're going to say, hey, we know this guy named Pog. He's on our planet. He's had a few iterations of himself. He's been wanting to fuck some kind of alien chick for like 500,000 years. Are there any hot alien chicks here who want to fuck Pog and they'll see a picture of you or whatever and they'll be like, oh yeah, I like him. And then they'll come back to you and be like, hey, these three hot alien chicks want to fuck you. Do you want to fuck one of them or do you want to fuck all three? And you'll be like, maybe one at a time. So then they'll either come to you or you'll maybe be able to go on a mission to them and then be able to inseminate them, perhaps, or just be able to have intercourse with them if you want and if they want, and then you can go on your mutual ways. You can exchange numbers or whatever communication is like in the future, and then your body will eventually perhaps um, start to decompose and you'll just upload your mind consciousness into another being and you can go back to that chick on that planet or to one of her two friends or whatever, or go find some other chick in the universe that you want to impregnate her. I say chick, but like female alien that's hot. And that's just how it works. And you keep doing that. I mean, right now the universe is like 13.8 billion years old. It has a lifespan of maybe 60 billion years. So you could do that for like another 42.5 billion years, 42.2 billion years or so, or whatever it may be. And then eventually, or pardon me, 47.2 billion years. And then eventually you're going to get sick of it. And you're going to say, you know what? I've been a male pog for 10 billion years. I want to see what it's like to be a female pog. And you'll change yourself into a female. After 10 billion years, you're going to be sick of being a dude. And then you'll be a girl. And then you'll go find some dude who's an alien if you want, maybe. And then after 10 billion years of that, you'll say, you know what? I'm bored of this. I would just like to go away and die and be perhaps reincarnated or just start anew and with no memory of what I currently do. That could absolutely happen. Or you just die and then, from dust you are and dust you out, you will return. Whatever you want, Pog, but I want to make that happen for you if you want. Is that what you want? Well, that's no. Right now, we would use cryogenics to be able to freeze you, to be able to preserve you in the best manner possible, so that perhaps within a generation, when essentially revivification is possible, where we can reanimate people who were once dead, we're able to experiment with that, becomes a reality, then we will be able to perhaps bring you back. As of right now, scientists are currently experimenting with memory transfer. So they'll take mice and they'll have the mice run through a maze, and the mice will learn the maze, and then they will transfer parts of a mouse sometimes, or they're starting to do this electronically. They'll transfer parts of a brain into the brain of another mouse, and the memories are preserved. And then when the new mouse does the maze, it does the maze perfectly the first time without any previous knowledge. And when that happens, scientists know that successfully the memory has been preserved. So that's just a start. And we're doing that with small mammalians now, small mammals. So the fact that that's already being done, that's a huge undertaking. And that's just what is made public. What we're really waiting on is the public disclosure of the world's first brain transplant. We've had face transplants and, of course, heart transplants and lung transplants, and even animal tissue that has gone into humans, but there has not yet been a publicly acknowledged brain transplant. That is the ultimate. That's the last organ that humans have been unable to transplant. And there have been arguments to be made that this has been done in China before, but they just haven't publicly acknowledged it yet. But there are some doctors who have said that they were able to do this. Whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. But once that's made public, the first brain transplant, we're going to have a lot of people who are wondering, well, how does that work? And did it really transfer someone's consciousness into someone else's consciousness? And theoretically, it may. And if that happens, that's going to be a really interesting day when we're able to interview that person and say, wait a second, you were in this other body, and that body was incapacitated somehow, and they transferred your brain from that body to this other body, and you're now in this new body. What's that like? That hasn't quite been done yet, at least not publicly acknowledged. But many people say that it's already been done, and it's just a matter of time until that type of information has been declassified. So that's really what you're looking for. Yeah, exactly. But it's an amazing time. I would say to you, Pug, if you were born, 2 or 3 generations ago, you're kind of SOL. But you're right on the verge. I analogize this to people. It's like we are on Columbus's Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, and we start to see that there are birds overhead and there are branches in the ocean, and somebody just said land ho, and we're getting to the land and we're just approaching it. And that's where we are right now. We haven't quite jumped onto land yet, but we can see it. And you were born during a time where somebody said land ho, and we're approaching the land. And now we just have to wait until the ships come ashore when we can really bridge that gap between death and mind uploading, which is essentially digital immortality. I'm in agreement with you, Pog. So that's you're born at a really a key time, and let's say you get hit by a train, God forbid, tomorrow. Well, Pog, your discussions on my stream are archived forever, as long as YouTube exists, and YouTube will eventually sell their data to someone else. But basically, you're archived in the annals of history. And if this were like 3,000 years ago, it would be like you would have like a mention in the Bible, or 5,000 years ago, and you'd be in like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like you're in here. So what's going to happen is that, let's say you got hit by that train, God forbid, somebody's going to be like, hey, I remember when Pog joined the stream. Let's get Pog back. And how would they be able to get you back? Well, revivification technology is a thing, but given enough time, believe it or not, and this may seem like science fiction, but all of this sounds like science fiction. If we just had I mean, we have a picture of you, which is great, but even if we just had a sample of your voice, having just that amount of evidence would allow us to perhaps take that and essentially put you in what's called a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine, having just a little bit of you and be able to recreate your body, just having that little bit of your voice, knowing what it would take, what someone would need to look like to have your voice and your tonations, and we'd be able to recreate you and what's called revivify you, and that you would awake someday, perhaps um in like a an artificial womb, but maybe made for adults, and you would awake and you'd say, "Well, where am I?" And some future species, it's humans, but like the humans of the future would say, "Pog, we heard you on Rabbi Stream, and while you got hit by a train the next day, we knew that this was a dream of yours, and we wanted to help you achieve it." And you would have all the memories that you had, because literally we could, from the tonation of your voice, know every memory that you have. And you say, well, how could that even be? Given enough time, having just a small amount of evidence of anything in the world, basically data, we'd be able to reverse engineer everything about an individual, including your, of course, like your height, your weight, your education, absolutely everything about you. Now, it might not happen overnight, but given tens of thousands, if not millions of years into the future, that's an inevitability. Humans would want to overcome all of the challenges to perhaps be able to do that for someone. And there would be a future civilization that would say, Pog wanted to be here and he got hit by a train, so let's bring him back. And somebody would bring you back, and it'd be like the Pog project. We'd bring Pog back, and then you'd go have sex with aliens if you want. Exactly. The way I analogize this is like, um, people like, I don't know, 100 years ago would say we'd be able to solve a crime just having someone's fingerprints, and then there were other people who hypothesized that maybe there was something even more, even smaller than the fingerprint that could have been traced, and that's DNA. And then we get into the world of DNA, and we can tell all about someone exactly down to the exact individual who would have been just through DNA. And there are things even smaller than DNA that we might be able to articulate in the future. So right now we're in a very primitive aspect of society. Give society and give artificial intelligence and all of the other inventions that will be created over the course of not just the next generation, not the next century, not the next millennia, but the next 10,000 years, 100,000 years, million years, 10 million years, 100 million years, billion years, and somebody's going to want to bring back Pog. It is. It is wild. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 100%. If you live, great question. You're speaking to him. But no, in reality, what you would do, I mean, just like there are cryogenic companies available today that when you're going to die, for like $100 million, $100,000, they'll freeze your head. And for $400,000, they'll freeze your whole body. When you're going to die, let's say, Pog, God forbid, you had some kind of disease and it was terminal and you were on your deathbed, you call this company, and what they do is they come and right when you die, right when your cardiac hits no beeps, basically once your heart stops, you will have these people who take your body and immediately put it um, on what is it? Is it? It's not nitrous oxide, but it's dry ice, and they freeze you, and then they store you in these large vats, and they're just waiting. There are like hundreds of people just waiting to be thawed out someday. So that's how that works. That's not what you would have. What you would have in the future is essentially you would pay whatever it's going to be. And then what they would do, just like a CAT scan or an MRI, you would just sit in a tube and it would scan your whole brain and scan your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And you could see like a map of yourself. And it would be like, okay, these are all your nerves and these are all your memories. And we're going to upload them into a new version of you. Is this something that you want now or into the future? And you may say, I only want it to happen once I die naturally. And you die naturally, and then you're in your will, you would have this uploaded into perhaps whatever you want. It could be into a baby, but it also could be into uh, an artificially matured version of you, so that you're 20 years old, and then in like an artificial womb or like a port, you would just like a vat, you would just be created, perhaps using a 3D printer, but it's more than that. It's a replicator. It's not just 3D printers are usually just like plastic. This is connected to all of the periodic table of elements. So it can make whatever you need. And you could be created that way, or you could be artificially matured to the point of being a 20-year-old over the course of a few months. And then your mind or your consciousness would be uploaded into that. And you could go about your life living normally, or you could say, you know what, this is great, but I'd love to be a cybernetic individual, a cybernetic being, and either a surgery could be performed, or even you could have your body recreated, so that perhaps instead of having legs that have like normal fingers or normal toes and calves and thighs, you instead have cyborg like a cyborg body, or like I don't know if you ever saw Ninja Turtles with like Krang, where there's like a brain in the stomach and like it has like hands and legs that can move on its behalf. Or you could be a mech warrior where you could run faster and jump higher and do all these other things, whatever you want. You could even say, I want to be a dog. I don't want to be a human. I want to be a dog, but with all my human thoughts. And these could be uploaded into the consciousness of a dog. And while you wouldn't normally be able to communicate with people through barking and such, There are ideas in the future that we will have brain animal tele uh, telepathy, and so you'd be able to essentially communicate with animals. This is how aliens supposedly communicate. They don't use language in the traditional sense. When at least people who have said that they have interactions with aliens, they do so telepathically. So there's just, from what I've heard, this voice in someone's head in whatever language they speak that tells them what to do, that they're being communicated to, but they don't hear anything in their ears. Whether that's true or not, that's that's hypothesized, um, and perhaps um, to be debated. But in the meantime, you might be able to be a dog if you want, and then you could go from being a dog to transmitting through telepathy to your owner or whatever. Hey, I'm a real person. I was just put in a dog for like the whatever 20 years that I'm here on Earth. But when I die, I want to be uploaded back into something else, and that could be done as well. Does this make sense? I know you are. I agree with you, Pog. So that's that. Absolutely, Pog. Absolutely. Hey, pleasure to see you. Pleasure for you to come back. You know that you're always welcome here. Thank you for coming and take care, okay? You too, buddy. Peace. Riser, can you hear me? Riser. 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 You're good. So if you notice how Pog interacted, that's ideal. You and I were in a conversation. He was very polite. We were talking about Disney and all of, intellectual property. Then once we were done, I could speak with Pog, and then you were exactly right, nice too. You just let us talk, which was very kind of you, and we talked about all that really interesting stuff. And he didn't interrupt, and he was just really polite, and then he went on his way. That's how I like to have these interactions, and frankly, a pop, a, I'm only I'm only one person, but I'm all yours again. And I know we a detour. Okay, so back to Disney. They and the Netflix deal. So Netflix is probably going to buy Warner Brothers, which is Looney Tunes, and then eventually there might be a merger between Disney and Netflix. I mean, there are some. Um, well, and then we were talking about the um, the monopolies and venture capital, and perhaps even how crypto works in this, and then um, what it's going to come down to, and this is what has been at least um, uh, hypothesized, is that you get just mega corporations and everything's owned by just like four of them or whatever. But basically, you can't call them monopolies because they have multiple competitors, but yet they squash any kind of smaller competition amongst them. The way the Sherman Antitrust Act, like that, was passed at the beginning of the 20th century to break up Standard Oil. Basically, all of the oil companies in the United States were all the same company, run by the Rockefeller family. So that's everything from Chevron to Amoco to Pennzoil and um, BP, British Petroleum, at least in the United States, and companies like Exxon and Mobil. All of these were all the same company, and at least back at the beginning of the 20th century, people had more say. Unions were stronger, and people weren't as corrupt, especially at the judicial level and the legislative level, and perhaps the executive level. And the this company was broken up, and then it was broken up into the Seven Sisters, which were seven companies that became Exxon and Mobil and Phillips 66 and all these other major companies, but they broke them up into seven of them in different areas of the United States. And what this did was like a major monopoly case. Now, there have been a few others. Microsoft was broken up. A lot of people don't remember this in the 1990s. Uh, the big thing, the reason why Microsoft was brought on monopoly um, charges is because it was along the lines of new Windows computers had Internet Explorer on them. Let me get the exact breakdown for you. But you know what Internet Explorer is, right? What was the Microsoft monopoly about with Internet Explorer? United States versus Microsoft Corporation. Microsoft's monopoly issue with Internet Explorer centered on the practice of building web browser with its of bundling a web browser with its Windows operating system, which the U.S. government argued constituted an abuse of its dominant position in the PC operating system market. The government claimed that by pre-installing Internet Explorer on all Windows PCs and making it difficult to uninstall or replace, Microsoft leveraged its operating system monopoly to stifle competition in the browser market. This bundling was seen as a form of tying, where the sale of one product, Windows, was conditioned on the use of another, Internet Explorer, thereby foreclosing opportunities to rival browsers like Netscape Navigator. The antitrust case, formerly known as United States v. Microsoft Corp., alleged that Microsoft used restrictive licensing agreements with PC manufacturers to prevent them from installing and promoting competing browsers. So basically, um, the case culminated in a 2001 settlement where Microsoft was not required to unbundle Internet Explorer, but was mandated to share its APIs with third party firms and submit to 5 years of oversight to ensure compliance with antitrust rules. This case became a landmark in tech antitrust enforcement, setting a precedent of how monopolistic behavior could be defined for digital markets. So that was all over just Internet Explorer. Now think of like what Google does today with Chrome and like how it, you could, but the way that Microsoft made it is that you had to use Internet Explorer to do some things, like maybe to download something. You had to use Internet Explorer. You, yes, and that's what they were saying, where they called it tying. The sale of one product, Windows, was conditioned on the use of another, Internet Explorer, thereby foreclosing opportunities to rival browsers like Netscape Navigator. By 2004, Internet Explorer had achieved 95% market share. In 2004, if you were going to search the internet, you were going to do so using Internet Explorer 95% of the time on any computer in the world, really. I have. I have this funny. I have a funny um, story about Edge. So this one time I was streaming, and it was just a normal night, and I was looking at my computer, and I don't normally pay attention to my YouTube streams, but I did this one night, and I had my YouTube stream just started. Um, well, let me say first. Uh, so this I've used every browser that's like available. Like I think I've used. Oh, I didn't tell you. Man, I've got so much to tell you. All right, so before I get to my my funny story about Edge, I you know how Spotify does a wrap up of your year and tells you what you listened to over the course of the last year. Do you know what I'm referencing? Exactly. Exactly. So Discord did this to tell you how much you used Discord over the course of the last year. And I wasn't in the top 1% of Discord. I wasn't in the top 0.1% of Discord users. I was in the top 0.01% of Discord users. That makes me like the biggest Discord user in the world. I mean, it's like a big thing that I use Discord as much as I do. So it should. I should be on the board of directors for that kind of performance. But I looked and I was like, there are like 8,000 hours in a year, and I was in like I had used the like I was like at 8,000 hours minus 1 month because the wrap up or roundup or whatever they call it came out in December and they didn't include that yet. But it was like every moment of every day, basically for the last year, I was in a Discord VC. And all right, so with that being said, why am I telling this story? So I wanted you to know that because I'm like a power user of like computers and I've used like every single kind of browser. And this one time I was using Microsoft for some reason and what up, Traceway? I was using Microsoft. Uh, I was using Microsoft Edge just to experiment with it if it would stay connected to YouTube better than um, the other browsers that I was using, including Chrome and Firefox and Opera and Brave and all of these others. So I'm using Microsoft Edge for like the first time, not the first time, but like the first time actively. And I used it for like a week. And this one day of the week, I am looking at my YouTube and I see the chat go from nothing to just flying like a real streamer, like someone who's botting themselves, just going crazy. And I'm like shocked. I'm like, what is going on? And I look and the amount of people in my stream goes from 0 to like 300 to like 3,000. And I was like, what is going on? Like finally like something happened. Well, I get I finally like start asking these people in the chat what happened, and they're like, "You're on the front page of YouTube," or something like that. Like basically, I got in the algorithm of YouTube somehow, and it made me blow up. It was the most amount of people I've ever had in the stream, and all these people are like, I'm trying to tell them like I'm live streaming all this and blah 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 blah, and they're like they're like coming in and I didn't have a Discord to push them to or anything like that. So this happens and I'm like really popular for this one night. And I get all these people who we're like playing games and stuff and I'm typing to them whatever. And eventually my stream was going to expire at 12 hours. So I'm like, okay, I've got to stop the stream and I'm going to restart it. Everybody just come back to my next stream. And I stopped the stream and I restart it. And I don't know if I stopped the stream. Maybe I just let it continue, but I knew it was going to expire. And then all of the people stopped coming, like in such a huge wave. Um, and I was asking people, how'd you find out about me? They're like, you're just on the front page of like YouTube right now. And I for like the next like 3 months, I was like, was it because I was using Microsoft Edge? And so for like this for this like long period of time, I was thinking maybe I got really, really popular because I had just started using Edge as my browser or whatever. It had nothing to do with what browser I was using. It had to do with just the YouTube algorithm and putting me on the front page of YouTube. And it was literally like trying to drink from a fire hose. There were so many people talking to me. Yeah, I mean, like the chat was just going so quickly. I remember just watching it from 300 people to 3,000 people, and it was just like it was incredible. So, I'm, uh, I mean, that's a hard one. It might get you popular, but at the end of the day, it's not going to necessarily put you on the front page of YouTube. YouTube manually curates that stuff. They at least do with like Kick. I know Kick does and Twitch does. They have their moderators find things that they think would be attractive and they put it on the front page. And so I imagine YouTube does the exact same thing. But for like the next like I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I saw it on Reddit. But yeah, um right. And what they want to back and all of that. Anyway, so for like 100 days after that, all I did was use Microsoft Edge on my computer, thinking I was going to be able to replicate that. It's like I don't know when they're like teaching that octopus or something how to do something, and the octopus is like thinking like it got rewarded because it did something. Like my reward was because I used Microsoft Edge, but it didn't have to do with that. But I was still kind of like hunting and pecking, trying to figure out what it was that I did to get really high in the algorithm. Um, okay, so you said that you'd never use Microsoft Edge. I completely understand. That's about the only time I ever used it. I've used it a few times since then. I'm really unimpressed by it. If you want a browser to be popular, it is about its store and what kind of add-ons people can get. That's what allowed Chrome to overtake everybody. I mean, remember what I just said. In 2004, 95% of people used Internet Explorer. Google Chrome wasn't even a thing then. And now I think Google Chrome has like 75% of the market share globally. What changed? The fact that Internet Explorer did not have a very usable store, and Chrome had the Chrome extension store, which allowed people to customize and do more things and basically make the browser theirs. That's what allowed that change. That's the only thing. I mean, some people may say, well, what about the speed of Chrome? They're all about the same speeds. Some people may say, well, what about Google and its uh, its username system, the account? Doesn't it make it easier to integrate with Chrome? Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. But I know a lot of people, and I'm one of them, who will use my Google account in other browsers. I'm using it in at least 10 different browsers. I see it in front of me. So just because I have the ability to put my username in doesn't mean I want to. In fact, in some of them, I don't want it to. I don't like that uh, like sometimes I have a lot of different accounts and I don't want it always to remember me on my one account because that's not the account that I use for streaming or whatever it may be. I mean, everybody's got their own preferences, but the thing that allowed Google to dominate is the Chrome store. And um, I told you about OpenAI's Atlas, didn't I? Please do. Oh no. Focus. I, I I've been there. Here's the solution to it. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's why I knew when you were going to say you were going to a different tab and focus. I did all that same stuff. All right. So if you want to watch something without any ads, open Brave in incognito, and you won't get ads. Try it right now. Yep. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, you're just watching a YouTube video, right? Yeah. No, you just don't sign in. I mean, you can sign into your YouTube account and it will save your shit then. So, yeah, I guess you could do that. But every time you do it, you have to sign into your YouTube account. What I'm saying to you is this: if there's a video that you want to watch without ads, open up Brave in an incognito mode, and you should be able to watch anything you want without ads and without that black thing at the beginning. It says new private browser. Okay, open a new tab, and in the upper left corner, you should see like a guy with sunglasses. Yes, you do. Okay, so I'm going to open it. You don't have to do that. Open a new tab. Uh, yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Okay. Um, okay. Do you see the three dots at the bottom right? Okay, right next to it, do you see the square? Press that. Yeah. Do you see the sunglasses? Okay, so now open it in from YouTube in that. It's it's got the black thing. And are you sure you're in a private tab? Okay, let me check. Hold on. Okay, mine works perfectly. Um, yeah, not that I don't believe you. I want to make sure it's right. Share your screen. You don't know how to do it? Okay, so just one moment. It's loading. Yep. Okay. Yes. Hold on. Open up a new private browser tab. Okay. Close the one you have open. Okay. Um press the um hold on. Hold on. All right, we'll type something in. Let's try it. So that's what you're saying, that black thing at the beginning? Okay, interesting. Uh, we're in we're in Brave, right? Go back. Okay. All right. Hold on. You can I think yeah, you can actually no, just on Android. Yeah, they're getting good at shutting this down on mobile devices. Um yeah, apologies. Yeah. Okay. Do you have uh do you have Mozilla Firefox, the regular one? Did you right. They don't offer it on iOS? Yeah. It used to work, right? Remember we went through this, didn't we? Yeah, not that. Um why isn't there a Mozilla Firefox add-on store on iOS? Apple's App Store policies require all web browsers on iOS to use the built-in WebKit rendering engine and JavaScript framework. A result, Firefox As a result, Firefox for iOS is essentially a user interface wrapper around Safari's WebKit engine, rather than standalone browser powered by Mozilla's Gecko engine. The technical limitation prevents Firefox from supporting its native add-ons, which are designed to work with the Gecko engine. Apple restrictions mean that the third-party browsers on iOS cannot implement their own rendering engines or extension systems. Doesn't this sound like what Microsoft did with Microsoft? Like one, yeah. But you see, like back then, tying, yeah, exactly. Back then, like legislators had more balls than today. Today, if you go up against one of these monopolies, you won't get it reelected. They actively will so if you went against Apple, Apple will actively fund your competition, the alternative candidate in the next election cycle against you. Then they will find a candidate who is willing to run, who doesn't care about this policy, and they'll give that person all the money. All right, so what you want is, why don't you try uBlock Origin Lite app? It's on the App Store. It is a it is an app. It's, no, do it now. I'll walk you through it. It seems like this is wait, no, it won't. It's got a 4.7 rating. It's really good. I'm gonna download it too. I'm downloading it right now, so we can try it out together. Because I'm frankly sick of this. YouTube is the worst. You can turn on uBlock Origins lights, Safari extension and settings. Okay, so I'm gonna. Just, no, it's an app. I know. I've tried it before. There's something about it that doesn't work. Yes, it's an app. I just downloaded it, and okay, you can turn on uBlock Origin. No, it's not a Safari extension. It's its own app. Oh wait, you're absolutely right. Yeah. So, okay. So you have Safari already, though. How do you even remove Safari from? Is it? Yeah, exactly. They tied that shit to you, baby. There you go. Okay, so then I have to go to Safari and hold on. Content blockers. Use content blockers on all websites. Oh yeah, that's how. Why does it say that? Unable to. Dog. Uninstall that shit. Never use it again. Try to do the Chrome one like you were trying. I use one on Chrome. It's called um. Let me see if this works. If if you don't use um Safari, then I don't know how much it'll help you. But oh wait, hold on. I know. I downloaded an app for this. I know you don't want a new app, but it's called Orion. If you're like, what the fuck is that? It is, yeah, that's what it is. It's an ad blocking app, or it's an ad blocking. Yeah, this one's really good. I was using it on one of those websites to watch movies, and it got rid of everything. Okay, so if that doesn't work, you have one more thing that you have to do. Yeah, it works. It works immediately for me. Orion. So uBlock Origin is no longer available for Safari. AdBlock Plus is, and I've used that before. I use it on Safari now. Uh, yeah, I will be too. I don't like it when I have a friend who has like such a simple request and we're unable to. Like I'm able to go from one video to another like flawlessly. What do you mean? It's Orion. It's a purple circle with a star in the middle. Then say no. Just at the very bottom, just make a new browser and type in YouTube. It just says Orion feedback, Orion user guide. Now let me ask you a question. In the bottom, do you see the three dots, bottom right? Okay, now click it. At the top, do you see uBlock Origin? No, so like there are three dots at the bottom right, right? Just click that, and then above, no, at the very top, do you see uBlock Origin above history? Oh, that's exactly right. I do. So go to extensions and download uBlock Origin. Yeah, I've got it. Uh, I've got that. That's like the question. I don't know. It's kind of like uh, just double, double, double. Yeah. Okay. Well, good. I hope that. Well, hopefully that works for you. If it doesn't, let me know because I do have a couple of extensions that do work for Safari. If you want to use those, but try if you would in Orion, try your playlist. Just try to go to a playlist and then just go to song after song after song after song after song, and it should just do that. If it no, it doesn't. What didn't it? It needs to work every time. What didn't it? What? Where did it fail? Will you go to one of your playlists, please, and just go from song to song to song to song, and just make sure that works? Go to like 10 different songs, and just make sure it works every single time. Because if it does, then I'll feel good about it. If it doesn't, though, I've got a couple other workarounds. Okay, could it work any better? Oh, okay. So does it do everything? Is there anything it could do better? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So is it? Does that? Does okay. Well, I don't know if it's that good, but yeah, it's good. I don't. I don't normally use it because I've got that trick of opening in a incognito tab. But if that doesn't work for you, Orion browser is where it's at, and you can take that. Oh, I know. You have to test this. Take Orion browser, play something, and then shut your phone off and see if it still plays when the screen is closed. That's a good one. Well, I don't know if it's gonna work if you lock your screen, but like, oh, okay. So you play the thing, and then go to another app. No, there's something that people do. What is it? Let me see if it works in Brave or okay, so I'm gonna go to YouTube and type in just anything. Okay, and it's gonna give me some stupid ass ad. No, okay, so all of them, like, okay, sometimes maybe this is an Android thing. I think it is. I don't know if it's possible on iOS. Basically, to lock your phone and still have it play music on the background. I don't think that's possible on iOS, but it is on Android. Does it work for you? Exactly. Okay, so what do you do to get that? I'm on I'm on iOS. Uh, okay, I'm doing that. Yeah, where it has like the airplane mode and the Wi-Fi and all that stuff. Where you can like move it around. Yeah, I don't. Um, Let me see if I can do it in one of the other. Oh, I don't have that. Uh, yeah, maybe it's right. I know because I read people online who use that feature all the time, and that's really important to them. But I never use it, and it does not work for me. It works, but maybe it's just my phone. Oh no. Okay, hold on. I got it to work on Brave, and it does work when I lock my phone. Okay, so but this Orion, um, did you have to turn on any kind of special setting to do like autoplay? Appearance? Um, yeah, that is interesting. That I was like the person who was like, see if this works, but it it does not give me that option, which is fine. I don't use that option, but I know I have in the past. Um, You're welcome. Another is a setting that I see that may be of interest to you under content blockers. There's basic, and then there's full, and I can tell a difference when you do the full. It like blocks like everything. Um, but I don't know if that's something that you want. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Very interesting that this thing does not like exactly what I was saying. I don't get the pop up option. Oh, wait, I got it. I got it. Hold on. But when I close the fucking app, it shuts off on me. Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I don't fucking use that anyway. Weird. Okay, well, if that works for you, great. Do you want to still watch that documentary? Toy. Brainstorm. Brainstorm. So, okay, what is it? Yeah, why don't you call it play and spray? That's not alliteration. That's play spray. Okay. You're, you're turning down. You're turning down genius right now. But okay. Hold on. Um, no, I know you're fucking excited to turn on. Tell me if we came up with the same one, then we know it's a winner. But okay. Okay. Can the word graffiti be in it? Okay. No, not that. What about uh, spray display? That hold on. It's a pun too, like because it's like your spray paint's displayed, but also because it's in like VR. Okay, give me one more minute. Okay, what is it? Okay, that's cool. Flair. I get the artistic flair. What's paint flair? Like spray back? What about Quaint Paint? Quaint Paint. I've got you. Right, I get you. Why isn't Play Spray? Play Spray is really good. If there's already a game called Spray, then I understand. Yeah, that's what you should do. Spray paint VR. That's what it should be. Or graffiti VR. Yeah, because nobody's gonna find Flare, dog. I like. Yeah, but why do you want to put yourself against the eight ball? Basically, like you're gonna have to market this thing when you. Sure, you can, but it's just you're making it more difficult on yourself. Tell the audience exactly what it is. It's spray paint VR. So what you could do is call it this: flare dash or flare colon spray paint VR. That then you're happy, and then it markets itself. Then no one has to say what the fuck is flare. Hey, dumbass, just continue reading. It's spray paint VR. Um, what are the choices? Okay, which one? Let's do that. Let's do that one. Yes, sir. Wait, yeah, and then I'll watch it on my phone. And the reason why I have to do that is because I can't get. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Yes, sir. Thank you for doing so. Oh, you know it. Dog, I knew a motherfucker who swam the Amazon. Motherfucker didn't even need a paddle. You are funny. Are you watching this? Yeah. How did I do this before? Hold on. I think I have to mute my microphone in here so that I can not get feedback. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Began the greatest athletic adventure from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, on the North Saskatchewan River on May the 24th. 10 canoes representing all of Canada, paddled in competition and in pageant to over 90 communities. Since their marriage broke up, the kids were gone. Ali said that this will have great effects on those kids. Within 5 or 6 days, Dana comes back. Hey, I want to stay with you. And then Joey come right over. I didn't know how to bring up 2 sons. But I said, bring up a young girl. You know, going up to the all of a sudden she's 13, 14, 15 years old. I was so scared. I said, God, I'm not going to deal with this. Right away, bam! I can't let this happen to Dana and Jeff. And that was the start of the Amazon.
For 10 years, Don Starkell, a divorced dad, talked to his 2 young sons about taking them on a canoe trip. That idea turned into the longest canoe trip in history. It's the kind of trip most people only dream about. A journey from the cold of Canada to the warmth of Brazil, all by water.
Finally, we were able to. What I saw made me sick with fear.
All aboard for the Amazon Hotel. Those were the last words his friends would hear in nearly 2 years.
When I started off, I honestly, in my mind, I didn't think it was possible to do the trip, because it was just so far-fetched, and no one had ever done it like it before. I remember saying stuff like, about, oh yeah, you'll see monkeys. Of course, thinking about the 6,000 miles of coast, you get there, and they were kind of going over and over, this is crazy, you're all going to die.
If somebody said to you, well, let's go canoeing, Richie, we'll go canoeing for 3 days. And I think, well, that's a good idea. We'll go canoeing, but not 2 years.
It's been 21 years since my dad and I left Winnipeg for the Amazon. I called him in the middle of the winter, 2000, and we started kicking around the idea of a canoe trip reunion with Jeff. My dad suggested we start out from Iowa, where I now live, take the Mississippi to New Orleans, and then head east, following the Gulf to Key West, Florida. My brother Jeff, who had paddled with us back in 1980, had to drop out because his wife was pregnant and about to give birth at any moment. We've been paddling down the Mississippi for a month now. I invited 2 young friends to join us on the adventure. Jason Carl, a postal worker from Princeton, Iowa. On the weekends, he worked at the music shop where I taught guitar lessons. And Josh Sparks, also from Princeton, who just wanted to get away from it all for a while.
Keeping up with a famous local extreme mountain trek. Here's where they're headed. They will leave tomorrow from Princeton, Iowa. From there, they will head down to Mississippi and continue to the Gulf of Mexico, then along the coast to Key West, Florida. And leading the trip continued over 15,000 miles in his lifetime. The idea of getting ready for his latest journey, a trip down the Mississippi. This time he is bringing 10 from the 5 cities along for the ride. Carl and Josh Sparks Sharp, both from Davenport. They say come rain or come shine, the 4 of them are going to get in their canoes tomorrow morning and head down to Mississippi. The destination is the most southern Florida.
I worked with Dana, and he had done that crazy trip about going to the Amazon by canoe, He thinks differently about life. Got talking to him, he told me about this trip. He said, if I had a friend in a canoe, I could come along. Once I heard that, I knew I was going to go on the trip. Jason told me about it, and I was like, that'd be totally cool, man, just to get away from this Davenport town that we've lived for, just to get out of here.
Every single piece of our trip, maybe 20, 30 different explorers has done a part of this trip. So I knew in my mind that all that trip was possible in segments. On the Red River, we had La Bronnerie. On the Mississippi and Minnesota, they had different pirates in Louisiana. And then there's the Mayan Indians paddle the whole Mexican coast in Yucatan Peninsula. And Oriana, who we named our after, he paddled the Drinking the Amazon River. No one had ever paddled a canoe from North America to South America.
Everybody in Canada is thinking east-west. Transportation corridor, fur trade, exploration. Starkel is going against the grain. He says, let's go from Winnipeg to South America. And in doing so, he in fact, unwittingly, is really recreating this historic transportation corridor that took people to the Caribbean for the first time.
Two kids at 18 and 19 would leave all their friends, their bands, their girlfriends, and commit themselves away for 2 years.
My favorite show at the time was Tarzan. I had my first allowance, which was $1. I went down and I went to the corner store and I saw his book, Tarzan. And the thing is, sold me was in the back end the language where you could talk all the apes. And from reading that book, I got the idea. I thought what I wanted to do was walk down to the jungle just like Tarzan.
I wanted something those kids could look forward to. And if we did it, they would have something unique for the rest of their life that they would be proud of.
So when I was 9 years old and came up to me one day and said, "I'd like to get on a canoe one day," and you hated the cold weather. I started paddling. We'll paddle so far, we'll paddle right out of winter. I said, "Oh yeah, that'd be neat." He said, "Well, if you like to do something like that," he said, "all you have to do is wait for 10 years." I think 10 years, and I had 10 years on top of right? I'll be 19 years old, I'll be an old man. And it seemed like a million years away.
It was sort of early part of it, I sort of think, oh, that's so far away, it'll never happen. Become a gentle, yeah, I'm coming, and then, you see life in a very different way with all your friends. Sort of about everything. And that becomes your life. And now the idea of sort of going away from all that is very difficult. I started off playing guitar when I was 10 years old. And prior to leaving on a trip for a couple of years, I was playing in a rock band and everything. And they couldn't understand that I was going to take off on this tour since our band was just starting to take off. And as much as my heart was in that band, I knew that this canoe trip we were about to take, it had the potential to be something really unique in my life.
It was pretty obvious to me that Jeff was a little more focused on things. He saw that there was a life outside of what his father wanted to do.
Your friends are going off to college and university, and you're sort of thinking, I'm going on this canoe trip, and am I going down the wrong path here? We got permission from the city of Winnipeg to camp in a park in the city. So we sent out about 60 invitation letters to all our friends. And it was quite a wild party. And all of our friends were there, and sort of everybody from high school. We were sort of having our last big, go crazy before we go on a big canoe trip. They stayed all night. There's one guy dancing on top of a car in the morning.
I remember covering the story. I saw these two aluminum boxes, and we're going to put them in this extended canoe, and we're going to go to the end of our street at Bronx in East Vilona, and then we're going to put it in the river, and off we go.
And all of a sudden, CBC television comes down. We didn't want any of this nonsense.
The thing is that Chuck was thinking he was ever going to really try and like that. It gets Chuck pretty more hostile, take the territory.
So we took off, launched off the sewer party. I remember when as soon as they're half a dozen strokes away, we fell into the river before we stopped going. And it was so embarrassing. So it was like, yeah, so we can't get in the river. 15 minutes. I mean, it took us 15 minutes of my whole life. The thing is, it's just not yourself. You got two young men there. But this whole trip was crazy. I mean, John started out thinking he was going to take a canoe trip with his son down the Mississippi. And that's as complicated as it was going to get.
It was going to be a personal trip between Nate and myself.
Then two 21-year-old guys who he thinks is going to last 3 days.
I think about their video, I think a week before they took off on this 2,500-mile trip we're doing right now. And I was really annoyed with Dana.
Dana said it would be easy, you know, so it's fun. She's talking about the bottom of Mississippi. It's like talking about Key West and everything, you know.
This is a 2,500-mile trip. I know when we get to the ocean, I think we're going to get our asses kicked a couple of days, like pretty bad. It's an undertaking, and I'm going to be responsible for these guys.
It just struck me as a good thing to do, you know. You have to do something, and I wasn't really doing anything. Working 40 hours a week sucks, especially for the government.
But I told him, I said, I don't think you guys know what you're getting into. We got to get up at 5 o'clock every morning. We got to be on the water at 6. And I said, we have to paddle about 40, 45 miles a day. And I said, you're going to be hungry, you're going to be wet. And you know what we're actually getting into? Yeah.
The first day was hell. I mean, we went for 47 miles, and then it goes through 3 locking dams. There's waves, it's windy. We had no idea how to steer a canoe, really. So we were calling ourselves Zigzag, because we just zigzagged around further and further away from them. That was like, can I really do this?
That first day was a really long day, and we were paddling upstream. I mean, just basically paddling as hard as you can, reaching forward, digging down, and pulling and paddling. So what you do is in a sprint or something, the canoe would be just barely moving forward, and the worst of it, you sort of look at this and think, you know, this is impossible. You know, we'll never get that.
On our first day, we paddled 30 miles upstream. We were exhausted. We were greeted by Donnie, a good friend of Jeff and mine, and Eddie Allman, a longtime friend of my dad's who had prepared dinner for us. We devoured the meal and turned in for the night. Our hands were blistered, but that would soon pass. What I remember most as I fell asleep that night was thinking about the adventure that now lay ahead.
René Robert Cavalier Sieur de La Salle was a Frenchman who wanted the riches of the Andes and wanted to find a way to the riches of the Orient as well. What I think of La Salle doing was establishing a sort of cultural pipeline or communication corridor between what is now the American South and Canada. When you go down to New Orleans, and have a full-on experience of Mardi Gras and celebrate the Cajun culture that's there. It's culture that connects directly to St. Boniface, the French community in Winnipeg.
It's the kind of trip most people only dream about. A journey from the cold of Canada to the warmth of Brazil, all by water. They're shunning any mechanized help, and they predict it'll take them 2 years.
We need this first white man that went down this coast of South America to most of the Amazon and created rich cultures, the Aztecs and all these characters. They all had their peoples, they all had Mexico and all these things together and do one long term.
And Don's sons never doubted the dream would become a reality.
When I was supposed to just look at the globe, I remember one day and said, you mentioned the idea. I've always been pretty much interested. I never had any doubts.
Don says their number one problem will be getting along. Other problems they expect to encounter, they also expect to overcome, including Minnesota's mosquitoes, so big they say they could carry you away. So while some canoeists doubted they'd really go, they're on their way.
My friends Jason and Josh had been with us on the river for about a month now. And after kind of a crazy start, they really started getting in.
It's the only reason that I really want to come on this trip is just so I can learn as much as possible. Because all you do daily is learn. And Don just kind of shows you the way. You just take what he tells you and apply it with your own life.
Getting to know Josh, he let me know he came on this trip to leave some troubles behind.
They're two young guys that have spark in them. They're willing to work. They cooperate. Anyone like that, I want them to have the experience.
So wild, I can't imagine. You still find it interesting?
I remember starting to have problems with asthma when I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. And one of the things I went on the Amazon trip was that I was sick with my asthma when I was a young kid. I really believed that just 2 years of extended exercise, fresh air, away from cigarette smoke, away from cats and dogs, away from grass, my dad would just say, instead of staying at home and just lying there, he'd throw me in the car because he was doing work with the railway. And so he'd take me along and climbing up freight cars or checking out people. I was like, just little things like a young kid, just being in a car travel with your dad and going these things and exploring what he's up to. I found it really interesting.
I can remember one day that was sometimes so sick he couldn't paddle. Just my dad and I.
He had such bad asthma attacks. One time we had to send him into the hospital. He had to get a regular right into his heart. Didn't come back. The doctor said he should be in an oxygen tent every night for the rest of his life. Right away, they put me into this program of inhaler. My life was just becoming a hell. I became so dependent on those things. I was taking them sometimes 13 times a day just to get through a day. That's somebody who's maybe being a little bit running. And that just vanished. Before I left, the doctors told my dad that he was crazy, that he was going to kill me. 2.5 months into the trip, I took my last puff of an inhaler and I've never used one since. There was another thing I said because they were very young, 18, 19. I said, this trip has to be run on a basis of 2 years that we're going into hundreds of communities and we don't know the typicals. I said, I don't want either of you get involved in any way with any.
So you made a pact? No women for 2 years?
That was pretty well hit by part.
Why don't I like it?
I don't think any men would brag about that.
You guys from Canada?
Come into these little communities, and a lot of times, women will be coming out of the woodwork. But most attractive women have boyfriends, or dad or something. It's like, am I going to go wandering off when everybody down there practically has a gun and their sense of justice is different? Well, the best memory I have of meeting anybody when we were still in the States with my brother was we stopped in Hannibal, Missouri, and we met a couple girls there, and then they said that later on they were going to drive down and just take us cruising around town. We started to drive around, and all of a sudden they told me, oh no, there's our boyfriends. We see this car come by. Next thing you know, they're chasing us all over town. And then they got scared, they drove us back to where we were and let us go, and that was it. I'm taking some
My dad knew little about his family history, other than the fact that they were Germans that lived in Russia. His great-grandfather was one of the highest officials in the Lutheran Church. One grandfather was even awarded a medal from the Tsar of Russia. My dad's grandparents migrated to Canada when his father was 5 years old. A short while later, the Russian Revolution broke out in 1917, and most of the Russian royal family that included my dad's relatives were executed.
This picture of my mother and father is taken at City Hall, because that's the only time I saw my parents together. We have more than any recollection. with neither of my parents' kids, 13 children. I don't think she brought up any of them. Me included.
When my grandmother was pregnant with her second set of twins, my dad was placed in a children's home due to neglect. At 2.5 years old, he had been in and out of the children's home while being placed with 2 different foster parents, only occasionally raised by his real parents. On October 29th, 1929, the U.S. stock market crashed. This day would ever be known as Black Tuesday. It was a challenging time to be raised. My grandfather was unemployed like many during this time.
I remember being locked out of the house so many times to wait for my father to come home. Sometimes he'd be sitting out there 2-3 hours shivering. We had no discussions or conversations or anything at all, but never had any connection.
My grandmother continued to have babies, even though they couldn't afford to feed and shelter the children they already had. So Dad was bounced from boarding house to boarding house until he arrived in a temporary foster home for 10 days. That 10 days turned into 15 years after the Roberts family decided to take Dad on as a foster son.
In 5 trucks, 2 were in the military, lived in North Kelowna, canoed in the front yard. I love that canoe. It gave me my first freedom. In 1950, it flooded that whole front yard. And it was down deep, about 10, 12, 15 feet. I would jump in that canoe. I could paddle for miles, and I delivered bread and milk to some of the neighbors. I'd go to the stores. Every single day I learned something. And every opportunity that I had, I wanted to be in that canoe.
At school, Dad discovered his natural ability for sports. He was a first-class runner, swimmer, hockey player, and particularly good in baseball.
I'm always reminded of getting to catch a ball.
My dad's foster brothers were both members of the Kelowna Canoe Club, and back in that time, that was the place to be. Dad's passion for paddling was evident. He and his new friends at the club would adventure out to some of the most pristine lakes and rivers that Winnipeg had to offer. Dad joined the canoe club and started to race. He was quite good at it, and people started noticing.
Girlfriend was an Olympic paddler for 2 years earlier. But this guy in Canadian paddling was like a god. No one could beat him. Picked me as his partner, and said next year we're going to Canadian Championships. My first race in my life. 5 or 6 Olympic paddlers.
Bill had great influence on Dad. He showed him the confidence he lacked, and together they'd wipe out the competition.
If Bill hadn't taken me under his wing, then not one thing in my life, the learning, money, the trips, it never would have happened if you hadn't seen something in me that you didn't know that I had.
Well, John's always saying, right? Most people don't know what they can really do. They underestimate themselves. And, he's going to be our teacher. He's going to be the best canoeist in the world.
End of the day, because you're always together, it is nice to be able to step out of the canoe and just kind of have your own space. It's nice to be able to walk away, sit down with the guitar, and you just sort of disappear into that world for a while. We landed right away. His first thing was to get to his guitar. There he'd be sitting down there, seriously practicing these pieces.
I always thought it was amazing just how something very simple can end up being something that's a lifelong passion as opposed to just a job, because my dad would build on something that somebody was already interested in. My brother Jeff, when he was on just electronics when he was a little kid, my dad used to, we worked at the Y. One guy worked for the telephone company, so practically every couple of days he gets some miscellaneous parts, wires and bulbs and stuff, and we had an electronic room downstairs and things lined up.
everyone should be good at something. And I used to say that every standing on your head or throwing things or singing, you have to be good at something. Someone should be good at something. Be proud of them. I really wanted to get into classical music or classical guitar so much. It was just something I thought would keep my guitar playing more along. And I just had this thought, I thought, this Renaissance music that was played in the castles is still being played. If I learned some of those pieces, I might be able to come back and play in restaurants for a while and then get back to the whole rock and roll thing.
We got down to Grafton, Illinois, and we decided to go in town. There was a bar there that we could go play pool at. And Dana asked if he could tag along, and we was really talking the whole evening about his music and what we thought, his perspectives on it.
We're coming into Memphis, and we're listening to the radio while we're making breakfast. There's these new Queen songs being played, one after the other. Wow, this is one of my favorite bands. They mentioned that they're playing in Memphis that night. At the time, going from the United States down to Mississippi, we were kind of like going down the red carpet because this was, just shortly after the Canadians had smuggled all these Americans out of Iran as hostages. And the Americans, they just loved Canadians for that. Everywhere we went, when people saw that we were Canadian or fly the Canadian flag, people were just reaching out to us. So next thing you know, I'm down at the Coliseum, a security guard that was at the front entrance. I said, I'm from Winnipeg. I'm on this big canoe trip with my dad. We've paddled all the way from Canada. And I said, I'm a huge fan of this band, but I don't have tickets. And he says, you're from Canada? He says, I was in the show. Found myself in a decent seat and watched the whole show. After the show was over, I went down. I was backstage. Out comes Brian May. Here's my chance to talk to somebody who's a rock and roll icon. Questions, from Winnipeg, because I was all burnt up, my hair was all white and everything, and I think he was curious why it was so weird.
Dana has done everything. He's lived in Arizona where he learned how to be a recording engineer. I mean, the guy's worked with Snoop Doggy Dogg in a studio for 12 months. He's got a lot of perspective on music. Dana recorded his classical music onto a record and then went and sold 5,000 copies door to door just because he had the audacity to knock up his door and sell them his album because he had confidence in it.
I always tell my kids when they want something, boy, if you want it bad enough, you reach and reach, and you never stop reaching. If you stop reaching, it looks like you're not going to get it.
First impression moments that I had of Dan was that at a time we were getting on playing pool and just talking.
For the first time in his life, Dad felt happy in his new family situation that had fortuitously come about. When he turned 18, a foster uncle with connections got him a job at Canadian Pacific Railway. Over the next 5 years, Dad worked hard and rose through the ranks of the company. Then one day, a beautiful woman joined the CP office staff. And my mom. Eventually, Dad found the courage to ask her out on a date.
Yeah, they said we're in one of our old swimming holes. I haven't seen it for so many years. And his brother, he's a bit of a pain. I wonder if he's I had never had any of this. It's just a beautiful feeling to have someone holding up and all that stuff. You were out for about a year and a half, if you wanted to get married. I said, I want you to wait a couple more years. She said, no, she wanted to get married. So we got married. We went down into Florida. We went in the fall because it was hurricane season. All the hotels were vacant with good rates. married and you want to think of someone you hello in the morning. You're married, and your life changes. You have a partner and someone to do things with. But it would be, I'd see somebody getting like, oh, I wonder if I can get up there. But I get up there, no trouble at all. So, yeah, that bear kept running at me. I cut in the car. My favorite animal. And on the quiet side, her attitude to a good holiday would be going to New York City and party for a week. And that was not me at all in any way. But everyone has differences in it. Forecast. A year later, we had to meet Brandon. There's one thing that made a big mistake with my marriage. I would be working all week. She'd be home doing housework. There's one going on the weekends. I'd take my cut and I would go there and I would be out for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. That was all the 3-year period. She was doing the dishes. And I walked up behind her, put my arms around her. She just shrugged me off like, and that really hurt. Classic pirate. And she was cat. There was an element in Starkell's imagination that may be identified with the rugged individualist, rough-edged, romantic version of the pirate, a swashbuckler. We're talking here about a guy who's got a good heart, who loves hard and drinks hard.
Starkell is determined, obsessive, the kind of guy who likes to chop wood. He's got enough for about 5 Winnipeg winters.
He's like a Superman. He's just put his body to the test and come out on top. He fights almost all the way across Canada. For 20 miles across Canada. He has goals every day. He realizes that the only way he's going to get things done is to set a goal and make himself accomplish it. That's not to me. I mean, but I love it. I mean, that's what I want to learn because that's important.
I have so much respect for my dad, but at times he can also be like kind of the drill sergeant. I've found that sometimes by punching fun at him, it helps to lighten him up.
The kids used to make jokes about calling Don Howie the Buffalo. They felt that he was born 100 years too late.
So just along the trip, when he would seem to fall into a new character, it was just a lot of fun for something to make up these different Howie names, you know. And when he had his dark sunglasses on, he was wearing all the time. I used to sit there with my brother, you know, it's Shakes Howe. Which would get just such a kick out of that, you know.
Sometimes he fudges things just to get on my nerve and he knows me so well, but he does it on purpose. He thinks they're big jokes and I can stand it.
They fight all the time just because they can get under each other's skin, but it's always just all meaningless stuff, and I think they both realize that.
We were getting very low on food. We knew there was no towns around. Things were getting kind of desperate. Our last food was this little bit of pancake batter that we had to make some pancakes. There was enough for us to have, you know, half a pancake each, and then there was this one leftover.
There are names that there is. You get one, I get one bigger.
Well, right away, I wanted a pancake. And so this conflict arose over the pancake.
I'm really mad at our food.
But I said, no, that pancake is our food for the next day. That's all the food there is, you know.
Yeah, first big argument starts.
I think I picked up a water bucket as soon as I did, but ended up smashing open my food so hard. Next thing you know, there's a big fighting match going on. And
I picked him up and I threw him somewhere and he ended up in these cactuses.
it was intense. 18 or 20 years old, you know, you're at the point where you're sort of, you don't want to be told what to do anymore so much. Everybody at that point is really bad feelings because, you know, it's like, here we are, we're supposed to be trying to work together, survive through this thing. There's no way we can do the trip unless we're a team. Now we're all sitting there fighting each other.
And then he ran down the beach like that old darn road runner and I tried to catch him little son of a gun. I couldn't catch him.
And he'd sit down there making faces at me for 100 yards away, and if I would have kicked his behind, he'd lie down side by side that night, make your peace, and away you go the next day.
Once we turned west, New Orleans and started going through the coastal waterway, things changed quite a bit. Sort of part of the coastal world, open to the Gulf, see these great big waves out there. Really started to, I guess, me and my dad, it started to worry us.
Oh, I could see going up for about a quarter mile. We're standing waves, 1.5 feet, just pouring in pounds.
Once we hit the Gulf, it was different. On that last day, when we sort of left Brownsville, we knew that was it. We basically paddle out of that protected area, go out into the Gulf, and also these great big swells.
All of a sudden, it starts going up. And right away, everybody knew this was totally different than anything I've ever seen before.
We're not used to being on the ocean. We don't have a sense of, is there some kind of current that's going to pull you out or whatever, and that's going to be the last time you see the show. We don't know.
Finally, my dad says, okay, you guys, we're going to have to turn the canoe sideways because we can't keep going out onto the open ocean. And my brother and I were all flipping out. We're going, no, you can't turn it sideways. Look over.
False moves. And you're going to tip out there. That's what's going to go to the bottom of the ocean.
But you can see these massive breakers, and when they break it, always in the backside, long term white,
you can see the shore. Down the trough, all you see is a great big wave going up.
We have one that kind of grabs us from behind, but they're paddle, hard as you can. So we start paddling, I go take one of those strokes. The next thing you know, the canoe takes off like a rocket. That's like a motorboat. And I'm paddling as fast as I can. I can't even the water is going past me so fast.
My dad would be sort of up there, Dana would be down there, the water kind of up to his neck.
And then the wind started coming up, and our canoe covers weren't on properly, and all the clips were falling off, and waves started coming in. And
a couple seconds later, get a little sideways.
We just kind of filled up, and we jumped out, and we made it to shore, and we were all kind of demoralized. That's when we got our behinds kicked so badly. We didn't get that far that first day, did we? I was terrified. I didn't want paddling skills. I knew no way that I could paddle to do it. Launch off anything but beaching and waves like that.
We knew, boy, we're in trouble because on those days when we were out on the Gulf and the waves were just pounding in there, it was absolutely impossible to launch a canoe there.
Made another couple miles next day, and we kept coming in, we lost all kinds of stuff.
And we looked at that and said, we can't go. We can't launch this here. So the problem becomes one of it's just going to take you too long before you can actually make progress.
Now this trip that I've been looking forward to my whole life, and all of a sudden comes to an end.
That said, we're not going to be able to make it on the Gulf any more than we had anticipated. And then decided, let's go to Veracruz. We kind of regrouped and figure out what we're going to do. Any story of discovery in North America, new or old, needs to include mention of Christopher Columbus. He really began the parade of Spaniards and others who came later of varying nationalities. And for that reason, has marked a place in history that forever changed the world. If you talk to anybody involved in First Nation culture, Aboriginal culture in North America, they would say that was the tip of the iceberg that scraped up on this continent and killed 90% of our people.
Arriving at Veracruz felt like the end of our dream. We wondered, would it still be possible for us to continue on? And it was a strange feeling because, in a lot of ways, it felt like the trip was over.
My dad had been at our house for 2 years. My dad said, if you want, you can stay down here in Veracruz for 10 years.
On the third day, we were at Montrose, Iowa, and Don just kind of got this weird peculiar look, rubbed his chin a little bit, and goes, Dana, what does Josh look like? And Dan just kind of looked at me and got the exact same kind of look. He's like, he looks a lot like Cabby. I was coming out one day with my friend, and we're going to the cinema, and we see these two sad-looking fellows. They had tried to get a room in the boarding house for students, and the lady, Miss Eloina, just said they just looked basically like. And they told me this story about paddling from Canada to basically the north part of Mexico. And I can, the story, I have to be honest, it sounded kind of unbelievable.
It was different for Dana and my dad. You know, Dana was a musician, and for him to play his guitar all day long, what could be better?
Jeff was looking at the time factor in a different way, and I think Jeff felt that it was really going to screw up his career in the future in electronics, and it wasn't like me, where I had my guitar there every day I was practicing. He was really taking a 2-year break from what he wanted to do.
My dad would sit up there and with some great big waves crashing at him. So he'd say, you know, look guys, it's getting better. And it wasn't getting better at all. If anything, the waves were getting bigger. Convincing himself that it was getting better.
Jeff was thinking about whether we were going to carry on with the trip, and I couldn't possibly tell him yes, he wanted to carry on with his education. He asked me if we can carry on again in a month or two when the weather's better and successful. I said, I don't think so.
Once the progress stopped, and I felt like I was sort of in limbo, it started to become pretty clear to me that, you know, it was time to go home and sort of go back to school.
I was sad that he was going, but there was sadness in the way that I felt like it was something that was going to be really enduring for the rest of my life and for the rest of Jeff's life, that there would always be this memory of this turning point where he decided to go. All the stuff that we planned for so many years, over 10 years, we planned that, like since he was 8.
I remember when the taxi came to pick up Jeff, and Don and Dana were standing in the balcony giving him goodbye. You could see that Don was devastated. He didn't come back into the bedroom. He took off and didn't see him for the rest of the day. When Jeff decided to go back to Canada, we were all trying to save a little bit of money, so we ended up sharing the room. But it was fun times. It was about, 4 months, every single day, having our meals together, just going out for a stroll.
Kathy showed us the city. There was a unique energy of miracles. We would walk downtown to see what was happening in the city square. It took our minds off the trip.
Don, every day, he would go out fishing his meals. He had this spirit about being able to support himself.
Almost every single day, I'd be sort of like 4, 5, 6, 7 hours straight. Everything else in the world just disappears, you're going all over the world. Your mind is not filled up with all the newspapers and TVs and all the other things that are roaming around. I lost a few ships there. He landed in 1519 there. I saw things that no one has ever seen before. You can't become a saint anywhere like a shark would be approved. So you have this fear out there, but you're also seeing all this beauty. My dad said I would like to resume, and I was right for it. But now we didn't really think we could paddle the canoe. It was just the two of us. We had this big 21-foot canoe, 1,000 pounds, it was loaded. My dad did everything we could put ads in the newspaper in Winnipeg and phoned different people that he knew that were good paddlers.
For Don, he always told me that when he was planning this trip, there were people that wanted to come.
I couldn't convince anybody to come back, but that's...
No one is available to take your call. Please leave a message.
His words were, They know we have been defeated by the sea. It's easy to join a winning team. It's very hard to join a team that is losing.
It took us basically 4 months to brainwash them into thinking that this was a cool idea.
We had 6 other students living in the house, and they were as excited as I was listening to Don and Dana's story. But I think I had a little bit more of that excitement.
He showed some interest in it. We thought that maybe we could talk him into filling this third scene.
I really wanted to jump and face the unknowns. There was an opportunity to do a little bit of what I had read since I was a kid. We had Lewis and Clark, Hillary Clinton climbing the Everest, penguins crossing the Atlantic in a monoplane. That's adventure. That's somehow we all as kids have, but not all develop into a happy.
When we first asked the average one, we always just like crazy movies. They did travel in the ocean now. We told them we only had like 9,000 miles left to go.
Don, he looked at me and said, Gabby, if you come with us, you will never regret it. He also said, if you come with us, you want to do it from your heart. And Don just stood up and shook my hand and said, welcome to the team.
Dana was born in Brandon in 1960. Oh God, I'm seeing this little guy, and I got a kid, and I'm responsible for that kid. You pick up a baby, and you have this arm, they're not very responsive when they're young. It was something that I actually almost nothing about. As soon as that little guy starts smiling and saying things and we can interact, then right away, like, things change 100%. Jeff was born in 62. Shirley was born in 63. So once we had the 3 children, like, everything changed. And she loves traveling and seeing things and doing things. And all this kind of came to a stop with the 3 children.
Once Gabby committed to paddling with us, we had to return to where we had stopped at Washington Beach, around 10 miles north of La Pesca.
I thought there was a plan here, but the plan was to hitchhike to Tampico, which is 600 kilometers up north. I mean, but you and your normal sense stop and say, yeah, I'll take you guys. So I had never paddled in my life. You feel, can I do it? Can I actually have the stamina, the strength to paddle 10 hours a day in the sea? You don't know if you have that stamina.
If you make a mistake on launch, you're in trouble because your plane is going to turn over. You get smashed with big waves, and the waves are powerful.
That's the very first day that we go out, but getting to that cold water in Lake River, we launch into the surf.
If the canoe is 6 inches away from the center, the next week it would just throw that canoe. All of a sudden, Jeff was gone, and this new guy was taking his place.
Trying to get into a canoe when the sea switch off, and the canoe is moving from side to side, it's full of water. I was scared. I didn't even know anything that there. I never told him what was going on until the season. And I think it took me about 3 minutes before I was already sitting and throwing up. I've never had an opportunity to be part of a challenge like this. You don't know your limits. You can go beyond what you have been tested.
We owed a lot to Gabby for getting us started on our trip again. He quickly became a part of our crew and shared in the adventure. He helped us face the challenges, and together, we met many interesting people along the way.
He was a wonderful person, like, just kind and honest and everything else sincere. He's almost just like a part of our family now. We risked our lives together out there on the ocean and had some real funny times and craziness with being sick and everything. Yeah.
As Starkell traveled the coast, he was actually traveling along the margin and the territory, if you like, of a whole host of Aboriginal people. The Mayan culture had a rich canoeing tradition that predated some of his heroes.
Once Gabby had left us, there were just two of us. Every single day when we went out there, it was life and death. You couldn't afford to make any mistake. So I had to hold the canoe straight into the water, jump into the canoe, get tied up, without losing my paddle because waves were surfing right over the top. And then my dad had to jump in. We get out on the ocean, I look back and I'm me and Dad trying this canoe. I had taken that wave over the front of the canoe so long that I could get down if I could wave right to the end, I would be gone. It's going into Venezuela. You come around the point of land, and an ocean-going ship is cement. I could just picture these guys out there not really understanding how powerful those waves are. Next thing you know, getting out of the twisted up minnows sitting on shore. And those really scared me.
It takes an awful lot of tolerance to discomfort to be that long in a canoe under fairly primitive conditions in that hostile atmosphere.
We slept a year and a half in the open, basically. On the beaches, we slept in rains and puddles. I had a clump of hair in my head that took me 2 months. I finally pulled the thing out in the dark. I tried to grab what was at night. I find this big beetle running around in my hand, like, you know, and in my palm. And it must have been there for a month or two.
We had a decent day of paddling. Everyone was checking from island to island, and finally we saw this one island, and it had like a little fishing shack built on it with stones and all. And there wasn't really much in the way of trees on that island, and that bothered us a little bit because you could see that there wasn't going to be any kind of wind protection if you ever did have a bit of snow. But the weather seemed so settled that we weren't really that worried about that. We went inside the shack, and it didn't look like anyone was in there for the longest time. We just kind of looked deserted and just square box. That evening, I remember like we had ourselves a dinner inside there. It wasn't long after the sun went down, so obviously and then my dad woke me up. He said something's kind of odd. I was listening to the radio, and I had it on the station. There was a little light that would go red that showed, you know, if you were lined up at the station properly. You just clicked it on. It's still on the station. It's still going red, but there's no sound. And the station just went off. You can see coming from the shore a solid wall of black clouds. It wasn't long after that the spring started picking up. Pretty soon, the waves washed right underneath this house over this little tiny island. My dad tried to get out the door with the face mainland where the train was, and he couldn't even get that door open. He was pulled out so hard. He just started flying off the side of the shack. He was going for sure. We're going to get thrown right into the sea and get washed away in the ocean with this thing because it was blowing us out to sea. In those situations, you're so beyond being scared. You're just basically hoping to somehow, you know, survive through that thing. When
when we started the trip, I listed, what were the type of things that were going to be the hardest to endure. I think first off was in weather, insects and bugs, water supply. But as I got further in the trip, it didn't very long. Man went right to the top. Man was our biggest fear. You get in all that hot sun after pounding 40 miles down, and then you finally get a campsite. You're tired from paddling all day. You sit in camp. It's very easy to get argumentative, because everyone's fuse is short.
We finally found a landing spot. Set up camp basically at the bunkhouse, and everybody was basically settling right to eat. Don is just the most interesting guy I've ever met. His confidence in himself. I think confidence is one of the most important things, really. I know it is. It's pretty much what takes people as far as they go, really. Just that confidence at the end of the day. Also, we see his officer sitting there with a notepad taking information. I'm like, because another campsite after not even really seeing one for 40 miles is not a good situation. The point that definitely trying to come
Probably the first thing they say to you ever been shot at. And that's still going to say to him, yeah, at least 15 times. I think I scared the hell out of him. And Kate said you shouldn't say things like that.
The next thing he said to us was, where'd you guys get your groceries? In other words, kind of implying that we had stolen some groceries to eat because we were probably homeless and we're out there on this piece of cement eating our food.
I stole an umbrella for the first time in my life from a car.
And Don was like, your umbrella, how can we have it? It's like, well, I guess, but I'm not going to walk down there and give it to you. So they had to start marching right up after it. He just took it and we took off.
We needed the umbrella more than he did. So I asked him if he could borrow his umbrella. He said, sure. And I said, I think he was afraid to say no. It's a pretty big umbrella. We took his umbrella.
This is a total non-conformist. He's still found it because Don has the audacity to ask him if we can have his umbrella. Runs everything. Memories, souvenirs. Having a lot of it forever. That's true.
A couple of years there was quite extended before we heard anything from them. There was only one spot where they could have been a real jam, and that was when I couldn't get to them and I knew something was wrong. And they were in danger in Central America without any question. There was a lot of upside down happening in Guatemala at that time. The British were moving out and there was some revolutionaries in the Philippines. Once you're in Honduras, it's a whole different situation. There was civil wars going on there. There was all kinds of crazy stuff. Dana was young enough to believe in what his father wanted and to go along with that.
How far could I go without being stopped? And what would my breaking point want to be? Are these guys going to be the next one, or what would overcome these hurdles?
Dad knew the risks. He knew them. I knew it was his son, that he was risking.
He was driven to get to his goal, one, and two, that he was teaching his son, that you had to go through these hardships, and then I guess, life is life and death, constantly.
Maybe 10 miles before we went to Nicaragua. We were warned about Nicaragua and all sorts of stuff, but we were going to worry about it when we got there.
We were coming down the coastline, and we were ready to stop. We could see some coconut trees. So at that point, we could kind of relax.
We were going to camp, and I was cutting up coconuts, and Dana was playing guitar.
I was sitting there pressing guitar, and I'm looking over like this, and these two guys come down the beach, and they start talking to my dad. I'm sort of only half paying attention. Then my dad came up to me and said, Dana, okay, they're worried that our stuff's not safe on the beach, and they want us to haul our canoe back into the jungle where the shells are. I don't want to carry everything back there. I think everything's safe. Next thing you know, one guy's got a shotgun. He marches down and he's like, he thinks he's in a war or something. He's like, your ass goes, they were out of their head.
That's got himself in trouble for the truck. They yelled at us, oh yeah,
At that time, that came to my mind. Absolutely no doubt, Jeff made the right decision.
I guess it was my idea. That's the part that got me born in it. So I dated him so young. We were on our knees, elbow to elbow. He was communicating with mine, and he was saying, please let me kill him now. They decided they wanted to get in trouble if they killed us. They took us 7 miles down this jungle path and turned us into this, looked like a gorilla in the jungle.
There was no time to be afraid. All that I was thinking, what can I say or do? Somehow, I had to get in their head that if they killed us, that it was going to come back to them. The only thing that I could really think of was the fact that we had these United States Army stickers on our canoe, and we could just see that be American as far as they're concerned. And the story was going to be there's Americans following us on this mission. They knew exactly where we were. Anything happened to us, they would know. And when we told the story to the captain at this little military base, and all he was concerned about is posting his position. These guys that we thought were just civilians were actually two soldiers. Now they were the ones that were in trouble. What could have happened so easily on the trips? My dad and I be gone, and everybody would always say, well, you know, that trip with those guys took, you and your brother and your dad, they went all the way down to Central America or somewhere, and then they were killed, you know, and thank God, you know, you were able to see what was happening. There was no victory, which I like a survival.
They got to Colombia, and it was even more dangerous because that's drug cartels territory.
We were going through Colombia like, oh man, I'm counting us day after day, guns or drugs or arrests or tire games. It was just, I should have been almost every time we saw a boat that harassed us in Colombia.
And we met a lot of people that treated us like family. It was more the fact that there was just more of a criminal element in Colombia. They were much more inclined to just shake it out or something.
We were just scared out of our pants all the time. Some of these guys were so evil, their eyeballs would go right through you. You know, every movie they watched, everything was on possessions.
My dad was looking to me as much as I was looking to him for a sense of security and ideas on how to get all these problems.
We paddled into Venezuela after paddling all night. It's 4 consecutive nights I think we paddled. As soon as we got over the border, they was sitting a little higher in the canoe and he turns around. We're in Venezuela. We, you know, it was almost like this. We had a victory over Colombia, but we didn't have a victory over the oceans.
There's 4 times revolved around this huge peninsula de Paraguay. I went way into town and I found a school. And I went into the school and spoke to the principal and told him that I needed to get a trailer. And he was an owner and he said, can you give me a trailer?
Right away I started making big horse pulling yoke on the front. This thing put 18-something miles down this road.
Dealing with the fears of being out on the ocean, it's hard work, but you're safe.
Transport drivers were looking at this thing coming down the highway, screaming at us, burros, you know, donkeys.
The national news of Venezuela was impressed by the exploits of the 2 Canadians, although at this time the media in Canada had reported almost nothing about the Star Kill.
Ustedes aquellos personajes que filmamos en Falcón cuando en una carretera estaban con un trailer alando la canoa para luego trasladarse al mar y que salieron desde Canadá el año pasado. Ahí los tienen. Llegando al puerto de La Guaira, John y Jana Starkey.
Y en verdad es que la aventura emprendida por los estanques debido a hacer de navegación en canoa es de 500 millas, no irán a recorrido 7.900 millas. Dicho correcto.
Tom, ¿cómo estás?
Oh, muy bien, gracias.
¿Cómo fue el viaje?
El viaje muy bueno, muy peligroso. El primer año de viaje, no muchos problemas. En 3 meses pasaron, no es posible. Necesito muchos amigos.
After a brief stop practice, we were on our way.
Yo, Rabbi.
We had no idea we would be back a few days later.
Is Rabbi sleeping?
We had met along the coast.
Can someone tell me if Rabbi's sleeping? I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Rabbi, don't go to sleep, man. No, Rabbi. Don't sleep, man. We gotta talk about politics or something. Rabbi, you deafened.
Dog, I'm watching a documentary. Okay, so just feel free to watch the documentary.
Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
I am.
Who's that? I don't see your mic activating.
Rabbi.
Is that you, Rabbi?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Rabbi. Hey, man, can we talk about the documentary?
No, I'm watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it if you want.
Rabbi, that's boring, man. I want to talk to you. I missed you.
Okay, that's fine. You need to be quiet. We're watching this documentary.
Rabbi, I haven't talked to you in a month. I miss you. What the fuck?
I miss you too, baby. Watch the documentary.
Dude, I'm about to crash out, man. You make me crash out, Rabbi. Don't do this to me.
They themselves came ashore and had an attempt to get to quote-unquote the civil
You can't, Rabbi. You can't. I can't, dude, I can't hear it. Is this the fucking judge? Is it the fucking judge? It's like a retard? Oh my god, Rabbi. I can't take it, man. You know what, Rabbi? You know what, man? I'll see you in another month, man. This is some fucked up.
on a left pilot. I'll check at your carry. Up in the lighthouse there with a pair of binoculars. I couldn't see a damn thing. Even freighters look small. I'd say, well, look out for these guys.
We had to come across the Dragon's Mouth to get over to Trinidad. It was treacherous. It was really scary. It's on fall. This big open channel.
He said, come, Mr. Gage, we think we found your people.
Next thing I know, this big power board will come by with a bunch of military people.
Yeah, they were going like crazy. We were trying to wave them ashore. They weren't having anything to do with it. They were not going to come in.
We're all getting chased by these people in customs or whatever.
You know, it was military to them. They were just trying to hide from the military all the time.
And then as we're coming in, we're looking, checking on all the bays, and we see this funny-looking guy, big tall guy. We're afraid, boy, that guy doesn't look Trinidad.
Finally, they pulled alongside.
Sure enough, it's Richie Gage waiting with a bunch of different people.
I can remember Dana looking up and said, Richie, oh man, I'll be glad to see you. It was no saying, well, come ashore and we'll have tea. I just got in the canoe. I said, there's a space to go ahead and start the battle.
By some reason, we got off that water, we were alive. Dana, he was sitting about 6 inches higher in the canoe, like, all of a sudden, like, it's like he come back to life. When we got off the ocean, that was really something special. Like when he came down to it, it was just so nice to see somebody that we knew. It was really quite warm and friendly. I always remember him that way. Here we had got this 6,000 miles of shoreline. We have Anchorage River, and we know at 3,000 miles of home, which is a piece of cake, and we knew we could finish the trip. Now, only 3,000 miles of Jungle River. We'd have kind of a hug. But it wasn't even really a father and son thing. It was, but it was more of a like, we've defeated this monster for another day. Felt like we should jump around a day, And it's nice to be off the water and safe again. And I tell you, this was so humble.
Francisco Floriana is credited with the discovery of the Amazon River. He was looking for El Dorado. He was looking for a mother-in-law of gold. What Floriana stumbled onto was a human highway, and it had been used for centuries to get people from high in the Andes out into the Caribbean.
A few years later, Trinidad, their last stop before the jungle rivers of South America.
We went into the rainy season in Central America and treated this river system a long time here. Like for me, we got away around from January 1st. 2.5 months before the state Trinidad. January 1st, 1982. When I named the canoe Oriana, no one would recognize this name and appreciate it until we got to the Amazon River. And sure enough, the Indians all knew the name, all the local Brazilians knew the name.
Can you imagine if you're an Indian just cooking your squirrel over fire and this boat comes by in the middle of nowhere, but you're living in virtually primitive conditions. You see these guys in a canoe that's like yours, that they're blonde and they're white. Well, they're not on a weekend trip from Caracas. That's for sure.
So many of the people that we were meeting in the countries that we were going through were so poor, and they had nothing. And you would come to a family, and I mean, they're lucky if they had a couple pots and pans. Their whole house was made out of sticks, plywood, piece of tar for a doorstep.
We were going to visit families. It would come at maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon, very, very tired and beat up. And these people would ask us a few questions. They would let us sleep on the floor, try to give us habits.
And they would welcome you to their home. They would try to give you some of their food. I mean, they didn't even have hardly enough to feed themselves. Initially, you think, well, here we've met a really kind person. Here we've met another really kind person. But after you go through this for weeks and weeks on end, you start realizing that it's not just a kind person. It's a kind culture. It's a very common thing for people to go out of their way to really help you. We come into a little community, and just the things that we had would strike them as being almost like from a spaceship, like, you know, a fiberglass canoe.
They actually thought it was a magical.
The shell was so thin, and you get so much water, whereas their canoes are solid, heavy wood. We had all these different things that to them were space age. Little things, little plates or cans or can openers, or they kind of have this little bit of an awe thing of you. But then you'd see somebody like doing something simple, like, you know, maybe making a hook or an arrow, or you just taking inches. How do you do that? Well, right away, if you couldn't understand how to do something, which they do every single day, then you must be just like, Alexander von Humboldt was a German explorer, but he was also a naturalist, and he left a pretty tremendous record of the natural history. When he went up the Orinoco River, von Humboldt was one of the first people to see the whole steep science of curare, the distillation of this toxin that was used for hunting and foodguards. The idea of paddling up the Orinoco River based on what I know, darts, electric pulse, and poisonous, and that. Don't sign me up for that. But no way, start killing tornadoes. Snakes, bring them on. We get through these massive set of rapids, and we start getting up into the headwaters of the Orinoco, really thinning out, you know. And I come around a little bit of a hook in the river, you know, and I'm right in the front, and I look, and I can see this snake, and it's sitting on top of the log, like a serpent, like something from like a dinosaur movie. It's got to be 21 feet long, it's at least as long as our canoe. So my dad's there, he goes, oh my God, we got to get a good picture of that snake. And he starts stumbling up on the log, and he's got his camera, and he headed down to this middle, just lifted up and swung right around, looking right at my dad. He put his arms up and started screaming at the snake. The snake just kept coming towards him. And then when it got really close to him, it just all of a sudden it just slid off to the side. Massive splash. And just went right straight into the river. And then my dad's just standing there. Everything around you is so different. It's new, and we got so overwhelmed by so much stuff that after a while you couldn't even take in anything more. If I saw a mosquito that was purple, green, and blue that had 4-inch long legs and it had a propeller on it, I probably would have went, well, that's kind of neat. Since I had an affinity for animals from a young age, you know, a lot of times I would see the native people because they seem to have a connection with wildlife. Even if they killed an animal, it was because they had to survive. It wasn't just to slaughter an animal. So I felt more connected with that culture than I did with my own culture. In fact, most of the time I felt embarrassed from my own culture. When we got into the Orinoco River, our first big river in South America, I was looking for monkeys. I mean, that's what I was really had my eye on. I figured come around the corner eventually and see the monkeys. Kept on seeing cows and stuff. One day we're going along there in the river and massive big splash in front of the canoe. I look up in there, this big dolphin, freshwater dolphins that they call down there taninas. When they came out of the water and they looked at you, there was no doubt in your mind that there was a serious intelligence going on. They saw you and identified you as being something different. We found that a lot of times they would follow us for a long time without letting us know they're really there. They kind of be hiding on you. If you happen to catch one that's surfaced and saw you with its eyeball, it was kind of like, all right, you guys, stay over here, you know, and then they don't come out and they just sort of swing around you kind of thing. That was extremely weird. Like, you know, thinking you come from Canada and then you all from geography in school, and one day you're actually wondering if you came all the way from Canada. We're going to come to these couple thousand miles of rivers in South America, and for the most part, I mean, it's really remote. They've got this in the heart of the jungle in South America. They've got sculptures and things that come from all over the world, and they have all these carvings of almost every Greek composer that ever was. I mean, it's just beautifully put together. But they have this artistic kind of thing. It doesn't seem to be a place where you build something like that. As long as I can remember, I always thought that Renaissance music was really just captivating, mesmerizing, and just this mystical sound. There's something about that time in music. It is happy and it seems to be sad. You come to a small community, and in a lot of cases, people are afraid of you. Sometimes we're just too scary looking. Sometimes we have people bring out guns and basically tell us we need to move on and leave. But I thought, put on my guitar, and right away you can just notice things would start changing. A person that before was looking at you almost like I need a lie, kind of like, when are you going to leave? You're like, so get your guitar, you know, and just the entire community could just turn around, just play a couple tunes on the guitar.
Playing for
10 years, my dad was playing Restream. And for 2 years, in the back of our mind, we had this goal of getting to Beilam. We've traveled thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. So the idea of getting to Beilam, that morning, it was in that regard to kind of articulate. Things is pretty proud, especially when every single inch of that trip was on our own power. Every inch we carried, pushed, or paddled.
We were up principally at dawn and spent the next 3 hours in slow motion getting ready for our triumphal entry into Bela. Yeah, I know my dad and I were not talking very much that morning. We're just both very much lost in our individual thoughts about getting back to see our families, all our good friends at home. All of that was what that day meant to us. We had told Richie that we were going to meet him on May 1st. By noon, we crossed the Baja de Guadalajara and were coming in along the dirty shores of the city's outskirts. Dozens of ocean freighters were docked along the big piers of the harbor, and as we paddled towards them, we kept a sharp eye out for Richie, who surely had to be somewhere on the waterfront.
I was in my suite and the telephone rang. Mr. Gage, this is Captain So-and-so from SS something or other. We wish to inform you that they've arrived in Villa. And I told the office, I said they've arrived. They've made it. I mean, this incredible journey has been accomplished. You know, I think I have to go.
We cruised slowly along beside the boats, asking anybody if we could see if they'd spotted a Canadian on the docks during the past day or so. Nobody had.
They just said, well, we're not going to send you just to do an arrival story.
And by 2 o'clock, the truth had begun to dawn on us. We were on our own.
That's there. I think it must be up to 40. We had about 3 inches. I got about 5 inches in the canoe.
We come 12,192 miles. There wasn't a soul here to greet us. We continued along the waterfront, and once we got right up into the port area, we looked around at each other. It's like, we're here. We've made it. And trip is over. Arriving at the port of Belém was something my dad and I had been thinking about for nearly 2 years. We were incredibly happy to be there and very grateful that we had to come through all of that and still be alive. Our success also meant our trip was over, and in many ways, neither one of us really wanted it to end. We would have loved to have arrived as someone and shared our feelings and jubilation with Richie, but in the end, our sense of triumph was personal. We had done it. They made contact from Brazil and said, you know, we're going to be coming back. They made this plan that they were going to take a ship from Brazil back to the States, to Mississippi somewhere. We're on this ship called the Salmon. We're approximately a month. We worked 8 hours, and then we had our own time. And every evening, just to get away from everything, I'd break my body over the front of the ship, and I could hear the motors roaring. They would go, after being on the sea and the water, getting just abused every day by that powerful ocean, then you have this big hunk of steel in front of me charging through these waves. It felt the most powerful I felt in my life.
They won out over distance. They won over hardship. They won out over skepticism. And they won out over themselves.
You look into all of these reality shows that they're testing their limits and they go and eat worms and all these kind of things. That's just television. That's what's real life.
My dad will say to me, like, remember that day when we were off the coast of Panama, we had those crazy initial thoughts around it, the quality from whatever. I know exactly what he's talking about, but
only thing we can do. We bought the kid in one piece. They got 12,000 200 miles.
John's always saying that most people don't know what they can really do. They underestimate themselves. It's a wild ride every single day. It doesn't matter who it's with or, where it's at. It's a wild ride. It can teach you a lot.
Anybody that's considering doing whatever venture it is, whether it's bicycles or whatever it's our friendship is really not about canoeing. It's not really about paddling after around the world. Our trip is really about something that somebody wants to do really badly, especially when you're a young kid. The thing that kind of captures their imagination that they can do with their lives, and then you figure out how you're going to do it, and then you follow through with that thing. That is the thing that I think so many people are missing in their lives. So there she is, a canoe named after a Spaniard. But Oriana is no longer about some 16th century explorer. It's about Restream. Yes, absolutely spellbinding that. Shone a light on the aspect of who we Canadians are that needs to be applied.
I remember Dana saying to me just before we started, he says, Dad, if we do this trip, it has to be our trip. And this was coming from someone quite younger than me, and that was pretty neat. Everything I think they do in their life now is affected by that trip. People they met, the kindness as they got. Someone that has absolutely nothing can save their life at times. And it's so humbling.
We had this incredible feeling of doing something really crazy, unique, something different, and we knew that for the rest of our lives we would always remember. But I did it with my dad, who I miss so much, and that was really what it was about.
Growing up with my dad, I would never appreciate how eccentric he was.
We got a pet crow. My dad had a pet crow when he was a kid. I thought, these guys would like that pet crow. When I went into my first foster home, one of the foster sons, he went out and he got this crow from a nest. They're just like peanuts following the hunter, just like your feet. You're their source, you're their life. And we had this pet crow that wasn't our normal pet. We had him right from when he had his pin feathers. We had kept him in a little tiny box with straw, feeding him worms and whatever little bits of meat and hamburger we could feed him. First pet with so much intelligence. You felt like he was like a little person, like you were looking at you with the sounds that he would make you, like almost trying to talk to you. Different than like a pet dog. There was a really strong connection between us and we looked at it somehow as being connected to him too.
I love the word imagination. So, imagination, the actions of this reality. That even in the case of Saturday workouts, we'll still go ahead and kill him. No, I'm ready. I'm ready to finish the shots. The latest info about COVID-19 vaccines and vaccine touchdown. I don't know how that's not working. What about the cat's curses and sorcery? Also, I know that Pokemon is an example. You bring him to court, still kill this guy, right? I can't maybe kill this guy. You'll say that, you'll say this, go slow, you have to say you're already that's how we can do it. I call all as like this response act. What about the more and what about handling big guys has but what I saw, you know, Portugal, you're going to get a rush which part of anyway, which was a good number of how they the accurate ground again, that's where the number again has the ground you can't see the therefore, again, you said, you said, you have to go on kill someone who had and balls again, based on that interpretation, also, or a case where it's a kind of so again, our basic it's now, the Shishis is smart. The Shishis said the answer is obvious. No, right? The answer must be no. So, suppose he said, when I saw, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that one point that the Moses they don't fall, then also when I saw, here they are allowed to leave it out. Even them. Now, from the Shishis' perspective, he only that was committed. Such a person is tight to the Shammai. Then again, if you're the almost active okay, what you say, the Bible is that. The Bible definitely has a secret. Okay, the Bible is like this. You must have this. The Bible is a gotcha. That's the case. We don't say, well, no, basically, I'm say, well, where I'm not getting sure it's other the person goes ahead. We'll see pouring oil on it. Although mixing the flour with certain levels they got crushed. So they crushing adding salt. David is raising you should bring them close. So what's now the sacrificial or what's the left on the actual shoulder itself. Or I think the best thing else, or what you're doing, and the oil of the collates, or what makes these meats and everything. Now the cattle government workers, or one of those ahead of cattle use the blood rather than as been heard. These things hopefully get out of the hoods, putter, the eight kind of another. One is putter, and also the hand not tight. Because if you take a look at the last Rashi said, because the Asa Amas here is a person who knows any of these out
outside of the bush. So again, so the person, so that's the case. You pour oil on the milk, mix the milk, broke up the pieces of the milk, add salt to the milk, arrange the arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the right stuff. So good for itself, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside the base of the Mikdash, you are punished. You are punished. Now, this is coming from there is a concept of shooting what shoots. Now, like the shepherd outside the base of the Mikdash, you have the person lives here. So, if you're married to one, it only applies to certain types of sacrificial services. It doesn't apply to others. Take a look at Rashi's mother. That last Rashi's on, say, days of the Rashi's mother. The Chayyim Paris Elashot, because of the Chayyim, slaughtering of sacrifice. From Sid, Asher Ishma, Mother, Sid, Asher Yahweh, Ola, Zurek, is Rabbi Rothschild, Omani, Yesh Akara, Oda, it is the very gospel. This is very listening. Any sacrificial rite that has another sacrificial rite that follows after it, you're not chayiv for doing that also. Secondly, you're chayiv for including sacrificial rites. So an example of that would be slaughtering an animal, right? Sprinkling the blood. So these are final rites, final sanctions that we have in the first final follow-up. So because that is something does, you are fine. Okay, so what's this? So you're not tight. How are you not tight? What we should say is, for example, let's say I'm going in all these things. So the non-scientific concept would not be kind to remember so again, if any of these things were done, Corey did it, but he was in a state of he wasn't what he decided. Similarly, Cohen, after he's controversial, Cohen has to do the wearing requisite failure to do so, and then expects to but again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Rabbi Rothschild is a guy in Rabbi. He also again the Rothschilds failure to results in life. Okay, okay, great. You look at Rabbi Rothschild. What do you see? That if Cohen were to go ahead and offer up a burden on the in a state of in other words, the only time that there wasn't a big tomorrow, over the regular scenario was what hurts. But if there would be so what do you see? That if a Cohen does in fact let the state come up, the answer to the original question, Cohen does have open state of is he trying to submission? Yes. I love myself, don't see the Cohen goes ahead and offers up a part of the state of this guy. So, no, that's hard. Not an excuse, actually. I think it's not so you're going to say that if a non-Cohen does this, it's going to be a violation of Allah. Rashi says over here, but that kingdom come after the Zoros, they would not be going with Ayah on the side of. So you should remember grouping all of these things
now, almost out of the state of so much. So I'm going to do this also. So apparently, by Yosef, yes, not even allowed to fight tomorrow. Usually, what is actually that's what Yosef and plus it says the only where it says right, that's only the these are the people who are high. We saw listen, ultimately, does the we saw where it says, that in the local so you can't bring the today's news, right? Like you just said. But you can bring the today's news, there's no place to liability or because so also taken out that once their license for yourself, because this code is kind of easy to issue. Everyone else is also other part taken out. I also point out that there's that a lot of ways to do sacrificial rights outside of this discussion. It's going to be more here. Is that it's only was called an abode. So this service that is nothing I shriek up our service that while after the shriek itself is a sign of doesn't have a follow interesting enough, something gives us on the side, what is a little guy for a shooting for us, both of them was here, both of them okay, so now we're going to go back and the rest of that day, go back in my section, like some just so this kind of number one, number two, also never again, you are
was quoted part of the price beforehand, but once they get the definitive ruling that employee does get hold of their state ritual purity, this type of situation, requires head of sunset. So the first factor, Shalom, first of all, Shalom, that's the other black light. The first thing is going to go to the here, and they wash their hands. Failure to do so, therefore, we have one unapologetic. This kind of substitution. Studia Yain, we have one it's the use of one. The Chinese, Stuart Roche, only the last year of life. That's it. There's a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, Rashi points out that here it's fascinating. The reading of Rashi says, let's say the client which is fun. It's after the speed limit, but kind of so not to get into Ready to release them, the coming over the last hour. Ready says, say, we'll see all this let's say somebody let's say someone went ahead and told us probably the services come say no, that's structure is allowed. Also, this was just now that now let's dissect. Number one, first person simulation line up. First guy first guy simulation line up. Unqualified. Supposed to know numbers will be sure. How do I know? Someone simply, I don't know as I sure you got people who Hashem. So literally it says, do not overthink consecrated items of Israel that will be raised to Hashem. You must not see it in the trouble of Hashem. About focus, what's the definition of focus? So maybe hold that up. Notice as over here, you're not going to you're not going make it zero shot. It says by Tabel, and it's a civil profane by Shabbos Mishkan Yisrael. Basically, it's a little bit. This is killed by Truma. It's killed by Truma. Say, I love the Misa. Just like if someone's not allowed to shoot when it's a sound, and that way it's Truma or a call you they're going to that. So, Zero Shabbat Hillel, it's also insemination. Incredible. Once I can hold up the neighbor, you will no, sir. Why don't you make it so? No, sir. So, no, sir. Sacrificial being left over. Has to be used in so why don't you start washing up the meal also? No, sir. So, why don't you Zero Shabbat? No start to punish that curries. Sacrificial has no curries. So why don't we say that just like no starts curries? So to it. Now this curries, where's the rest of the it's not really true. It makes more sense to go down and have over Truma than have over Mills. Why? Because she came Truma, number one, Truma doesn't have fun with starts. Right? Truma doesn't have fun with starts. Have over next. Put Trump, both of these cases, here is a way to remedy status. Right? Rashi says, Rashi says, you've got 16 Truma with $6. Someone was there, Truma, he said Truma, little guys, go, okay, you want to give him those are what they're doing. The shots picked up, so we're going to get the home no star, when you start when there's header bumps, when you are allowed to use personal holders, when you're allowed to use personal holders, no circle apply the shekel zero, then you shekel zero b'haflash, then you shekel zero b'haflash. What the Juma about those are again of zero. Second station, right? Second commonality is which no I can remember. So have out a bit how Truma ultimately no certain never no certain things. Furthermore, ViralRabbi both by Tevel by Truma is in plural, but by no certain singular. ViralRabbi Pickle, Truma was large, Kuchra, ViralRabbi, Heroes, Pickle, Take a look at that. Take a look at the Sarah first of all, multiply components inside. So both have plural Russian. Both apply components. Tevel and Pickle windows. And actually says, neither Pickle nor those apply to Tevel or therefore, whereas these are all the similarities that exist between Tevel, therefore it makes more sense to compare their Shama between Tevel and Truma than between Tevel and the also have a translation. Those are also shared many commonalities with Tevel. Also, she came also those are no names. So remember, your both Tevel is absolutely open. Self-right itself is inherently invalid. Right? So again, those are inherently invalid. Inherently invalid. Hustle a good, yeah, no good, must have good, since Shuma, remember we were talking about Shuma itself is inherently committed, right? It's committed in certain times. But if I say, so the question is, yes, why not have a triangle start? Because Tevel is this commonality. So all of them are inherently valid or inherently compromised. Furthermore, a letter, but right, furthermore again, in light of the but either can be remedied, like you can't have any close to but you can't have any Truma, like he thinks of Truma to play on the corners coming, not to give for my whole again, look at the so Rashi says over here, further to say Rashi, you know, say that kind of a I mean, Truma is kind of a over, so the question is, what we're thinking of here is, you may consider all the comparisons that exist between Tevel and Truma, which are plenty of comparisons between Tevel and Dosa as well. which causes kind of evolution, right? But there are more similarities between Hevel and Truma than there are between Hevel and Dosa. Therefore, making the Truma would rather make it between Hevel and Truma. Hevel and Truma with Hevel and Dosa. Therefore, again, Hevel and just like Truma is insufficient. Right? So to again, consumption of Hevel will also be insufficient. Right? Not like no searches of place. Beautiful. Ravina says, Kilo Grab, Kilo Grab. And I tell you also because Hevel and Truma both have the Russian fuel, the fame, and the fuel. Similar and that's very incredible. Another thing, going where do you go that Cohen is coming? I said, yeah, so good. Cohen is coming, goes ahead and so coming Cohen is going to be from this condition. Where do you go? Number 12, United Torah. The word no, the Cohen is coming to be Torah. How do we know that Allah myself? I don't know that coming Cohen eats Shuma Torah. That Allah myself again. Is said, Shamas Mishpati, Isu Abori. Plus, he said, guard my guardianship. He's not carrying or not in there. It says, over in ultimately, again, this is first over on a lizard, you're not going to use up with expansion. Lisa, so it's very strange. This harshness of the air is only the Polish company use. She wants to hold out that is an expedition. Coming away from Schumann, the dog is always pushing the point. This should have base bow, give them because they had what do you see there? Oh my goodness, was like 80 feet. This you should have put out as much. This is good. Small, which is already what's the difference? So yeah, if I want to write someone is not the case. This is a coming away with the students who want to hold on is highly considered. So our list, we just going to our list, right? So we have 7 categories, all of them are institution. Good, that's what I do. Jackson wasn't true. Now I'm going to list the word is highly considered. Says Jackson wasn't true. So now everyone that's rich off of that, when you use monkey gets Malchus. I'm going to the last name of not getting some. They said the most out of your Kodesh. I think Hashem the capture. No, Hashem Kodesh. So again, the Pasuk 40 says, Shamas Mishmati, but Yisrael paid this. So Esau juxtaposed to a center. Why did you say that? Because you can be not allowed. Yes, the says, give us a guy. So there's an introduction. This introduction actually says, if they smoke, the way pulls out. Right? So the Pasuk begins by putting a special about the smoke. And then it says, so it doesn't go directly. It's not the book. figure of God, not the faith. That's why I said, if you don't have too much shishinish, you're not going to be asking. So again, if I don't need this person to teach me, that I go away, does the apple the process today, we can do it for you. Again, you said teach me that I don't well, this kind of vision, or I should say, it's kind. I don't know this kind of look at me, so
The latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at GetVaccinanswers.org. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the
But your client has to wear the necklace and how the rest of the ability to do something. Right? That's what you have all the it's kind of stuff and show me. Says gonna be no, we're gonna be from already a ball, the optimized in what the base they have guaranteed of some plus it says you shall put the belt, you shall burn them with a belt. Right? After you know this one it's not shipping game, I am giving us some when they're loaded. When their clothing is upon them, then their kuhuna is upon them. So those are the because Rothschild, that's the process. The Hagatim also you should put it down. I go to the Kalash of the goals, put your hands on them. I saw, and no, you pass over. And the Kuhuna will be there for everlasting statues. When is the Kuhuna theirs? If they're not wearing the clothing, then I love Christ to do that. Again, in this case, having some issue where it says, probably so, because Cohen does get both directors in our race. The equivalent of that Cohen person. I believe that they always have a solution. So to a point who does get both the proper message, the proper particles of moving is kind of solve the issues. So if I'm about it's actually to learn about myself, now who does get both of is that Kuna only invests upon the way such a fascinating tradition. Never again. What do you have how well you behave? You're not in, you're not in. The point you're not the point you see it. So one is on a 2 date. On the other 2 days, important to go ahead and shop and ultimately again. So every single transaction, like you're born a Jew or you're born into each type, it's very Jewish. And that's beautiful. That's a fantastic foundation. The next step, what we got here, what we're going to do, that get represents something, right? Take from the water, everything outside, and you're taking part of this, right? You know, like clothes, makes a man, this was very much so it's spiritual level, like your blood has actions I hate, right? What's the cut that what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the cut, you're not got the oil left is what you show. If all you have is you're sour, you're like maybe a spiritual baby. Maybe comes in this one. Yeah, baby's home. But that's absolutely nothing. So how's it going to but your life is successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear. What are your nice clothing? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your hasadim? What's your stuff on? And every single thing that you do in life is another day. Is another garment that you wear. Clothes match make the man. Clothes make us. One is exactly such specificity. So will not sit up and look down because people are very taken by externalities. No clothing. Right? You need the toy on the street. You need to go on the street, right? You need a message shopping to get like everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let them go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to give respect. Right? I have respect for even though but it's still a toy. It's still a toy. Even now, but it's still a toy. This is a big identity. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts up the I'm always coach. I'm always coach because I hate you want to bring the best version of what do you get down? Right? And every Sunday, it's going to be a jacket. Like it's going to be a pair of pants up. It's going to be a sweater up. More. Walking around clothing is still that's they should go ahead and wash their hands and they won't die. And they won't die. Okay, this is pretty explicit. Wash your hands and you won't die. Don't wash your hands and you will die. One more piece. Sorry. Studier Gein ist ein Geinsche when you drink wine and you have what about so again Studier Gein ist ein Geinsche it says everything good. Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shape his head unless something is where it goes. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This issue compares letting his hair grow just like drinking wine over the so to again, letting your hair grow, maybe I won't want to hair says so. Why is it? But people level what is it? So that's just that one of the big challenges is go ahead. The stroke is ego. So what happens? Every day, the person watches take you where you are. The hairs represent how you are. That is says, I'm going to go now. I'm going to go and wash my hands. I'm ultimately what am I going to accomplish? Not just simply what I want to accomplish. The way that the point is ahead wash your way, wash your way, to be successful in this role. There should be no external tremendous idea. We need wine, different kinds of wine. So the first time you need wine to get the edge off, sometimes you need wine to amplify or allow it to be. But when that's something that is mostly black fish water.
100% online, get it within seconds, apply it, and safety coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million for no coverage through this. Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. It feels like everything there's a new text standard thing that's doing that. This is my essentials. You don't have to use it. Essentials cloud-based and it's getting 4 times faster. It takes up 3 times less space than plans like Essentials protects up to 5 devices without slow down. Right now, get 60% off Essentials.com/savings. Stop worrying about what's out there. For a better digital life with WebWare today. Let's do the first time power line. Let's bring in Roxanne in Kansas. Roxanne, welcome to Coast to Coast AM. You are on
Hello, thank you. Hi, Roxanne. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Are you ready? Are you ready for a healing? Totally.
Today, here's this one. Sorry, I think we're in person, but it's together virtually. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this year. Today, our annual conference is organized to dedicate publishing and Joshua for this year. This is this service levels as well. Very sponsors for London. Our partner will help us even when we raise another raising standing those inspections for the rock and those sponsors David and Wendy Hefter. In honor of David Hefter's 54th anniversary, incredible happy day. I'll have to inform you all about show celebrate their engagement. So welcome David's nephew Isaac and his wife Kitty and their children Isha and Rabbi who are visiting from Eretz Israel. Dr. Ed and Faith Wolf, originally the architect of Dr. Wolf's father Cyrus Wolf Shalom, then Oceans of Rafa and Nathan and Amber, in memory of their father Ben and Amber, mother Laura Mordecai Ben Moreno and Dr. Hassan is in marriage. And our account to our older Hashem South Korea. The family name of our oldest colleagues. So, Shalom will call them aloud. I will supposed to be successful program. I'm singing it. We'll say we have to take 3 copies of Simon House. 61. We are picking up the Mishnah on Simon House on the top of the daf. We are forgiving Daniel on Shabbos and yesterday on Sunday. We spoke about already this case yesterday. This is a situation where the Israel is producing wine for Israel for like Rashi points out over here. Shasel b'kashus, so Israel which is made wine, and he made kosher wine. The local Israel, the intention of the wine ultimately is to use it to sell it to another Jew. Although Muslim doesn't actually only go public. Actually, Corrado, so again, the way the situation works is like this. Essentially, you have to go and provide for the service. The Jew has not yet paid the Apple anything. Payment usually comes after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the Apple. The Jew is almost like under Shkafah by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi he says, Ashe Corrado, but no still versus after the Israel, as one had produced the wine, so he puts it under the domain of the money. Okay, so what's this happen? Obviously now, they would say, what's the tension? The tension was what's going to be the status of this wine, given the fact that although it's made by a Jew, that's why the national is bullshit. But at the end of the day, it is in the domain. So how does that impact the actual incarceration status of the woman? So what's that law? So much like the guys have so much. So again, so we never talked about it. That opens up to the public health, which means other people can see what's happening inside of the house. So the issue ball, they go up to the woman as long as it's a city, which they're choosing now. The near system will be covered with the low level. Interestingly enough, the only person itself is really nervous. Whereas nobody got so the wine, the ingredient process wise, is special. It's now been deposited back with the apples. What's the concern we have that the apple is going to touch the wine. Which is like this. If the place where the apples opens up, there's slabs people can see, which means if the apple touches the wine, people will see it touching the wine, then the wine is looked at. The wine is going to be looked at. At the end of the first short wine rashi, the nearest is the open the public will look up. Touch the wine. It's visible from the and this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews. The apple was why is it not going to touch the It's going to figure like this. I'm going to touch it, I'm going to shake, I'm going to stir it around, do a little like facial, and someone's going to see me. And then if someone sees me, I lose out the opportunity to sell it to the Jews. So therefore, again, near system is fearful, fearful of like facial, therefore he doesn't do it. That's the first one. The years of the law of the public I can live in a city, all of this place of places that Jews who are passing by. Of course, the Akon lives in a city where there are only non-Jews, and this congregation was absolutely the time is the one who can see the members, whoever sees the flag will be ready for the war is possible. And she is shaking Shana, ultimately again, it wasn't just for Jew, goes ahead and appoints a shul. He appoints a guard to be there, to ensure that the Akon doesn't go ahead and touch the wine, then the wine will remain for the day. And Shana feels shaking Shana. I thought you should go see the Nicholas and just sit there rather the sugar ultimately again is able to be able to go see the Nicholas. Go in and go out. They will find the parameters of that as well. Sugar also says it's just one day for common practice. Sugar also says the domains are all one. So that surely comes out first because we have no idea what is the sugar what is he saying? Okay, to be determined. Let's see next. I'm going to tell you the show we can love it. With no explanation, so it's the same case. And I go ahead and I take one. Now, again, remember, same case before. The optimistic way of the materials, which means we don't go after one. But I'm making it in a way that it's so unusual. Once again, the wine is deposited with the other person is covered in balls. In this case over here, the apple goes ahead and writes in the receipt, he writes, silver paid. Pay me for the wine. Now, I remember again, I actually didn't pay for the wine. But it's writing that I paid for the wine. Ultimately, again, it's multiple. When you see what's the logic of that, you're saying you saw the whole CD money. Now, again, the logic of it is as follows. Since Apple has written that silver is paid for the wine, which means it's mine. Because it's mine, I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because I can go in and out and take it as I please, the assumption is the Apple is not going to touch it. Because it knows that I can come and access it whenever I want. And there's a certain element of fear that's there. About when you're seeing the whole CD, actually, to us, sub. But again, despite the way it is received, you have to silver. You can't touch the wine until you actually this was an actual case-based shine loss. As the rabbi said, it was lost, which makes sense because in this case, since the apple ultimately again retains control over the wine. Says the people call it that. Or what's the case? I went ahead and I made one for you. So I made one. Now the one, the grapes have to rest the apple, right? So really what happens over here is I made the wine, kosher wine, ready for someone to be served. Because it is actually small, it's what the Mishnah say. The Mishnah said if it's a city where ultimately again there are choosing right? And his house opens up to Rosh Hashanah. The wine that he loses permitted status because the apple's not going to do anything with it because the Jew could see it. Now, like if it's Mishnah says, if it's a city of only old big Chagim, then again the wine is not going to be working. As soon as there's only non-Jews there, the apple feels free to do whatever it wants with the wants again. Even if there are only non-Jews in the city, actually, the roughly, how much is your buying? There are peddlers. Roughly, there's a little bit of a spice peddler. There are peddlers. Others, there are merchants living there in the city. So you for sure, if you are in the residents in the city are all non-Jewish. There's always Jewish people cycling in how the city should make it enough that will create a little bit of fear that the apple's not going to come back to life. And which will up to commercial appreciation of the cycling that has a lot of ability again crusty. Rashi says over here, Shane is nothing but a little bit this. I want to make them a lot of shite. So it's like such a locked city. So the locked city had those merchants and their access is restricted. Once it's restricted, therefore, a lot of the Mesa, is a city. Only as Gentile residents, the knowledge will be us. So I'm going to say, if the long kisses are out of the so remember again, Mishnah says that in a city where you're Jewish and non-Jewish residents, still the house of the apple has to open up the Jewish Now the Gemara says, by the way, the window is the Rosh Hashanah. Even if the house itself doesn't open up the Rosh Hashanah, but there's a window from that house to Rosh Hashanah so people can see in, to see what's going on. That creates enough of fear on the part of the apple that he's not going to play around with the wall. Similarly, again, actually, is right across the whole Yerushalayim. Afילו they bias Maswach Lefosel. The whole Maswach Lefosel of Yerushalayim. Connected Pesach bias. Came out of Maswach Yerushalayim. So again, even if they made it out of the whole Pesach, out of the window, they're obviously Yerushalayim. Ultimately, again, that means the verses and the fear, and the apple is not going to play around. So they get the Ashba Yerushalayim. Ultimately, again, if you have a garbage truck that opens up to the remember, apparently, again, this was a learn that people would go to the garbage dump and they would leave it there a little bit. So because that people would see if the apple was still opens up into the garbage dump, people would see what's happening there. Now, because of the fear that the apple is not going to touch the wall. You must have big love for Yerushalayim. Seeing again a country ultimately again is like someone was like, Rashi says, let's say again, it's an Ashkenaz's house, and next to the Ashkenaz is a Jew, and which was a country. So therefore, you have a country, everyone else is very happy. What do you do in the country? Find the country, get the dates. Remember, anyone who goes to the dates, it's what you sell. So it's covered to get the dates. So because he's just going to climb up, therefore he's going to get to the apple's home, and therefore the apple is going to be reticent to do anything in the mind, lest discovered by these plus they didn't point out like the tremendous results. What's happening? What do you see? If you squad to the let's finish. So the Gemara says, secret shop. What happens? Not the secret shop, like the whole shop. It's the secret shop. All it is, the head was cut off. The country was cut off. And therefore, a lot of the nice there's no fruit. Because there's no fruit, because we still climb the tree or no. So if we give it a backup level, also the pattern show. One says that the presence of the country predicts the wine in the country is moving, and one says that it's hustle. Watch this. So the giver says, "Kind of the hustle, the man sorry, the hustle, catch out, kind of the hustle, not the like side." So one says that it's hustle. Look, if the country is not growing any food, the news is not going to climb it, and therefore if he's not going to climb it, he has to go looking into his house. The man says. Showing think of the updated the side of the so it's still fun. I would say this is example. And we see where exactly is the animal. Therefore, we're climbing the tree in order to be able to see where the animal is. If you notice, what is it that creates the access? Obviously, step one, step two, you have the guy who comes in this way, into the possession of the home of the bottom line is as long as other people that are using the city, other people can see into that. Some people, again, because it's not good or because there's a window in the shop, or because there's a garbage thing, or because that's where it comes from. If someone sees it at the end of the day, he's not going to see it. Why? Because people are doing things wrong. When negative activity, when the things are bottom line, we all do it. When do I post it? For example, someone else spiritual success is gathering. The person will realize that there are always the person that the king. Also, just the fatal flaw just because it's not seen the privilege that we have is that we live in the presence of the all kinds of years and all kinds of working in our business, in our bedroom, in our lives, anything
extending its relationship with Sharpay, co-hosted by our Media New York's The Breakfast Club, Jack Sparrow, and more. Sharpay is also the co-founder of the Black Effect Podcast Network, also a joint venture with iHeart. Under the new multi-year agreement, Charlemagne will continue his uninhibited trademark style of award-winning breakfast show, as well as Weekends with Breakfast Club, alongside co-host DJ Envy, Hilarious, and more. Avatar: Fire and Ash, already the biggest movie at the box office this weekend, the third installment in the James Cameron franchise, raised $12 million in the previous month. Expected to make another $90 to $105 million this week. US and $250 to $275 million internationally. Williamson is now a dad. The Saturday Night Live star and his girlfriend Rothschild discovered that he was pregnant. Just in time for Christmas, the 29-year-old actress posted a series of photos on Instagram of her since holding their newborn daughter, Scotty Rosie, with in honor of his father, Scott Davidson, FBI firefighter who died responding to the World Trade Center on 9/11. He confirmed that he was on the Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, saying it was his dream to be a dad, and everything else was under the data anymore. I'm not leaving the order. And then she did, outside of the whole thing.
I am going to be purchasing or renting a home in the concept of where I will say the way right now is how we set up the other courtyard. You then like the sending it's such a multiple homes over on the courtyard. So the concept is owned by the idea is renting and purchasing a home in that house. We're doing the what happens is go ahead and give us the home. See, so that was the concept. So that's all. So once again, it's the case where I Just there's another what's that? I don't think that the one is the Yaka, right? And even though again that's true, it's not having or there's no seal as it's we have pressures because there is enough to allow us to want to remain also other days. However, again, the second answer, so ultimately, again, if the Jew is in another cluster, then ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key to where the wine can, and there's a posek, and or there's a posek, like there's a seal on the wine, ultimately, again, okay, that's this. How we try to issue, so we saw that what was really again, if you have this, I'm producing one for the opposite. Over here, if you sell this wine to a Jewish consumer, but the wine is being deposited in the Rishus, the sell garment is a concept, and it includes, as guys say, the apple, the bush that I've got the ultimately, again, and this has still on the seal, and there's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be I'm going to go ahead and I mean, I thought we should not get the house in the other one. So we also said, no, if you saw this really good, in the same cluster, even if it doesn't have, or there's not a seal, why is something with the wine to change? Because it's surrounded by definition, it prevents the apple from doing anything it's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the verse says, how about we say nothing because we have a good one? The cluster of Kailas, but I mean, that's a good year. The same cluster of Yaakov. It's really important to be again.
The first time caller is 818-501-4721. To try to reach toll-free for East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, call 800-600.
But let's say again, he's going ahead and begin the same cluster. Sorry. See where it says, however, let's say we're going to I thought we should have to have right? If the Jew is living in the same cluster, ultimately again, he does not have ultimately again a seal. It's going to be less. But if he is in a different cluster, I thought we should have kept the person. Ultimately again, he's in a different cluster. Even if and the most say, fully say that ultimately again the one is going to be concerned. So when ultimately again up until the time that sugar comes, actually sugar negotiating sugar to a watchman comes, or until someone comes to the point that comes to the example of so the Gemara says, healing on the safe. If we say ultimately again that we are coming to the safe law, not a common on Pesach. Ultimately, it's not a common. Ultimately, that is also Pesach also. Validation is talking about the first case. The second, validation of the safe side. The second part of the key part of the safe. I'm on the leg. You're at the open up. You're kind of coming out of the show. Not the first thing. I better be open. Then go ahead and explain this. Even if ultimately he does not have the key or the Allah has safe relation. Rather than ultimately he's talking about the end part of the relation. The Chutzah, that is Chutzah. Kama says that if you different Chutzah, ultimately that is going to be Chutzah, the ocean of Teach, the Hosei, that is the same as the Jewish grammar, the same answer ultimately again as the apple. Then again, it's only more for the key or there's a seal. So the only answer actually negotiate with the shamer or actually double the moment of the from the speedy argument say no. So again, even if the key has the key or there's a seal, so there's a shamer, ultimately going to come to the point First one, there's a sugar that's actually detrimental. It's clear that it comes only at certain times, and the alcohol knows exactly when he's coming. Hello, grab the way you have to say it is that I love the license. That's not a situation where there's a guard. Listen, I can close the okay, listen, we'll finish up the second and see what those are all bad. The shoes are big of I'm going to get this finish now. Let's make this quick statement. All of the domains have an output are considered to be So you read this and things are like this. Kind of compass is like this. In the same way that ultimately again, the same way that it's a malicious and again, all the qualifications, there's those from the cities, and ultimately again, the city is not good, and the same how is true if the wine is positive in the whole of the other positives. Whether the wine is positive in the form of the owner or in a different either way it's going to be also right. Has she won the goal? Ultimately, again, we are in the rest of us. I will say. Just before we go on, let me show you a very you can actually it's almost right across the leadership will take a public so again, this is for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is you should know this. So kind of come up with this. If you have a city that is all right, so I'm looking at my son here because the water is going to be awesome. And that's true. In the either way, it's going to be awesome. The Gemara says, the Torah Shimon al-Lazar, that he publishes only the part of the Sibiriyah, so our whole anymore, they find out the water, the half of it will have a year sus, or the half of it will have a city, but down for the vice of our Mother Shimon al-Lazar, the name of so let's say here's the shot. This is the kind of when you have a city that is all up, right? So then I love the device that kind of covers as the wine is awesome. It kind of doesn't make a distinction whether the wine is being placed in the home of the owner of the wine or the owner of the wine. The shot is what that I was saying. This is what I was ultimately again. Is ultimately again is so now let's go back to the so there's like Velcro and kind of like this. Appreciation is also kind of purchase other people. After Nani Hustler, you shouldn't go. My comments is like this. In a city where it's all whether the person down the line or the owner or the different wine regardless of the wine, right? What do you mean Hashim? It's like this. I can't this one guy guess. You can make it guy guess. And then the next time that you put it's one, you also get three on one guy guess. So therefore this guy next to custody between the two. So that's that big position. If you're also over another one, there's so over leaderships. About your ships, we go from look there. There's your those are tracks for families as well. We want to point that it's in a city where it's full of the one is Esther is in the domain of the domain of someone else, so that this secondary output is going to make the wine Essa, reserved with but usually it's but that was really happier. No, but they that's here. What more than come on? Hello, I have a choice to submit that where she saw. When do we have to be cautious? When do we have to be concerned? Ultimately, again, that in the case where the city is that the owner is going to pay the one of the items that's going to be displaced in the home of the owner. And for different people, you don't assume that a standard is going to be blind to the IMS side. And therefore, the line versus why the law official is wrong. Remember, it's not recipes. She was already told me she's what people call it. It's not one of the ancestors. He says, rather, all of you would have to be the conditions. If I don't know myself, the why is going that's the two versions. I can't find it. Today, so this is the same case. So as a created made that they deposited the one back as a person and deposited with the ship. So now what's the status of the one? So that one made that right? If it's also clear most when we have to be concerned with reciprocity, where there's a possibility of reciprocity. However, again, even that I would say, love got the whole state kind of free love, but this is over here where there's not that whole relationship. So if you have a friend that has a wrong with them, if you have a friend that has a wrong with them, and if I go for my son, that's why I say in that case that there's no concern ultimately and therefore the wrong should be IMS. I think about this case is the shared these are the shared factors of ours. Ours are the flow. Ultimately, ours are the cover. We can do whatever we gets that the shared factors are the same. Because they are afraid. So in this case, we can do whatever we want. There was a particular which heralds the culture of Jewish and they found it understanding between the so those the Shiloh just is, obviously the Shiloh is when we say that we have to be concerned about guy investment. It says as follows. It says, this is the city where the Jewish is therefore, again, here you find the touching the wine judged as a drug, that here, in that case, especially, which all of us are essentially saying like this. And therefore, again, we don't make it I love the nice thing that comes to wine, and there's absolutely no ramifications for it that the wine it's just about it. I just want to share with you just the So, the Rambam has like the Lutos, Mahapolos, Asuros, Gimel, Halacha Vav, Gimel. After Shesaplo Yisrael B'Jor, Yesh Yedekul Yisrael Yitachon Mena B'Ayim B'Beis Yisrael. And that will hide the kosher wine that you then sell to trees. But the wine is being held in the house of the So what is that to the wine? If Klal Yisrael is actually on Yain Gavos, if Yisrael is hybrid in the same country as Yain, then the wine is being held. My dear parents, prevents the apple from carrying good. If I am Paris, I gain ultimately again, but I am ultimately again, why is going to be us? Why is the right to why would be us? Even if the Jew has the key and there's a seed, even Shayan Shahar, there's just something that the fact is actually has the ice and everything off, we need to go very in this case, essentially, I look at this. If the wine is being made by the Jews, that's kosher. It has to be in the apple, but it's in the apple's house. And if the apple is whatever it costs, if I live in that house, that creates a basis. My presence creates a fear of the apple is not going to come to me. But if I don't live in that house, and at the end of the day, it's not that the apple is going to do whatever it wants. Even if I have the key, and even if there's a seal, ultimately, again, walk from my side, wine is going to be us. Those go on the next one, it says as follows, that if Yaakov does the same, he writes me this receipt, right, that you guys as well in this case. He says, it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, I work for the myself. This is plus of the Akam Yisrael, it's not been over the actually read that exercise. Let me say the last case. How you Yaakov say, I'm talking about the Buddha, which is the other, hold the device, I'm sorry, so I'm going to start with the what which is that if the wine is and we said before the whole job and this is a city ultimately again here then under those circumstances the wine is going to remain okay. What's that incredible? We'll stop over here for today. But I'm going to report separately. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi gets out of the anyone that was Rashi shows how it's happening. So Rashi gets a little slow, just kind of come up with this ultimate text. Let's take a look at it. We'll just quickly here. Actually, no. I'm going to record a second. We'll do a second. It's a little bit of a longer piece. Rashi goes through essentially what is Rashi going to Rashi's Halach is a little bit different from Halach myself, but nevertheless, I don't think it's say that we'll say, Shmeh, something for today. Everyone has a wonderful day.
Where I live, right now.
That's always how it starts. But special one still with worry, one Justin, one thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our sponsor for Russian Russians this year. As its history shows to us on the show. Our very sponsor for the so how about we hold on Paul Pilot. This other show December Christmas right now. We've got the faster the grandson which are out in Minneapolis, Indiana. Now that this time ago is my shipping source of sleepless thought about children, suffering subjects with a completely shared problems. His mother, Sarah Rothschild, has showed us was it a beautiful, beautiful path ahead of us. All of our messages were trying to make the show and the colors. Chances that they so successful. The whole of myself is getting a message all the this is beautiful. Let's see, I look at the school, you have a whole bunch of pictures, people learning from different places that the shop is happening. I'm not going to share that. I'm going to try to get the it's tremendous. So much more than just learning. It's that expensive part of your day. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter where you travel. Just satisfied that there are other pictures as well. Seven, 8. That's a somewhat description. Right now, that's one a little bit, because we're going to by these and found buildings. And then what happens? We go to escapes. Escapes before you really exit. The bottom also takes the boats are getting back to the capture, and it's brought back into the gate. It's brought back into that base. Rashi says over a lot of 7 otherwise, you don't try to find something to accelerate. But so we look at that place, I have to raise the general capital cases. We try to do all capital cases, but we try to do accelerate. Right? That's what we're trying to do. We try not to execute. We will do whatever we can. We try to find some of these. So I love that. But if we're going to send this to them, but a state that wants something to try out, that happens all out. But we usually try it. We're not such a system like that. We don't do that. We just go back and forth crazy. But we don't try it. Come up and share. Okay, we'll visit that with the board. Come up and share. We try it. We do registration. We do how do you say this? How do you say it? Don't say this is short. This is say that's like a change. Let's try to play with so-and-so worship. The things that you execute based on that testimony.
Starting off this week's Ted Danson's comedy Man on the Inside on Netflix. That's followed by It, Welcome to Derry on HBO Max. Death by Lightning on Netflix slides back to Heat. The new drama The Abandons on Netflix remains aesthetic. The docuseries Sean Combs The Reckoning on Netflix debuting at 6. Leading into the countdown at 5 is the HBO Max romance drama Human Rivalry and The Beast in Me on Netflix remains at 4. The Peacock drama All the Fault Lives of Beth in the top 3. Taylor Sheridan's Landman season 2 on Paramount Plus powers up to 2 this week. And for the 5th straight week, released on Apple TV, is your #1 stream show. Here's another way to connect iHeartRadio. iOS app. Your car, dashboard, or seamless way to stream music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface is built for simple navigation and complete driver distraction while making sure you can still access all of your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will synchronize with iHeartRadio. And prepare you want to listen to music in your car. Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
not the shower. So that means that the Sanhedrin operates incorrect Israel as a most balance. So why does the Torah why does the Torah say shower in the case? Which means to say right that the Sanhedrin operates right. So it's out. So what's going on? This means that the shower at the motion fucking the whole fucking bar, like what you're doing. The right is Israel. The Sanhedrin looks like this. I'm looking at this version of regular output. The output is the was the children of the celebration. Yes, that fucking every province and every city. Like a province is multiple cities. So you have like a regional children's book of Sanhedrin. And then you have small Sanhedrin, the small little thing that you see that is Israel. Because as a motion of the in this balance, you have shows that the day but not fucking every single shit. So it's like really quick outdated to very interesting. But I'm not pointing out in public that I'm not even down. It was like that you $100 it's not shit done in this market virus itself. You don't even the fucking tickets about it. It's interesting. Like the Sanhedrin operates there itself. The Sanhedrin is in the Sanhedrin contributes capital pieces. And so what's the odds as well? With the caveat, those Sanhedrin's equal violence, which is actually I guess violence also is the response. Whether it's the proper habitual Sanhedrin in Eretz Yisrael that is treated in capital cases. Now that requires two things. Number one, simcha, and number two, that the Sanhedrin is situated in the Mishkas HaKadosh, in the Eden Zedekesh. If you have words to get to the Sanhedrin is individual in capital cases. When a man treats capital cases in Eretz Yisrael, it encourages Sanhedrins outside of Eretz Yisrael to treat in capital cases as well. That's what the word is. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Let's say last one was just kind of true. So that's how I guess. So we have two different versions of this version. I want to write about the fact that the regular version has words is considered to be destroyed. Like what I said. When you saw the Sanhedrin would never execute everything. It shouldn't show you how open or civil sexuality, whether it's sexual. Once every 7 years is too much. But once every 7 years, that's normal. Once every 7 years is too much. Those reasons, the time of year actually is 6 time. So, literally, that's the consciousness. It's not your blood. They don't get to answer that. So again, you can't answer that. Yes, it's the sports generation. Like, I'm going to actually, some of us shut it off. And even if you want to say, I'm not taking it to say no. We know that someone will still be healthy. I don't know. They don't happen to be shins, general practitioners, right? I don't know, this is just our nutrition guys. I don't know what it was. But the place I go, and they said, you know what? We have general practitioners, and just as important as the before, we gave it the market, so that it was 100% healthy. I still don't the buckle science, not the hubba. You know, we should give him the baby where the place where we make when I had statue, they get a hold of his heart rate. They make it into an MRI or a CAT scan or whatever else, and maybe get a hold of his heart rate. You didn't know about, but he has another physical research. They know about because it's okay. More or less, I have so not really capital case. So essentially, it's essentially a capital case. If you want to exonerate, the way you exonerate would be to say to the witnesses, how do you make certain that you said you sold the kitchen, but tonight was the maybe shedding was a trade. Which was a tip. So that would be grounds for exoneration. Now, the intelligence of that is the chazaka is that what? Is that what? People are trainless, right? And again, now that's what we're trying to see. The point is that what is a particular question, and such a cast doubt on the fact that women shouldn't be lined up until shitting, that there's a possibility that shitting essentially is only like collectively dead. Okay, so that was let's say cases of rape. Everybody keeps it in the right? Let's say witnesses show up and they say yes, this is so funny, you know what? So really how shit is right. Is how so it's 7 years. It's that's how they would have exonerated everyone. So in the case of Gilbert, essentially what he would have exonerated was to say, I didn't know that Jimmy was that whole healthy person. Maybe he was a traitor. And in the case of Elias, they would have said, you see the actual act itself, but that would go and show. That would have been done for exoneration. This was a traitor. That's actually not even just maybe specific. Now, again, in the case of Gilbert, somebody's going to check that line of questioning because that's the stuff but if it's not a traitor, unless of course you're going to be a traitor, what about the case of Erica? What do you say? It's not that way. Maybe we should say, no, you don't see the actual act of maybe you can't predict how you ever predict someone in the hours, or among others, I traditional, but they're not big, shouldn't be good enough. There's again, has to worry about the bullshit, about virus in general. The ignorance of the see that, or the ability to see it. Like circumstantial evidence, like the cost of my son, again, where the argument investors right now, they don't see what's the actual impact is always right? And that's why they just that triggers all in general when weaknesses are showing up and it's so again, I don't know myself. So active. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is really soft and gosh. That they was for sexual activity. So those are one things in precedence to solve regardless. I did not know that else is doing. So those are not my ideas of food. What's the groups? Right? So how would you question faster? What do you do? So it's definitely so areas and rolling out the faster. I know about myself. We discussed the shadows. The rolling balls on shipping and kills.
anti to Odin. Although my boys are listening are probably gonna be like, so Santa Claus actually and he for missions from travel by force, and he left gifts for children in their shoes on December 6th. I'm thinking, hey, Ramon is going to talk about Krampus because December 5th is Krampus Day, December 6th is St. Nick's Day. There was 1960s by I think God St. Nicholas. And he had pictures in here. Pull it up. There's a boy like in the cheesecake, which is a significant but yeah, so there's also Nicholas, this figure also kind of marquee one. So they kind of create their own wars things like when he first meets her, like I mentioned, there is a bit of a theory that Santa Claus may or may not be based on COVID. I'm actually, when you look at the Christmas tree at the end of the day, one like the tiny, more interesting for that. Yeah, so Boulder actually has a lot of celebrations that are happening around this year. So there is a legend that sky during time of soul. And if anyone has ever heard of the wild hunt, that is the wild horde of spirits that fly in the sky, spirits of the dead, or and they can use their bodies and take it to the afterlife. You didn't want to be outside during this time of year, or on the outside at night, you want to see your soul being taken into the afterlife. So, you know, Odin has shared far but also Odin is often as a god of the long year and rides in the sky on the eight-legged horse. Yeah, very interesting. So there is a certain similarity in that, you know, Santa's for a year. Right, guys, with an 8 grand year. Now, when Odin would be outside watching the sky with the wild hunt, flushing the spirits, the spirits. The north, the ancient north actually let them over and pay the right of the on their long journey. So, kind of like how the North
in the forest. Just say something wrong. Now, in the United States, the United States are accidental death is where people are going ahead and chopping wood in the forest. What happens? So then we'll see somehow he ends up killing shit. Whether it's because the accent flies off or because the speed of the wood flies off. In the United States, what's happening in the forest was a wide forest, high forest. It was 9 hours, just the reason for the president to show which is the reason for the Muslim country. Because a forest is a place where both parties have the right to be there. So therefore, that's what I suggest that the forest again, both really should have been there. So to again, communism in Congress, where both parties have a right to be there. For example, the Israeli party, shooting comes into this country, and that is what happens to shooting. So we don't know that's liable for that. Right? Or conversely, even though the insurance property, also that's not really accidental. In order for it to be an accidental death, a number of back tests in place in order to establish zero intentionality, right? And then the two best numbers carry out for both parties have yes. Why do you have that one reveal? Because I think that this is a research issue. Are you over the smoke? The Rishmat Hashlim with Haftab, enough for the high road? Nothing. There's a lot of this. Let's say either is going up on a ladder. What happens? The wrong backwards completely, and therefore getting falls down onto shit. That is a sleeper says, we have these diagonal focus, and it's like, what's read about this case? What's read about this case? On one hand, which direction is moving going? The surface force. So the shadow is, so now let's say moving force downward motion. So what is it? So what is it motion? The moving motion is an upward motion. No bonus. Downward motion is guns. So what you do in a case like this, where on one hand, these intentions to go up, right? Go up the ladder, but it's a downward motion that causes the breakage of the road that causes it to come down on the ship. So again, it's like within the kinetic case of the ladder, this is where it's not a case. Even if it's going down the ladder, he slips off and falls down. So it's at the up. But at the same time, it's a downward force that blows that causes it to fall down. So is that fall out or is it down? So Gemara says no. It's a no. Is this called ascension? Is this called a and therefore we will not go regardless of your thinking, or is this called going down? And therefore we will regardless of it. And I got though, we will read that shit and say, so this is okay. You've touched on this already. This is the case of Soda of Bless. So this is the case of going down for the purpose of going up. Rashi says it like Saragata. Aragata can be issues of so that's a just over here. We've spoken about this before. And the value of this is the linkage of the wrong. Backwards downward force. This is called this is called descent. This is called looking down. And then I love the Lisa. We're not So again, unusual for as I said, that it's tired in front of it, left up and down wheels, down with those lines, that usual action, and versus going it has to be that way, right? Why? Because if it's not that way, then you're never a case of ascent, right? By definition, every ascent requires pressure downward. If you're going to say that any ascent, right, and that they don't put what you call this goes up the ladder and raise the one because he doesn't know that is called descent. In Lysa, there's no descent ascent. Only to ascend, by definition, is to exert pressure downwards. So in words, it has to be that's called the case of our year, and then we're going to go ahead and go up the ladder. We're the one that seems to ascend the ladder, fall down, and shoulder. That's why very goes. That's why it has to be that way. Go past the way because as China himself is the grace is said that he's coming out of the God. So What he's talking about is a ladder. So let's say you're wrong. So let's say in that case, when it's body, the was said if you have a machine which you don't extend on the separation, that's what the same. This is talking about a ladder that's not I'm going to have hands on this book. That's ascent. That's considered to be descent. Interesting. Look at that. This is what the market is. Hayır, şu başlığı şişti, şu gazlarını karası. It's understood whenever you have an event, well, that's what's going to happen. It's going to sell. It's going to sell therefore by definition. By definition, that's going to descend. So the driver see the matter, as long as they are able to help incredible. All the other parts of what everybody say about how hard it is. Both people talking about cases of ladders that are not even manual. So Kasha, one is talking about a case where the runner was properly fastened in place, and one is where it wasn't properly fastened in place. Meaning what? If it was properly fastened in place, that's a proper ladder. And if we're going to walk the way side, if it's the wrong place, the feeling is ascending, that's called ascent. And ultimately, again, is that type noise. If it wasn't properly fastened in place, then that's going to be called descent, and even will be high. So also, it sounds like what the person is like this. But I walk the way side, if you're going to go up the ladder, in a regular case, assume that the ladder is a proper ladder. Right? It's not it's properly fixed. You don't take the ladder. What happens? As it's going up, it snaps the run. You don't know why is the run being snapped. Why does it snap? Because of the downward pressure is going. Look at that as descent. Rather than you that only would be again as ascent, and then follow up so we would not be rather than the situation. Also, as a pastor, this is this. So I'm saying the reverse, let's say, how you only let us see what? Here it is. How you only see what? Right?
So it's not necessarily they weren't necessarily slaves like in America, but they were very much companions.
Right? Because again, what you're doing is you're pushing it down for the purpose of going up. Right? So when you rebuild it, so exerting downward pressure for the purpose of going up is not called Rita, it's called Aliyah. And therefore, again, by definition, when Rita is ascending again, remember, if it's a line ladder, like if it's what's the word, like a circle ladder, okay, I'm not talking about the case. But it's like a proper ladder, but even though it's going up, it's exerting downward pressure. That is called ascension, and if I walk away, so we don't really what? Trying to do this in that case, there was like, there was us, there was speeding us in the back, and when you see the mirror, it's so Aliyah, it's called Aliyah. Or it's like, a lot of things like, that life is like this perpetual journey upwards. It's not like that. And you know, you have one of those experiences where things are so great spiritually, and then something happens, and like you are into this valley. And it's so frustrating, it's so upsetting. And first it feels like only the everything I do is bring myself up. There's no floor, because everything is descending here. So that's like most people which take this, descent, right? So we have spiritual descent. It offers us another opportunity to learn so much about ourselves, to learn so much about our businesses, what we're not making mistakes, and whenever there's something like that spot in your life, that teaches me, that shows me that that's virtual case. If I use it,
they also look like we look very
learn about
similar.
myself, to learn about my weaknesses, and to build that better, and it turns out that not to be beat up
similar instances of Christian Europe, like Germany, the global, they all made it to be like efficient and helpful. Also, and installment brownies, and it would, depending on how they were feeling about you that day, they would either clean your house for you or they would make it messier. So you have that very much that playfulness, that mischievous that side of it.
When we fail, our goal is not to lie. When we fail, our goal is to ask ourselves, why did I fail? What happened? What can I learn about myself? What can I learn about my life? How can my weaknesses can I grow to become a better person? If in those moments of failure, I learn about myself, I push myself up even stronger, then the failure itself becomes a leader. And so it becomes an idea. Itself becomes a moment ultimately again spiritual ascension. If my ideas are just years of work, they're just years. But if the mistakes are right in front of me, to learn about myself, to build myself back even stronger,
We don't know what substances to try or sometimes it's quite possible. Anytime you shared experiences or shared or especially emotions where those cultures wouldn't necessarily have been able to talk to each other and describe what the stories came about. So I think there's something to that. I'm not going to shut it down. I think there's something to that. Because these, substances that people consume, they often produce a very similar effect. So, ultimately our brains are created very similarly. So if there just happened to be a plant across around the world that created the same experience, then yeah.
Just thinking like we're talking to, I know it's a little out there too. It's almost like wherever this started, like whether it was the Druids or whatever, touristic marketing, because it's carried over from countries maybe 1,000 years ago, where these things that we've held on to. In fact, I have friends that have Christmas, maybe they grew up Jewish or whatever, maybe they grew up agnostic, explaining Christmas to people just as it exists. It's kind of a hard sell, but for whatever reason, it's done. How do you explain this season, outside of the religious aspect, the Christmas present, the way it's wrapped, the Christmas tree? How do you explain it?
That's a great question. So I tend to lean more into the winter solstice, so like the pagan side of it. And actually, a friend of mine was listening right now was telling me a couple days ago that she actually doesn't celebrate Christmas with her children. They actually celebrate the winter solstice instead. And she's telling me how much calmer it is to do that instead of following the chaos of Christmas.
Well, how do you do that? How do you celebrate the winter solstice? I bet there's a lot of city for that.
You can, so something that I do as a winter solstice tradition, I still celebrate Christmas, but something that I do to celebrate the winter solstice, I did it earlier today actually, was I did a simmer pot. And so what I did was I got my big pot for water. I got cranberries, oranges, apples, star anise, cinnamon, cloves, some vanilla extract, and what you do is you literally simmer these ingredients in the pot. Other people might do like different ingredients and whatnot, but it makes your home smell amazing. You don't have to be pagan to do a simmer pot. It's whatever religious affiliation you all are. Do a simmer pot. It will make your home smell amazing. Oh my gosh, my apartment smells immaculate right now. If someone were to come over right now, they would think I have my life together. Yes, that's something that I do. And as that pot is simmering and the smells are coming through, I just think of, the end of the year and reflecting on the lessons that I've learned this past year and what am I going to leave behind in 2025 and what am I going to take with me in 2026. So, again, very low key. Other people will
actually countries aren't necessarily coming from Christmas origins, but they do have more pagan traditions and a pagan background. So a lot of the greenery that you'll see on a wreath is actually tied to fertility. So I mean, let's be honest, this is getting darker sooner, the nights are longer. This was also peak time for fertility.
So the wreaths are a sign of fertility.
So they are. Again, it goes back to solstice longer. It's no longer night or whatnot. So it's a civilization of the word. It symbolizes like life, fertility, hope. And if you notice, like a lot of these will, the feature plans will focus on like greenery that can sustain in the cold months. Because usually trees or usually greenery is gonna die. It's gonna die towards there, but this is like very much a sign of resilience as well. So yeah, it's actually quite interesting. I always tell people definitely, want to consider looking at the origins behind, whatever wreath decoration you choose that year. Wreaths can all come with different things. Your Christmas trees, if you're really wanting to be sensitive to your own religious practices, make sure you're okay with, what you're hanging in your home.
Since we're on it, so we're going to raise what about tree itself? What does that symbolize?
Oh, yeah. So this is probably one of the most common questions that I get. So, same thing, very similar, pro-life, whole which honestly does, line up with the Christian, with the Christian beliefs in Christmas, especially with, the birth of Jesus and whatnot. But yeah, so again, the trees that can sustain, so they symbolize life and renewal, and it's also promise of spring and summer coming back. So it's almost like I want to say like it's like our ancient version of the vision board. Hey, we're going to put a tree in our home when all the plant life is pretty much sleeping or dead now. We're going to have this tree in our home to remind us that we're never mind. Whatever spirit or deity is paying attention, like, hey, we're looking forward to spring, we're looking forward to warming up, so, and also, like, grow our family, so, yeah.
One of my traditions is always been interesting ever since I was a little kid, so while you're talking, I'm thinking of my Christmas here in beautiful Forest, Missouri, you have a tree up, and then underneath the tree, this is what it looks like, and I was so fascinated by agriculture. I mean, there's the nature, there's Jesus born in a manger, born in a manger, but attached on some fishing line. Santa sleigh with the reindeer flying into the manger, so it's just like this crazy collision of culture styles stare at and try to figure out. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 years old. Okay, they're bringing the manger, Santa's like an ass. It was all very subtle to me too, to kind of get a grip on it, but all those things that make it fun, they're going to happen like I did those releases on this Christmas, but I almost wondered as I got older, like the traditions of the tree and Jewish solstice, how that kind of worked its way into the religious part of it. So it's almost like it's funny because the Christians put a little adapter on pagan rituals to kind of make it more powerful.
I think so, and there was also a mass conversion to Christianity that was taking place, and some people argue whether or not that conversion was consensual or not. But it seems that softened the blow, so to speak, so that those who are converting who had the pagan background didn't necessarily have to give up all of their traditions.
Change it like this, right? So that
Exactly.
So the dates too, I've been told that, like Christmas, whatever the birthday is, Jesus didn't happen in December, that just happened to coincide with the winter solstice, so it's not fit. Okay, well, we have lots of people on the phone for you. Essa você se conosco bem, okay, você se resolve so then the ownership
Wishing the holidays would come early. If you own or manage a business, they can. With help from iHeartRadio, people are already shopping for their loved ones, hunting for deals wherever they can find them, including right here. They're listening to the radio, they're listening to podcasts, they could be listening to you. Don't wait for everyone else to kick off the holidays. Get your best season of the year up and running today. Call 844-544-iHeart or visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
There's nothing
Hey everybody, it's Chuck and Josh from the Study Show podcast. It's that time of year again. We double down on your holidays. We collect our friends and past life and that's right. First time to see them, CDs, yo-yos, and a whole lot more. So,
we'll see. All that's responsible is vibrations. That's the
when you're high, you feel different. Think different, talk different, draw different, you listen to music different. You probably do. The problem is, you also drive different and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because it feels different. You drive different. Brought to you by Nitsa and the Ad Council. During the break, you have to know the difference between placentia, placentia, and placenta. Available here to 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on GFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going on with your favorite team scored another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm Jay Zachary Singer, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time. So this day, you can build a championship roster to your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
iHeartRadio Breakfast here with content for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips on smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/learn. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The local sheriff believes that one killer. It's been 4 days since those bodies were found, and there's no arrest at this point.
So therefore, the for something to sell it. Yeah. Well, they go other things. How do I sell the story? And once we have
Radio app, number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go. Beyond the iPhone and Android app and iHeartRadio.com. Just another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is more than radio. Vizio TV. Check your TV remote to the iHeartRadio button. Quick access. Visit the Vizio SmartCast app store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Never want to receive that easy idea. What is my cat? I got to see the
what about
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. You know those arguments you have for it, or chat, or shop about best score from whoever best handle all time. Now imagine one of your buddies left your video. Not only that, it's the best. It has a backstory development. I'm Seth Curry. Charlotte. Our new podcast is called Coach, GOT. We're in the Bay Area. I'm Tremont Edwards. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We'll break down the greatest of the air and all the categories that you care about. One plus you, lock down the fact, and one-on-one sport. Listen to them. GOT is greatest of their era. iHeartRadio. Your one-stop for answers. 844-844 iHeart. 640.
I'm sorry. I said it. There's a choice between
Exactly. And maybe Krampus is starting to prove that he's more viable as the years go by. So maybe we'll have Krampus become more traditional in the next decade or two.
Well, people need to realize those techniques got the money, so they really Krampus to kind of keep everybody going back to what I talked about when we come back. Once we break here, let's get to some of the lesser, your call. Talk to our just have some questions. Let's talk about elves. Let's talk about samples. Let's talk about trees. Let's talk about the race. Let's get into it. Questions you have when we come back from Coast to Coast.
This is the season for identity. After this time of year, most of us are checking out for our holiday gift lists. But guess what? Identity thieves have lists of your personal information way beyond that. Protect your identity from what you get. LifeLock monitors hundreds of ways to data points every second. Alert you to threats you can miss by yourself. Even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. If your identity is stolen, your own US-based restoration specialist will fix it, guarantee you get your money back. All plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Act. The last thing you want to do is holiday season is straight down. Fraudulent loans or other financial losses for identity. Make this season about joy, not identity. With LifeLock, save up to 40% for going to LifeLock.com. George and LifeLock.com to save up to 40% off service I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a control. Welcome back to Coast to Coast AM on the Coast to Coast. For the morning, your guest may be back to today's episode right now. Our guest is Alex Suarez, traditions. Wells Fargo. Let's talk to
So whatever
Let go of their negativity and get more positive.
because it is so often it is shortcut offensively protect yourself. It very often offensively protect yourself. Down the wall, lift yourself, place the evolution. What it says, Asian barrier, people took the last beautiful. I think what I find is like is when you say like spiritual
Somebody's comments or opinions about me isn't necessarily about me, it's more so a reflection of where they are at themselves. And I just happen to kind of be the vehicle to help drive that self-realization as they process things. And, it's like, for example, when I ran this on social media, there was a couple of people who were comments to that. And initially, I would read their comments, and some of them they were insulted. I was like, oh my gosh, how can I say this about you? But then I'm like, that's speaking to, of course, I want to be respectful. Pronounce things properly as much as I can, but this process for me is not like, it's good I learned from it, yes, but it's ingesting the negativity from that mistake, no, and the less weight I give to those comments, like the happier I am, and more positive ends up coming my way, so I'm definitely aligned with that mindset.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so the first one I'm going to give you comes from the outright reset. This is actually a woman now, and for me, I think it's a big credit. I like the like it, and I like to think of her as the Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees of Christmas. Her name is Frau Herrscha. So she has also been switch. Our European, German, Alpine, as I mentioned. So she rules the countryside, right? Multiple Christmas stuff between December 25th and January 6th. And goes to your home, exceedingly important on your eyes. Also something that you have to have done
Christmas is spinning black. That was very much a thing that had to be done. Now, if you were nice, you finish your black, have her finish your official meal, and she'll do a nice coin and have her you'll beautiful native. But if you did not do any of these things, or you didn't do one of these things, or you were bad, will take on this monstrous form, and she will slit open your stomach, remove your intestines in your stomach, and she will stuff you with straws. My gosh. Yeah, and she actually has a sword of like demons that follow her around and calls her Drago. And this is another one. You want to leave out Drago, because otherwise you'll either A, rob you, like they'll pull money out of your wallet, or they will throw you into the air and rip them apart with their claws. So if you want to leave Drago, but yeah, they're around here with this little terrifying helmet. What's her name? That's another one that's making ways I had to get right up. I used to say still in my hair. Yeah, so everyone's like, did you find out about this? Research about crowd. Library of Congress, great. From like 1900s about germs, and Ralph Erica was on there. Like she was in the same area as Prophet, but yeah, Ralph Erica was there, and it's like how big the machine and whatnot, and this is like a little fun side. Like, oh, you know, you keep talking about this, but here's her headshot. I was like, oh, interesting. And then I did more research, like on social media, and broadcast is very much a figure during the holidays. Not necessarily supports the artist being out, you're still spinning black who are, I don't know if you're really know, right? From Iceland that I think drives that as well, but you know, traditions very important, like spinning black was incredibly important, especially for that time period. Black had very much starting to plant fibers, yarns, linen, bread, so making clothes. So that's, I think that's a big part of it, where you know, clothing was important, you know, during ancient times. Then you know, if you didn't meet your quota or meet your deadline, you know, that's not a good thing. And you needed to finish by the holidays. You know, I think that was part of it. Well, Alex, it used to be like the window of holiday traditions. If you want to say, tell us some crazy stuff about Christmas. You'll come back with things that are like, not house. Let's go to wild card line. Let's say it was John. It's awesome. Hey, John. Alex. Hello, Alex. Great show. Alex, think about the money. What you think of how we love your work. I just want to contribute. So one of the things that I really that's what the only thing else about people is when I'm comfortable when you discuss here, that was always I always like somebody I thought others might not somebody I thought I would never be. Somebody who's comfortable in their own skin, whether they're crazy or dying, and you
right? So again, it was up to me, and I took it personally. It was little things Good morning. Today's daf is we begin today by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual tower sponsors. The Tulsa Valley historical sponsors all this year, all the directors at 5785. And this is close to the Yes, to thank our sponsors, Big Barrel, and the sponsors all this year on this week. Barrel, then Josiah, was yesterday, $8. We also thank the sponsors for the family show today. Adam, welcome to Charlie Show. We also remember Harry Cornway of Leo, Hirsch, sending Charles for so much for having a Leo. We also thank Yoda Open for sponsoring Yoda today for Yossi Open. Today, Yossi should have a full speed coverage, pain-free, no back to taking out the garbage speedily for our days. But on a serious note, Yossi, we wish you, and of course, Elena, hopefully the circuit as well. Because back to be with you. Hey, that family sponsorship. Tremendous. Relative to baby boy. Thank you so much. Yes, we'd like to share tremendous. Because everything you heard yesterday, our family to welcome next day to the richer family. And so we're going to celebrate with you. Thank you so much for this week. So there's some quiz coming up. And we look forward to bringing you out to the party show. And we're going to show you out to the party show. Yes, there's some associate that I just had of line. Sorry. That's the only thing I was at line for yesterday. Yesterday we had those to tomorrow, but they got focus all the way at the bottom of the level. Rob and Shmuel. You have a Zafar, the recipient of Mishka Zafar. Does it follow the halachas of Mishka the Isha, or does it follow the halachas of Shotei of the Zafar? In other words, we know when it comes to a girl, halachically, the Diyah of the girl is only considered to be a Diyah from above the age of 3. When it comes to a boy, the Diyah is only considered
That's
necessary or allowed to violate or try then to alien borrow those extra words and apply it to Hema, and therefore don't have any kind of consistency, you're also compatible. It's going to be also compatible as well, but it follows all the other halachas of consistency, even the initial concept is going to be a problem. But hold on a second. Let's analyze this for a second. The Hema, Mechayim is expected. You have to put the things in different categories. The Hema is when a person violates the Isser, this is some of the things based by a basic hospital. Not by God's property, but by basic. Then why? Why is it that it's connected with family members like an error? Well, it doesn't that does not take care of. Those things are not adjudicated by the basis. So why would you write the words, the extra words? Yes, by someone who's not Misa, they should why would we write it by case? The Catholic got a day to be suspended. The weak don't need to be suspended because the evidence is suspended. The law says that Pilate says the clearly called the Joshua to also see the night of the Joshua. The law says, Rocky points this out, that the something like repeating the controversial and intervention, the fucking everyone looking there said twice, part of the second time that they're written is for a Joshua to teach you something. Now, since they were written an extra time to teach you extra halachos, the Lord says we have no problem adding in some extra halachos to the Gemara's editors. In other words, the bottom line is, when it comes to halach, there'll be a problem. It's always a problem by Zachar, so it's a problem by Misha. The finish of today's share is it's a problem by Misha. And have you know that? You know that I'm is Sha'era Kara, which is unnecessary to write for an to the mother or to the father. It's simply very clear because we know that halach was born, which to the Isha or forbidden intimate relationships are compared one to the next, and therefore you don't have to write the words there. So this was teaching you when it comes to the hang up, you have the reality that love is going to be even is going to be a problem. Ami, the son of Ami, asked the following question. About our Ba'atzma, what if the person's right is to himself? What's the halacha? Now, is that going to be a problem? Parlay, what did your sheikhs respond to him? Kabasta, you're driving me crazy. That's the misunderstanding, but there's much more than Kabasta. Either comes to the into justice with the type of gather, or just like why are you asking questions? Look at Rashi. The Rashi translates this word as Kabasta. Tsar Tabi, you're bothering me. Shishal Dabash, you're asking something which is impossible. All they say, you're causing my stomach to turn by asking me such a ridiculous question. Now, more important, why was it a ridiculous question? Mighty violence. What's the question? Let's analyze this. Think like you're concerned that a person behavior is firm, limits purpose. That's just impossible. And it's probably impossible for a person to do this to himself. When is this possible? When the Shabbos makes. We're talking about a case where a person does this with a limp finger. Now, why do I have a Shabbos made by right Potter? When it comes to oral right, it's not like this. When a person's intimate, they limp finger, this is the same exact halacha. Those who say a person is tired, we're in a relationship with a limp finger, then I'll come tired 13 years. Should be tired twice. In other words, you can figure it out. In other words, if it's impossible, the whole case is impossible. Why do you bother to ask? If the case is possible, then how is it possible? The only way it's possible is it's the law. We have to consider to be a deal. They're supposed to be. So therefore, that's why you can consider the deal. So it is. In other words, why are you bothering to ask this question? I think this actually brings us up to just an important discussion point. Or it's about something. More likelihood to this case is that. Now, I think it's very important to know. I don't think these good marks are bringing up these cases because they're particularly relevant, or because like the culture was engaged in this kind of behavior. I mean, I hope not. I mean, I haven't lived with that years of this counterculture. But the reason why I'm trying to bring this up is because there's no such thing as cases that are left in that the current governs our life. So the current governs every possible scenario. We can't have a situation where in one generation a person comes up with a bizarre idea and we're based in this go ahead and make up the halachas. We'll make up halachas. Every single case is going to be dealt with the Torah. So we'll come here, we know, we're coming to Yam, the Torah covers every single case. This is Torah. The rumor that the Torah needs to know what the Torah specifically is of every single case. Every generation is going to come up with something new. Our generation will come up with a lot of new things. And we always have to know what the Torah says about every single case. We can't have a situation where, you know, because something sounds very bizarre to us, we say, no, we shouldn't talk about that in the Gemara. This shouldn't be brought up. This is not relevant to the Gemara. You know, it makes our stomach turn. Now, if it makes our stomach turn because the case is impossible to happen, in other words, it's just simply impossible for it to physically happen, you should not have to answer the question. It's just impossible that it comes to that. As long as something is possible, you have to know what the Torah says about it. And that's what we're doing here. In these cases, as much as these cases, for the most part, it's a bizarre to us. What's going on over here? Who does these kinds of things? Bottom line is, the hierarchy, the Levite Hamitzah, this is Torah. You need to know what halacha is as disturbing as it might sound. What is the halacha? What's the Father wants from us in this particular case? Therefore, far away from these cases, we'll have to do the testimony of them. In those cases, which I think many of us don't, that's not currently about. The bottom line is, you need to know what the Torah says about it. When it comes to a case, it's just impossible for that. That's the process of case. Maybe this is Torah, but it's not the rumor that it's the I mean, the market typically is just impossible. You don't have to ask this question because either it's impossible or the halacha Following day, Rav Sheshes. You're asked the following questions from Rav Sheshes. Bezalel goes ahead and engages in the relationship with the animal. You put the animal to death. That is why it's explain this question. The color, the color, remember in our Mishnah, our Mishnah told us two reasons why an animal is put to death. Whenever there is a case of the animal and an animal. One of them was the Hoyle of Oscar Takala Ayah. Why is because a person would have sick by way of this animal. In other words, this animal is a vehicle for sin. Therefore, the other way of looking at it was that it just was a desire to get up to walk through the street, and people can say, oh, this is the animal that this person put to death. Now, Takala is the first one. Takala is the shade, which is the second one. The question just is, do you need both, or do you need just one? But the Mishnah tells us that there are two reasons. Or the Mishnah tells us we have to have both reasons, or is one of enough? What's the difference when it comes to an outcome? When it comes to an outcome, perhaps there's going to be a case of but there won't be color. Why is there no color? Why is there no shade? Now, what Rashi says is that it could be that in certain areas or a period of time, that different idolaters did this. Different idolaters, there have been designed after the desire. Maybe some idolaters did this, so that's considered to be a shame for them. And more than that, it could be that even though there was stuff that could be ridiculous shame for the other day, will the Torah go ahead and to worry about the shame of an idolater? Because that's what we're worried about. Put an animal to death for the sake of the shame of the idolater. That's what Sheshes said to Yisrael, the Mishnah proves this point. Not he loves us. When it comes to trees with Lotazala, saying, oh, they don't eat, they don't shelter, they don't drink, they can read, they can't smell, and still, Amr Kala, Hash taste, stroke, the color, you have to destroy them, burn them. Again, get rid of them. Since the person way, violated an issue, something that goes to hell, and that brings the person from darkness to darkness away from the ways of life, the ways of death, the offers, of course, this animal is put to death, just like a tree. So therefore, what he seems to be saying is that Torah is enough, Torah is not necessary. In other words, it isn't, that's what shame becomes that what desire. That isn't shame. In other words, you don't see the aspect of what desire. But therefore, he wants to say that the Torah is enough. Why? When it comes to the tree, that is Israel. Get rid of the tree, send the animal, by raising the animal, taking the person to the ways of life, to the ways of death, you should go ahead and destroy the animal, eating it to cut off alone. Just to stop the block alone.
You know what your customers are doing right this second?
Oh, the answer, I'll tell you the truth. I want to listen to this guy. I don't really understand the logic behind this. In other words, what if the tree doesn't eat, doesn't drink, doesn't smell, and the fact that the animal brought a person to dark entire the dark it doesn't sound like it's not symmetrical. There's no sort of symmetrical, logical type of thing. In other words, you can say, I know that an animal does eat, does drink, and does smell. So why is that the relevant point? I must have been something very small. You have to excuse me. I just don't see that the picture right here. They stress it. Why that? In other words, like he's a sex. Now, it comes to an animal, the animal is about time. It's about time. It enjoys life. It doesn't take on the life about time. Why? Because opposite the stumbling block that came over. So a tree, one needs to say that. One needs to say a tree doesn't smell, it doesn't eat, it doesn't drink, it doesn't enjoy life. I don't know. Maybe that's what this was more about. The tree doesn't enjoy life. The animal does enjoy life. Maybe that's what it's a little more about. The animal does enjoy life. I don't know. You have to choose that one. Am I missing something? I don't know. I think so. Okay, let's just move on. Now, the actual words we tell you your opinion is that the color stumbling block alone is enough. On the opposite over the topic, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, I'm a stop to the person who bows down to his animal, shits out. We come out, sir. We make the law to be killed. That's not how it works. You have to kill an animal. The person who bows down to it. Well, you have to make it. You should. We need your meeting. This is strong and also this just can't be because it can't be a situation where the Torah is more strict halachos to an outlook that it tries to Israel. Israel has the highest level of opportunity, the highest level of responsibility. Those two things responsibility in Israel are the highest order. Yes, the responsibility of so what's the right? No problem. You're strong good. Let's say. So what do we say? We also do yourself well. In other words, let's just think about this. Why is it that others who put animals to death for being used up to behavior with the person? So why do we put an animal to death? What a person bows down to it. It's like a person violated of the Torah by way of this animal. Because listen, we did the Hava reveal. It's be the same thing. Abrahaya, the second, the lower of the Ruba, the Bible says, where we do not go in life, which they says, but he's telling you that yes, the shame does play a role in it. When it comes to intention, a person's relationship with the animal, yes, a person's going to be embarrassed. It's terribly embarrassing for people to be put to death because they gave bestiality. In other words, even if there's a culture that would do it, the whole idea behind it is embarrassing. So there's a lot of shame that comes along with this. That's what we're very terrible as it is. It doesn't come along with the same kind of distinctive type of shame. For instance, a lot of things go to the let's get back to our tree example. Not only shame when it comes down to a tree, still on the Torah house gets struck with Kalei, you have to destroy the tree. Versus Malachi and Karinas, that's why when it comes to Malachi, for life trees have been said it. Why the clock struck with fire? The Torah did take tremendous precautions when it came to livestock and animals. The first thing the base to what to put animals to death, you need to have the base state of 23 to do that. You see, the Torah is very concerned about an animal, not when an animal comes to trees. You do not need to be the base state of 23 in order to decide about that tree. The Rambam, my brother, disagrees, and he says maybe the halacha is not vexatious. Over Torah, Behema, Nedis, Be'avera, Tiharim. You know why when it comes to the animal being killed, we put it to death? It's because The behemoth, he was dead is from the Aveiro. The animal actually enjoyed it, therefore it's going to be killed. Halash was very long, 8 ends of the Aveiro. So let's go back to this example. The tree did not enjoy the person down to it. Doesn't have an ego. Oh wow, this guy came down to me. Doesn't have to go over to her. So then Rob explained by the time you can't compare a live thing to trees. That's why I want to try to bring the right up. It's another way it comes to now what the our Mishnah told us that there's color is shade and there's the fact that it's a stumbling block which was unique or is one of those situations. Talks about look at our Mishnah. So we're out there shalom to hate the name of embarrassed myself. We don't have an animal walking through the marketplace. The yoga will keep on you saying Jewish was before the yoga. This is the animal that the person died because of that. Now my life, let's try to think about this. He's the same on the top of the name of He's the same contact color of the fellow, the end of the Mishnah, the color and color. Yeah, it's talking about the animal person being shaped by this. And of course, the fellow person behavior was kind of behavior with it. The way so what is the second one adding? It must be the second one adding. You know why it's working? Because the same animal something once. Wait, so we get it. This is the color of color. That reason is sufficient. The fact that it wasn't the color stumbling block and not shaped though, it's still a good animal to death. You see that hopefully someone in the video tells you that the color being a stumbling block for you, well, you whatever it is, you have to put the animal to death, but they do not need to come along with the thought process of shade. Now, what would be the case where there is takala without shade? Only because of them, I'll buy the haylock. The case of an opera, who would use this relationship with an animal. For some reason, he might not be. That's a shade of it. In that case, it's half takala. Wait a second. Yeah, half takala. Takala without color. Yes, it was. It's a good. Same month, color. The same month, of course, we don't do stuff with black bear. That's the reason why I put the black and color because the shame is also reflected themselves. Rachel talked about that. Rachel is just going to come out. Now, feeling color, below takala, not the Italian, teaching us even if there's shame without there being a stumbling block, in that case, it will be type of baby. How do you find the case where a person has a relationship with the animal? And there is shame. Well, no takala, it's strong above the animal disorder. It's strong against the relationship with the animal disorder. He didn't know it was also. He didn't know it was also. He did not know from the shul. Later, he did not know that it was also in such a case. So he said, "Color did not leave here. This is the showcase." The color of the shades, of course, is the color. The word that compares it to the you have to go to strong above the aim of the showcase. Now, what's going on? The strong is an animal by the state. What's going on? It's a color. The color should be used for the stuff we want. After the shape of the color, it goes definitely shade that goes over it. It's a color like but the showcase, therefore, it doesn't get the color there for a reason. Duma, maybe color out by me. Shade that color. Maybe the shade is enough to sleep with the animal. For that, I'm going to have to touch it. I'm trying to figure it out. Like these two cases. Fast, shut up, this is a look. Not subsequent prices, but it's going to be about the case of this exclusion. This point, the marks is as follows. Shut up, shut up, yell that part. This one is very clear about this. I mentioned this yesterday. We're talking here about the halakhic nature of what we would consider a halakhic deal. In any case, this is still going to be a deal. The question is whether halakhically it comes along with the consequences that come along with the halakhic deal. In other words, there's the action of deal, and then there are the halakhic consequences that come along with the deal. One is explaining a number of examples of the halakhic consequences of the deal when it comes to children. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day. This guy, that's a good deal. If her father marries her off, and they get married with Bia, that Bia is considered the halakhic Bia. Now she is married. They call that Yama is the brother-in-law who died. She fell to evil, and her brother will perform deliberate marriage on her. With them, that the evil works. But it's well, like ever, her younger brother-in-law was over Kada. She's not married. But the younger one should make this age, but she's married, and she, at this age, engages with another person. It's a key that makes this age. When the time is well, if she happens to be a Nida, it's technically possible the first child, then the time is well. The time is the doctor, the other, let me get into this thing over here. The doctor, the other is basically, if there's no Nida, then the tool will go very hard over and again, if the person engages in being with her, walking the Nida, and the person becomes tummy as well, releases the coin. If she gets married to a coin and tell us the Shubah, then she gets married by way of freedom, and yes, she gets the Shubah after the Sulid is someone who is puzzled, who she's not allowed to be married to. Engages with her at this age, puzzled with Karuna, becomes disqualified for marriage to Kohen, and after the Barais of the Torah is one of the forbidden relatives. Engage with her, and other riots that the Moshe Yada, that type of Bria with her be considered to be Allah to Bria, is because of that with us. The Torah, she's the Torah. She's exactly how this because she's a child. After the Torah riots, go back to this. It says, you engage with her after the call riots for the Torah. And the riots, that engage with her. What does that mean? But he's a behemoth. He's a behemoth. And it was all look at this case. The color is terrible shame. She's a child, just to grow up. And I know that she gave this kind of relationship with the animal. The color like that as a child. She's a child, and therefore there's no color. That mirror is there. You see very clearly, but when you shave alone, without the color, that's sufficient. Because I knew that's what I got. All of the guys who put the death by way of this kind of relationship. So there's an animal relationship with her. And she's a child. So in this case, with clearly with that color, she doesn't want to marry a child. And still, animals you put to death. You see very clearly that you don't need to have both reasons to color in the stumbling block. And being shameful is enough, because in this case was no affair. Marsh was no. He misunderstood this. He was the see that this is the case when she did it intentionally. She knew what she was doing. So the color not the ego. This is the color. So that right, she had a trust. Mother, who's the boss of that? The son on the cross of her. She's a child that doesn't know what she's doing. Therefore, as far as the English is this on purpose. The actions for children are actions of children, but she's not going to be punished for it. But again, you can't say there's no takala because, of course, she intended engaged in this kind of behavior. Therefore, there is a takala. So, and yes, she did do an affair of with the punished, she would have to be punished. Okay. Allow these dogs like a hidden little place. Here is where the funds go. How far does the river tail go? It goes to a person, but back to a baby. One of those lowercase facilities. Other ones I talked about doing a riot, whether or not you have to have the color and color, or it's color that you have to have the stumbling block and the shade, or it's the shade alone, or the shade alone. Then takes a shot with that one. The power of rights when it comes to a man. He's 90 years old in birthday. How far did it go? He goes and engaged in a relationship with his mother. So if his brother died, left behind the sister of my children, and he goes and has his sister-in-law cannot. He's got her and they're married. The Ado don't say, yeah, actually got to, can't divorce her until he gets older. He's not old enough to be able to ready again. The time of Kenida. If he engages in a relationship with a Nida, he goes coming with Mr. Dr. Gallo. Himself, he tackles someone to Karuna within a proper relationship with a Mafia. If he engages, if he's a girl, he cannot go ahead and allow the girl to be Shuvah. Also, when he would be about his back, he engages in this kind of relationship with animal, he disqualifies for big one. If it's Kalas, there will be skill up by way of this type of relationship. Now again, if this male, 9 years from her day, and is intimate with any of our writers in the Seminole Torah, they shall be put to death by way of the type of relationship. Now, clearly, our part is case, Kamal Ego, you're safe to Kamal Maka, there's no stumbling block, there's a child. Nevertheless, the Katanula, this girl Sayada, because the person will get skila by way of this case. So again, the same exact thing. Kala gets. Here we have a child. You can't consider to be a Kala because he's a child. Nevertheless, it's kind of a shame that comes in with it. And what does it say? The animals have to get death. You see that the Ryan changes that says that if the simple shame alone, that will be enough to put the animal to death. Where it says no, same terrace. Keep up the basically, since this child did this on purpose, it's intentional, that Kala not doing that. Yes, there was a Kala, this child didn't have error. Yes, one of them was also the way. The child had qualified by saying this is a child, doesn't know what he's doing, but actually comes to a capital punishment. Now, we're just wrapped where you go. Sasha, what I behave, sorry, I love a lazy day, Sasha, what I behave on the mercy word goes so far as the person that got the animal. Yeah, we don't have enough time left, but this is a major sugya in the halachas of Kiddush, because when we set up here at Pasha, or the idea is considered to be an avera for a child, but he's not going to be punished. This is something to a big discussion. How do you children accommodate from it when it comes to mitzvahs and averos? Is it just a separate mitzvah or which is really essentially incumbent on the father? Or the children are the children actually obligated to work mitzvahs? Can't get into that whole discussion. But still, go through it. In this case, it seems like all the ones that we say that there's a Takala, there's an averos, it comes from punishment, the punishment is not so Shabbat, double after, go back to our Mishnah. Shalom, Tehei, Behena, America, Yavro, Zeus, was gone, this one, our Mishnah says the reason you put the animal to death in the game when it's the subject of bestiality is because you don't want the animal roaming the streets. Unfortunately, you're saying, oh, this is the animal that fell, so we killed, we're engaging with. My love, again, the same thing earlier. It's the same with the Kala, since the second one, the Mishnah is only is adding the factor that it's a stumbling block and should for Rachel Kala. The beginning is a case where it's shame with no actual avera. Then he told me what's that case? Yisrael Ba'alei B'Shavei. If the Yisrael engaged with the animal by mistake, he didn't know there was Asra. This is why you can correct. Safe with the Kala, Rachel the Kala. The safe was talking about a case of the Kala obvious, which is in an avera, so it's a stumbling block. The Kala is embarrassing. The Rachel is talking about a case with the Kala, where there was an avera, below Kala, there's no shame. The case with the avera. And this goes, what's that? Only the couple of all the animals. This is only the couple who engage in this relationship with the Hagar. This only the couple, this idolater is not ashamed of it, and perhaps even if there is some element of shame, perhaps the Torah is not as concerned about the shame of an idolater, and therefore we're not going to have a raya, because one of the limitations, we're still going to have the same question, so changes the Torah is not able to resolve.
I don't know how old I was. This was about 2 years ago. Oh, so recently. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a quick break and let's dig in on the things that you've learned since then. Because a lot of people refer to you as like the Edgar Casey of modern times.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We give my thanks to all of our sponsors for this year of share today. Our annual wonderful sponsor, listeners from Israel, dedicating all the children's Russians this year. This was the Israel focus on Israel. Unfortunately, speaking about it, we'll speak in loving loving Torah, speaking more about the Israel growing, spiritual growth. Many sponsors, Jeff Schwartzman, sponsors, Yard Shmuel, Ben, Shimon, from the Rafa. Anonymous sponsorship strategy. 2. The entire share for Jacob started that film over 27 days ago from Second Zara, celebrating Shas and American bound. You have inflation, very large Moayako, Rabbi Shmuel, all of the shows have the family, all of the the guy and you have to make sure some of the precious soldiers you were killed alongside God in Gaza. As Hashem, in the form of the Shmach, Hashem, the messages because Shemaz Hashem give incredible sense of Shema to our own soldiers, which really say to our brothers and sisters, there is a sort of Hashem, Shemaz Hashem. Continue to give Hatzlocha, Ulacha, Shemaz Hashem, God is also and so there. Because you got to believe that is signed with the lot. Very well, Hashem. We are picking up on love on the days 6B, and we left off. Let's pick up at I didn't have a separation. So we'll say, so which is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 59 down from what we signed on love on the days. Remember again, what we were talking about yesterday. Let's go in the middle age. I want roaches to reveal the organization. What was the focus? So my focus is regarding the puzzle in a scenario where Hashem highlighted that we're not allowed to transact. This is what to deal with. What happens in such cases? Right? What's the status of the proceeds of such a transaction? So the Yochanan said, Asr, proceeds are Asr Ba'ana. Reish Lakish says the proceeds are Mutter Ba'ana. That's one of the focus. That's where we're going to look right there. I think one of the traditional issues is the price that's supposed to be also, but also when it comes to that you're not permitted to go ahead and do business with the knuckles, no, also I would never have a sky. The only limited something, let's say, for example, selling something that is going to last up until the young, up until they're young. Because again, the assumption is if the sold item will last up until they're young, then Allah supposed to thanks to their deity. But let's say you sell them something that's not going to last. For example, you sell them vegetables. So if I sell the apple vegetables before they're young, but it's not going to last up until they're young. So tell you make a rush, yep. Never say the sky walking ahead about a local ahead. So did partially say the truth is you can sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. The logic being over there, because the Yaakov has tremendous simcha, when he sells off something that won't last. For example, again, vegetables, because he's able to go ahead and make money before it drops. This is where it tells a story over here. Right? So there was a particular thing, it's a heretic, who sent the Buddha a special point. Dinar, Kisanga, literally rank, he sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send the Buddha this gift? On his young, on the Avodah Yom. So obviously, Reish Lakish coming. Reish Lakish was sitting in front of them. Amrei Biavi. So he said, "What should I do?" Ashkelei, if I accept the gift, Hazel will go back. Then ultimately, again, this heretic is king. He'll give thanks to his deity, and that's not good. Well, Ashkelei, if I don't go ahead and accept it, Habila Eva. So we're going to talk about this concept about Eva, the issue of animosity with the outside world. We have to be careful with that as well. So we're going to again, we see the context, and so we're going to see what it shows up with Christ. So it's like it says, oh, there is some issue. Told us about this, just to go into a bed. If you back into a bed, you should have told us about just go forward in the face, right in front of this character. On the way, close to the hand of Eva. So, to which I'm going to see it says for 1 second, we're looking at confusion and animosity. Aim animosity is only so. Right there, that's pretty much the guy off. Which is like something that happened, that's which like kind of make it look like an accident. In other words, it's not like you transfer like the Boston one. So in other words, obviously you can't hold on to it because what we want to get, and also it's actually going to different type of case. Because remember, this case over here is one of the next Mishnah. This case over here, the gift is actually given on the young itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the 3 days before the young, because we'll discuss. So it's like he says, they pretend like you tricked, you lost it, this way again, you don't create it, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we transfer this to the course of the right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario. So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an apple on the 3 days before his doctor. What is the halacha? So the Rambam asked me, the local Samaritan, Paraktas halacha, there's like a lot of halachas in this, packed into this one halacha here. Rambam writes, Amar Benasa, when the also shows you, Hare Zeh, Mutter Zahadol. So Rambam asked me that if you violate and you transact the business on the 3 days before the Yontif, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. Rambam Haskins, like Rish Lakish. However, Rambam Haskins, no sip, don't cut on the wire, or exactly. If you transact business or these transactions with an apple on their yontif itself, then the proceeds are asr. Right, so 3 days before, if you violated Mutter Bana, you can benefit from it. On the yontif itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back to the So next, ultimately, again, so what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, the Mishnah said both these are prohibited in the previous project. So the Mishnah, the Kamar is, I understand why I can't lend something to an apple in the 3 days before it's empty, because again, I'm not going to be benefiting because, again, he's growing his assets, right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, I thought the Shulchan had why can't I borrow from him? And at the end of the day, to borrow from him again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be granted? Rabbi Zera Lishon and Rabbi were concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's Rabbi. Rabbi said no, the also will. So Rabbi says no, the issue over here is in general, the Akul is going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. Rabbi said this is not going to occur over and over. So what Rabbi is saying is this: when an Akul sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him sympathy. It's so fascinating, right? That what does the world want? What does the world always want? The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So the nice again, and that's why the world is such a difficult Jews stand up for themselves. Despite that, you don't have to rely on others. Anyway, so Rabbi says over here that when the borrows from the Akul, as much as from an asset perspective, the Akul has less at the end of the day. He is still thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, the Havos something levels for him to lend or to borrow from him. So, the Shul Havos from our listeners, I was like, because by lending him, right, he has more property, he has more assets. And the nobles may have, right, but why can't I borrow from him? Because again, there's something over here. If you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the Jew. Rabbi Zera allows us to the Havos. So once the Rabbi says we're concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to my Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the Abbot sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. We know that there. The forerun, first one line, the forerun for the forerun, and to go ahead and literally again pay back the apple and to collect payments from him. So because the Mishnah of the forerun, so I understand why I can't pay him back. You shouldn't become our because at the end of the day, I'm increasing his assets. I will withdraw on the hand, they will keep him back. But again, ultimately, to exact payment from the apple, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that now be the third? Rabbi, once again, is here with Rabbi and Abu Bakr. Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payment, you become to pay back. Rabbi Amar, all of this is because, again, the Akub was a sense of gratitude, but he knows that the Jew is dependent on him. We'll say, so the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? In other words, whenever you see the repetition of cases, and the cases are all highlighted the same basic principle, the fundamental mission comes up. Just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after that. Which thing wants to do? We need all of these cases. Why? Allah says, so if the definition. What is this for the name? Business with an apple. For example, you shouldn't come out of it. But also, again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the apple, he's gaining money. It makes sense that we're going to gratitude to the about this show, man. If you look at my new shopping, but I would have thought that to borrow money from the apple would have been better to borrow something. Because if you borrow something, you take your object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the apple. Therefore, I would have thought that would be good. I know the show, man. I never would have just said you can't borrow from the apple. Which would be a sheet of very bill stuff. But I was a little over. You know, when someone has to borrow something, so what is that show? When someone has to borrow something, what is that show? I had such, right? I had guns. So you're dependent on me. So I was like, okay, therefore I can't do that with the apple because he's going to go and give gratitude to the how about real loss, man? But ultimately, again, to borrow money from the apple, that's the sound of the album. This is very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender sad. Like, why doesn't cause the lender sad? Because ultimately, again, he doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. Outside of the Alma, is like Amar told you no attributes. Whenever you have money, there's always the possibility that getting paid back. Therefore, I would have thought that should have been with her. Apple's not going to have sleep come from that. So, another factor. And I'm almost going to show the car about something about the Ashtamia Ace. And many people were just coming to the case that I can't borrow money. No, because the Apple said, no, I'm going to get my money back. One way or another, I'm going to extract my money from it. And I'll lift from my head. This is law attributes. But let's say to extract things from the I would have thought that's what they're because there's no super involved in that. If they're not going to provide things for the community, and I would have thought that would be what they're different people. Some people say, look, reminds me of all these cases. We're not able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited either because the answer is going to be heavy, because at the end of the day, he's going to sign additional things for the or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, whatever is going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved with anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances the relationship between Akum and his deity. Okay, incredible. The Buddha over the front. So let's remember again, the Buddha. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payment from the company 3 days before, like we tried now. You can't collect payment. Why? Because the Buddha assumes that there's no simple involved in going ahead and paying the debts. So therefore, again, the Akum is not going to go ahead and give thanks to the deity because he paid his debt. Now, interestingly enough, the Tanakh says, unless the Tanakh says that I want to say no, can't collect the debt because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run. I think it's a great office, they'll be happy. I don't know if I can explain this. Gemara says, I don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda, the last thing Rabbi Yehuda, apparently, what's at the core of this focus over here is this idea that if somebody causes you temporary sadness but long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an apple? So it's really only one thing that fits that category, which is collecting payments from an apple. Right now, we're causing distress, but later on, it feels good to know that you paid off your debts. So if Buddha says, we just look at what the transaction is now, we don't look at what it is in the future. Now the Kama says, no, we look at what it is now and what it is in the future. So you must understand that Buddha doesn't hold with this concept about what you should to access and he doesn't hold with this concept that someone causes you temporary distress, but long-term happiness is considered in general to be happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, Baba, and let's do this. And Buddha says, but you don't know, they should need a woman should not go ahead and put wine on her face. So you used to use wine, but there's like a restriction. Basically, you cannot apply that to the way what the wine is when it was fine, it was distressing.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app makes more podcasts like this.
Right today, so the Torah says in here that a woman should not go ahead and apply on her face on Shalomite. Like why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from the subjective because her face is covered with blood. This is what it says. The community of the law. What are you doing? She told a couple of words to talk about boy. After we should consider actually speak to that. We did these, or it's I guess like a shorter, like a facial shorter duration. We should put the lime on it and peel it off. Then it's okay, right? Why? Because you know stressing coming now. Ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. It's always for there. That does hold this kind of stuff. And I love what I said. If you have an event or transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, you look at that as happiness is transaction. If that's the case, the Mishnah should say, is extract payments from it 3 days before he sells this. Because even though it causes him immediate distress and it causes long-term happiness, or not like it's not, enough little cause void, it's in nature actually simple actions. So you just do the math right expectation, which is don't bring in the other person to the light. It's also in general, whenever I'm like, you really gotta let people off. You really lost your mouth for things from that fish, and perhaps the state of some type of loss. So in general, anything you're allowed to run from the light is things that cause you temporary distress, in other words, because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term, or for some down the road, simple. So you can't really bring a right from Elamite, still not as a little different construct. What Rabbi says, you have to go over the so it's interesting. Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so the Obed Kohanim is always in a state of distress. Paying back debt is just distressful, or in other words, bite and chew. You can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful, and temporarily difficult to build a long-term happiness. Right? They don't have that concept, and therefore paying them again is always just going to be distressful, or difficult. So those are other things that just happens to be a fascinating idea. We're going to discuss it. All we can come with the other place. Then you can dive on the difference. Right? What is unique about it? Right? Just think about it. What is unique about it? And so, let's see about Amisol. Amisol can only be so in this one phrase. Apa Kisha Netzer Aksha Sameach Ula Achasman. The whole result of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. Our is almost like our mantra, and that's how we got through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day. Because we believe, right, that the tsar of the aksha, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. But that may be something that hashkafa, may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to our that's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I will say, by the way, it's not just on the national level, it's on the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is so much, so just on a personal level. I'm talking about Iran, I'm talking about us, like just like day to day, like our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things, which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of being is Ata Pisha Mitzvah Action. Life is incredibly difficult for me. It's very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart. Sameach Lula Achazman. I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come in. This is one of those things. line is anything and every spot are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabbi comes along and says, by the way, they don't make no chavit. They don't have this. They don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means we're living here now, whether that means they lack the future-oriented perspective, understand that the sorrows of today pave the way for the sequels of tomorrow. With the religious saying, this is so. This is the hashkafa of it to our people. Incredible. So let's listen to Mishnah the Karka. The Mishnah does not help your children. The Mishnah doesn't say. So Mishnah Karka over. Mal the Mishtar, it's very interesting. Mal the Mishtar, being in front of the head. Mal the head, in front of the head, and they should make something up. That's right. The Mishnah Karka makes a very interesting distinction here. The Mishnah Karka says that along the way, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lend money to an uncle, if I lend in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the document. Why? Just wait, because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If however, when it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea, so along the way, so you collect that whenever you can. Because that's always in fear for us. So if you don't have to collect it, you said 3 days before the Yom then all you're going to take care of that. So it's interesting again, our Mishnah does not make that distinction. Yosef, according to Rabbi Abba, that's Rabbi Abba, Yosef the Kaba. Yochasam, Rabbi Yosef the Kaba. Yochasam, so ultimately again, so Yosef was sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rabbi Abba. And he said, "Let's follow that. And the halacha follows Rabbi Abba. Yochasam, Rabbi Yosef the Kaba. I will say so. The halacha Yosef the Kaba. That's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rabbi was making this decision that he's saying it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan under recording documents, do not collect it in the 3 days before the deadline. Collect it after the remain collected. So again, it is a bill to head, it's a verbal loan. Then collect that as soon as you can within the 3 days. So that's a lot of that. What about what is the what did this decide then? So what's the difference between the before? I know since Sarah lets out all this bother, but it's called Shaka. Shaka is spelled. So let's go back to this case. I give my meal to a dyer. D-Y. Right? I give my meal to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. But he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what do we do here? So what's the top design of the olive? So Mary says, no single, so Mary says, essentially, the dyer is obligated to refund me the unprocessed or undyed milk. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? The Buddha says, no, that was saying no. The reason why the Buddha is dramatically opposed to that because you set up a scenario where the dyer, let's think about this moment, right? I told you all that it's dyed red. Still, okay, I did what I wanted, but the value of dyed gold is always bigger than the value of undyed gold. So essentially, what's going to happen is the dyer is going to get dyed gold for the value of the price of undyed gold. He says, I can't do that. You're allowing the dyer to practice again to do something wrong. So we say like this, no sin was a tzia. It's a tzia, you say, no sin was a shal. So he says like this. There are two pluses, right? So I will say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation. Like how much more now is the role worth, and on the other hand is the expenses. So essentially, he says the owner of the role pays the dyer the lesser of those amounts. So whatever is the lesser of either the appreciation of the role, not of the dyer, or the expenses. Pays the dyer, so again, I will pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take my will back. So the Gemara said, and therefore, again, it was this transaction. Luna says that the halacha follows that in this case. That is, he said, here again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the expense, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expenses. Sakura will say flat. So we'll say purpose. We'll say purpose. We'll say this happens. Like doesn't happen like Not disrespect, an act of displeasure with what was said. Right? So put it away as like very displeased with this whole discussion. So Mishnah Allah finished it instantly. So now why was it said? First they say like this. I understand why you think that statement, but the halacha calls it Mishnah why. So the night that I'm here, so there's no sure that the sure that was said that the collecting of a debt for an act it's a debt for the debt. You are not allowed to collect it on the 3 days before the other because it will be collectible after the other. But if it's a verbal loan, you can't collect it as soon as you can because you're in real danger of losing that. So I understand why that state protector is wise. And then, you know, you have to run a lot of grabbing because the German Congress party on the right hand. Then I'll make a lot of like this. When you have my folks, the individual and the group, they like to follow suit. Group. I love the mice again. Therefore, again, he was going to tell us, or he was going to tell us that I love the mice are asking like the German Congress. So that's why that statement was necessary. I love the details out. Why the need to make it very specific about the cause of it's like if you want to die, right? I want to die, but I can die for that. So you just said what? I give him the lower of the two amounts, or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those 2 amounts and take my loan back. But why was there the need to say that halacha on the Pshita? Pshita, that's obvious, right? The machlokas, the Africa stop. So what said this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two Mishnayos, Mishnah number 1 reports of machlokas, Mishnah number 2 is Stam Mishnah. What's a Stam Mishnah? Stam Mishnah is a Mishnah that reports one of the without answers. So whenever you have machlokas and then Stam, the machlokas always follows Stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now, watch this. I will say now in our case over here, machlokas the Baba Kama. I will say that ultimately again, the machlokas that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. And so we'll say that's the word that we quoted before, right? It's Baba Kama. Like I don't see that Salomon spoke. The machlokas of Yehuda and the Baba Kama. Stam the Baba Mitzvah. Then there's established Baba Mitzvah. What's established Baba Mitzvah? It's Stam. And Kama Mishane Yada Ala the Kol Yada Ala always established in Baba Mitzvah. Which is like this. Whoever changes. For that just like it's good at the transaction. So what does that mean for our purposes over here? So again, remember this is here. I gave the will to the dyer. I want it black. Dyed it red. Because he changed, the dyer changed, the parameters changed the details. Therefore, he is put in this advantage that's established, which would then tell me that one. Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the 2 expenses either, or the lower of the 2 amounts for appreciation or expenses. So I establish one. Now, what do I have? I have my focus, for a mayor and then establish that's now the whole life. That's how the whole life of Yehuda. So whenever you have a machlokas and then a stam, the machlokas always follows the stam. So why do you need to tell me that the machlokas of Yehuda? That's obvious. That's obvious. That's what Yosef was ignoring. So he turned to the why you get the better statement? That it's obvious based on Hebrew principles. Right, so why do you put a set yield in me to say that I don't cause them why do you think this principle said should they say the Mishnah? So it's very interesting because Rafuna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? Because they were stopped at the shop. Yeah, I talked about this. Because I will say, okay, I sort of I'm say like this. I use whenever there's machlokas and then it's focus follows that. Which I will say makes sense, right? Because what's happening over the Gemara discusses the machlokas, and then the appearance of Stam says the halacha is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. What goes up the foolish problem? The foolish problem or a wrong position. We're going to say that it's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. Because it's not an order, therefore what? It could very well be that one. Stam. Before the machlokas. Well, יכולת סתם כוחות מהפוקס, כן, אבל זה לא סגל כולה. היא הולכת, כל מהפוקס, היא אחר כך סתם, למה היא סגל one section. If you're going to throw out that idea, please say the Mishnah. If you don't order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? What have you done? You've effectively, noted that entire principle. Then you can ever learn that principle. Focus the other time, stop the halacha, stop why. Because who knows which reason came first? Who's the rest of it all? But who knows? You know, I'm being say there, not the same. The same accept that. Which you might say, when do you rely on an order of Mishnah? That's in one sector. Like in one sector, there is the order. In two sectors, it's not necessarily. So in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have two Mishnahs in one sector, so again, we can always say, focus you have to have stuff. But if you separate the sectors, there's not necessarily Mishnahs. So therefore, Raki's over here, because one Mishnah is in Baba Kama, one Mishnah is in Baba Mitzvah, you rely on the principle of Machlokas, Stam, Halacha, Stam. Therefore, the Buddha felt compelled to say what? That again, that made the lesser of the two of them. Incredible. But they'll say, I will say, if that's the case, then they'll say, first away. So they'll say, why can't go for it? They'll say, who did the secret have the session? They'll say, all of these has the status of what the set. That's what the set said, and for again, felt that the statement that a lot of people was unnecessary. Because here in this type of case, the Mishnah general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are going to add this. So Rabbi Rothschild thought that was such a clarity and accepted statement that they don't need to state the halacha. Okay, but it was like the halacha. Thus far, just to get that right. I pay the less more expenses, and I get that. That's the way it works. And you see that I love as well. When it comes to collection of guests, more productive if the debt is recorded in documents. However, again, if it's a big one, we'll not get us collected. Why? Because again, there you're so now, by the way, we're just going to do a whole bunch of Shabbat which are really great. So I'm now allowed to say Shabbos Gulay. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching. Right, but rather again, I'm saying maybe you'll show up once again, you'll come stand next to me after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe you'll come to work for me after Shabbos. That's not a comment. Shabbat Omer, Adam Lachamir Yerush, Shekam Osimila Aaron. Shabbat Rabbi says he spoke to the wise and wonder, and that statement made no reference to the law. So Shabbat Rabbi said the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. When you come, can you meet up on Monday Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do some work for me on Monday Shabbos? That would be problematic, but to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, wonderful to see you, right? When I see you on Monday Shabbos, Rabbi Rothschild says that is a wonderful statement, makes no reference to work. So those are just complicated that in general, when we speak on Shabbos, we speak about therefore, we speak about business matters we shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. But Shabbat says, as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matter, it's going to be gentle. Amar Rabbi Bar Rabbi Yochanan, those are songs that are Shabbat. And again, this statement is just taken on its surface. It is not a statement. see, right? You want to get to Shabbos, nothing needs to go specific reference to business, therefore it is like a so it's another case. Let me show you how today. So say, watch this. I asked the Shaila to look and the Chacham ruled that the item is covered. Well, Yishal, the Chacham, don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a word. Or the Chacham Ba'asr, or Yishal Chacham B'Yatir. If you ask the Shaila, and the answer is Asr, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer. But Motor, how you Shnai? What happened to two Rabbanim, two Chachamim, Echad Echad Matayr, Echad Asr, Echad Matir. So what happens is if you happen to ask two Rabbanim, conversating to each other, you ask the Shaila. One says Tamei, one says Tar, one says Motor, one says Asr. So what's the halacha? We'll say one of them is greater than the other. That's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Then follow the greater chacham. The in love, and if not, follow them after their opinion. We'll say, no, let's just hold up there. So those we actually put in some school things. We should make up over. You shall put up. We shall sulfur. Let's just hold up. Hold up. You always have to be here. Okay, then go to the method. If the shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the individual. Both must be sure. That is again how we must get right. Again, we have something in halacha. So something go right, something down something not on ultimately again. They're not on. Because the Lord should have so they're not on. If you look at husband behind him, let's say I have someone who is possible let's focus on the this by the way, such a good right? So now let's see if the tshuva, does restore his diagnosis? Does it restore does it restore his status as being someone who's trustworthy? Now, for example, it's allowed to show up in the ministry and go and give testimony. So Rabbi Meir says no. In Makabin also once you do it, your status, once you win your credibility, you cannot restore it. That's what Yehuda says, Chazubai Ramakarios, in Makabin also, the Parhesya, the Makabin also. Because Yehuda says something very interesting. Yehuda seems to say, now the way it literally translates is like this. If he did Shabbat privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did Shabbat publicly, we restore his credibility. So what's interesting? So it sounds like again, everything depends on the public versus the private nature of the Shabbat. Ultimate version of this. Us Divrei Matmonios, the Kapanos, so on the base. So the ultimate version of this is what was the nature of the Avera? If the Avera was an Avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility can be restored. If it's a public Avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic there? They all say all of us commit Averas. But at least if I commit an Avera, ultimately what? To be able to do it privately. Right? Because what does a private Avera show? What does a private Avera highlight? That halachah myself, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something privately, and I will say, shame is incredibly important. Because what does shame highlight? Right? Then I know what I'm doing is wrong. Then I say, I'm not going to say, raise your hand. You sin. Right? Because when I say we all sin, I'm pretty sure actually, probably there is this new up at this point, right? It's only 6:31. Right? I'm sure some of us already have a couple of others today. Right? So in the mindset, the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that I walk with myself. You feel a sense of embarrassment. Because at least the greatest challenge is not really sin. What's the greatest challenge? But I begin to justify the sins. That's where there's a lot of challenges. Yeah, I think we do this all the time. And it's never how we do this, right? We go ahead and make excuses why this is not a bad thing. Or the truth is, I'm not bound by some other thing because I'm international. Or there's, or that's, you know, why we are allowed to be negative behaviors. Besides that, it's just exhausting. It's so much better instead to say, I'm human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes, and maybe even be more honest to say, you know what, I'm not even correctly saying I mean, as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all make like this in life. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and others. Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. If he uses his divine patience, is when we sin with dishonest. You pretend that it's not a conflict. You are something like this. You are everyone knows how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of kusha. If there's kusha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Public sinning means that a person has lost their moral compass. So if you down me over here, let me just like this. If you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. And once again, for this, the best line today's got. Excellent line. One of the best lines in a personal line. Rabbi Shimon, second line. Doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. Privately, you sin publicly. You do tshuva privately. You do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, Shiva is always accessible. Shiva, but in Shiva, return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? We're all the wayward sons. All of us, it says, just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all this mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's wrong. Just own it. Just leave it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all doing things. Just get out of it. Just free. The door's open. It's open. There's no judgment. There is judgment. But the door's still open. Show about it. So Rabbi Rothschild says, no matter what you've done, you are always restored. Build this up. I'm lawful of myself and ashkafah of myself. Follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi the lawful of myself, anyone who restore their credibility, obviously in a most exposition perspective, or from an English perspective, there are certain steps that this has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is actually the halacha. And from an ashkafic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I messed up the life, the Lord, the Shuvah is always only Shuvah. One in Shuvah. I will say never again. Who even heard this statement? Who even heard this? Even Elisha ben Abuya. Right? Even Elisha ben Abuya heard this statement. Everyone is getting shut. Here's goes out every single day. Shouldn't want to show it. Then Shema hears it. I just have to believe this to them. Incredible. All right, I will say, Mazel Tov on finishing the first Mishnah in the second of Zara. Now our second. Here we go. So, Rabbi Shmuel, we actually referenced this yesterday. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Shlosh B'fnei V'Shlosh L'Acharei Hamas. Shmuel actually always says that before they got kids, but it's the 3 days after they got kids, but as well. The Chum we say, with make Yidei and Usher, the Acha Yidei and Chum say, it's only the 3 days before they got kids, that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. So says the Gemara, Rabbi Shmuel, the Acha did Rabbi Shmuel the Ezra. So never again, so it's Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed transact with an Akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. And remember again, remember the Shmuel. And Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day of. So effectively, according to the Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with an Akum. But again, that was yesterday's time. The from said, maybe come on, it's not a double. So the problem of our Mishnah seems to be saying the same thing as the Tanakh of the first Mishnah. Like you see, they say the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're not actually you're allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akum 3 days before his Yom Tov. So again, the coming of our Mishnah seems to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakh of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on here? Which the Gemara says maybe, hey, below his day doing that. Maybe the point of the contention that we'll say is go back to yesterday's time. The 3 days Yom Tov, or is it 3 days not Yom Tov? So Tanakh of Sabbath is below his day. Tanakh of the previous Mishnah holds that it's in 3 days plus the Yom Tov, so total 4 days. That one of us right Sabbath, as that one of our Mishnah might hold. So you know, 3 days include the Yom Tov. Another contention. So what's our whole trying to figure out the distinction between our Mishnah and the Tanakh of the previous Mishnah. He buys it with other possibilities. Nasa, what happens? Why are we and you can transact with the Akum. What is the status of the proceeds? So you guys, Tanakh of summer, now some more. Right? The previous Mishnah Tanakh held that the proceeds, although you can prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. One of our sides, sadly, whereas the one of our Mishnah hold that the proceeds are legal. Okay? That's one of the possibilities. Shmuel, the way I point of contention with even is Shmuel, never Shmuel. Shmuel said, but Gola, Ain Asya Yom Tov. We'll say this is great. Shmuel said, in the diaspora, so I remember again, the Otik of Papa in Eretz Yisrael and the Otik of March. So also get ready for this. Shmuel says, in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an Otik of Papa, ultimately, again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the date of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? We'll say, can you get that? Rashi says, Rashi says, it's great. Ain Otik of Papa, a people called Kaka, all those called come on, Otik of Papa, it's Lawrence, Lab Otik of Papa, bonus position to this. Apparently, the Otik of Papa puts Lawrence are not so full. They're not so committed. Not so good in those things. Listen, the first of legal public guys, I just think like that. I don't know, whatever. Whatever it might be. So the nice is fascinating. So therefore, we'll say, and again, we're going to see this. That ultimately, again, the goal in the diaspora, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shmuel said, so the goal is to say again, Shmuel goal of diaspora, again, only
which side is it easier? Is this making sense? Or is hiding in the box? Tuesdays, Thursdays,
but the other 3 days for the Tanakh is in Shmuel. The Tanakh, in other words, the previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel, and ultimately Rabbanim must be less than Shmuel, but the Rabbanim ultimately again don't hold Shmuel. Okay, that's why I say the other possibility is enough of Hamad becoming right. Ultimately again, so other possibilities, and this is incredible because this is actually going to be a lot of our next this statement of nothing but ultimately again is the perfect sign. Nothing about the owner, ain't no usher, Ellen, you'll have to think. So there's another sheet right there. Nothing about the goals. That there's no 3 days, there's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day ultimately again that is coming. And I come up, the rest is nothing on it. So ultimately again, the time of the previous mission is only but I want to must right is looking at God. I want to ultimately again play it. Okay, so let's say what you think here is, although it sounds like other than our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakh of the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct. So say first why Zion against. Nothing about the owner, Eno Asa Elion Echad B'Nei. So what's the other thing? So the Talmud is not being he says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transacting. activity, but rather what? One day. So let's do this. Underload. So they said like, let's forget that and let's not talk about it. So that's another way of saying incorrect. Incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But God, that one of us read something. I said, well, a second. You just said before I said that one of our Mishnah perfect times. Exactly, we forget it. You must might have come in the middle of where that's one of our Mishnah. So that's not that means that it's not one of them. So there is this singular opinion. There's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day. And you now have to come say, forget about that shit, we don't talk about it. How do you know? Nothing about it. So what's this? Now that we mentioned that for a month, we're going to keep mentioning that for a month. So what's this? We're going to point out that in this discussion regarding like things that transaction delivery, essentially what you see over here is as follows. There's really a three different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbi, kind of will call it 3 days before the Yom. Like there's the opinion of Rabbi Shmuel 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there's just opinion of Rabbi. It's just 1 day before. 1 day before. Now, nothing about this is taken out of play. Right? That's why I say no one subscribes this is taken out. But just understand that he's there. Now, they mention Nachmamadi, President Rothschild, both of them and Susan suffered, the suffering of the This is very interesting. We're going to talk about this concept of rabbinic concepts. That you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to a livestock. Large animals that you not choose. We'll get into that why that is actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about selling? Well, fine. So Gemara says now. So if you look at Rashi, we have multiple suslakim. So from a machine of the Kabul, most of the you can sell a male horse that is old. Placing an older horse, ultimately you get to an outward war. Now what is this? So actually we'll say, stop here for today. I'm not going to watch it. Start for today. So let's say tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. We begin at 5:45 minutes Hashem. Shabbos at 7 o'clock. We're also doing an additional sorry, 6:30 Shabbos. We'll also be in tomorrow. An additional Oris Hashem with some additional singing. So that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Sorry? No. Some information. Right. So tomorrow 7 o'clock. We'll see put that on email as well. Shtarko says how every day. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but here in Hashem we will. Mike, everyone's have a great day, everyone.
Were you particularly having issues with your upper respiratory? It really looked like there was yeah. They actually told me after, next to my ear that there was something going on with the lungs and your respiratory. And then can I ask you about and I'm asking my guys about your immune system. And they are telling me your immune system is my 1 to 5 flow chart about healing. So you do need some things to help with your immune system. And this is still how many reads. Thank you for calling many reads. Also, they're asking me, daily supplements and vitamins and are needs to be looked at, and also the kind of water you're drinking. Can I ask you what water you're drinking?
All right, good evening, and great. This is Hassan Hashem. So you want to get so remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under this box, so beautiful versions of the one we're learning out of his sefer called Seamlessly Eris, which again essentially itself is just an interpretation of translation. It's a little bit of a commentary, a little bit. So we're left off yet last week. We never quoted the passage. Color the So little translated again, the matter is very close to you. The people will work out to do it. So again, we never asked the question, said, I understand. If you told me the people, or something you need to do, I got it. Right? Tell me to say something, say behavior. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But the topic that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's what's going to be. How in general, we have this idea about is only you legislate a lot of things, right? You legislate the pictures, but you can't legislate the emotions. So what does it mean when you say that it's color they left up to the love color? So that says about something design. About a shmita which she allayed the already caution the way. So the ability to go ahead, literally regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. The talking one actually knows that the essence negative. So the Bible says you're going to stop up. So once again, you want to do something to say something to do, something is you should feel it's natural. It's natural. It's more accessible. It's one of the hardest things that we have to do. One of the hardest things because something is just like stable and have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on, it says as follows. Omar, שכל מועדף עולו, לא רק עובדים במקרס עולו, יאבס השבת, שכוסף מורפה, ועל זה השציס רבים לספרו, לבעדים. כיצר הכי קרוב הדבר לעולו, אדם לא עבוד את השם, יגור. The entire world was very that really the collection of sayings. The entire point of this saber is to figure out how we can sort of control and that's really with our body. The rest is not necessarily so we will get the possibilities. It's really a part of the I'm charged. It's really on the levels. There's a woman that I'm not used to doing so regularly my behaviors is one thing. But when I say just in general, it's not regularly behaviors is something that we do. But how many of us actually do shots? Experience about consciousness. And how many of us do get a lot of times we go through the behavioral actions, emotions, the mechanistic emotions. So sometimes it's hold it on, it's like to be observed, just to care about that. Let's sort of understand what we're doing. Because I go down to the next section. See the bottom of page 9. The Dara, how you go. It's all you see that. Ready? So this is it. This is the countries. Well, it's over around. We're only doing this. Here's what I did. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes. So the rest of the Dara, literally, I gave it up to the street. The Dara, when we go to the salad. And one that's short. What is it? That's short. See, most of the first in the notes, the column actually is everything. So there again. The large golden letters was the actual words. The small word figures. That's the thing. So that it says it's fast. It says the column actually is everything. So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. So this is a found. I'm pretty sure that we're going to. Yeah, that's a very why. I like to do this edition. Like many places, they wrote it. So a lot of times, regular people, when they're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So whatever just makes you go to your short statement, there's an Arab that is long and is short. Like what is that mean? So it pulls it in really based on the enormous statement. When Shubakar says when we study other right? No, so Shubakar says what is my body. No one ever bested me, right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened? One time I was traveling on the road. I was traveling on the road. But I used to feel and I saw that there was a child sitting by the crossroads. Okay. Nice look to me, I said to the child. My son, the easy carrot neighbor, the children traveling to the city. He didn't know he was going. He sees a kid at the crosswalk. He says to the kid, child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city? What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, he said, Amrabi, su aruka ukitsara. Isu kitsara the aruka. So the child said to the children, there are two paths. This path is long and short. And this one is short and long. Okay. So the children can I hear this and just himself, okay, so this is the path, which I was really right, so it says, so we path should I take? So children he said, I'm gonna leave. I'm not so sorry. I like you can sell it on you. So children he says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short and long. Sorry about you, which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? Here's what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. What's the big deal? So he takes the short path. Listen to this. I love Kitty Kitana. Kevin she got to you. So children got to the city in that time. And you might keep on slug gunners with Cardesi. The problem was, got to the end of the path. It was right next to the city, but the problem was that there were little gardens and orchards that were there blocking into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but he actually because the pathway was blocked. So that's not what the crossroads goes back to the kid. I'm not going to me. No class, I'm not going to exist with Sarah. She says to the kid, what's the problem? So he said, right, kid, you told me that this was the short path. So that's was the short path. Which the child said, okay, Rebbe, like half a mile to the fall. Sarah, the Aruka. Rebbe, I told you, remember I told you, what did I tell you? It's short, but it's long. Like the short path, in other words, it's short, but when I get you to the city quickly, but you don't get it. But you don't get it. And let's say, watch this. Here's check about, yeah, by the way. Obviously, they're both child, and then there's another one. What's that about? It's Aruka, it's Sarah. It's long but short. Maybe it's long but short. It's going to take you longer to get to the city, but what? You'll get it. You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does. This was an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what we're doing. But there's check about it. This is what he says. Aderech HaKitzara Ba'aruka, Achri Haisa Kitzara M'Kiyasara. If you compare that was short and long. It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. Avalapol has a look at the practically, it was longer. Why? I shared HCAS. I shared it. So here's the problem. On one hand, it was a very short path to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself and putting it in. Second, law, a custom was selected for the city galaxy. Now again, point out, it could have a short time to get gotten into the city. Could have felt part of this gardens, orchards, and all this kind of stuff. The Zeo Shamratilo, Shah Shadarati Sarah, you come up with one way. And that's what child is saying. See, that it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path. Because it will get you up to the garden and the orchard, but then you're going to have to figure out a way to get everything through the garden and the orchard. But then there was a second path. What was the second path? The second path was long and short. Because he has reality was like distance-wise, it was a longer path. Even should get a true boats here in this spot. But this is the way it is. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance. You have to get right in. So soft, Derek Zone, even though distance was the second path was longer, but it was the shorter path because it was able to reach your actual destination. You have to ship on my here, from the meals, be able to get into the city without it was a slippery get out of that. So this is This Imam is incredible spirituality. His spirituality, there are two ways. There's the derech Yitzhara Ba'amuka, that's like short, but it's in actuality long. The derech Yitzhara, the path that is long, but it's actually short. What is that? We listen to this. This is Yish Shofar, Yish derech Yitzhara Ba'amuka. Listen to this. There's a path that is short but long. Really long. Hello. Sha'adam ma'over as to give shin l'kader. For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. His owner's soon will be a inspiration through this fire comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, omnam kalos are love there. I'm saying this few times. What's like the easiest way to fall in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? How easiest way? Easiest way. That's how it goes. What? Stories. Stories. What is stories? What is stories? What's the beauty of this? That's it. Trace your imagination, right? It's like NCSY Shabbos, right? It's like an NCSY Like when I was at NCSY follow, right? How do you feel like that? Right? Right? And how long does that last for? I was going to say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it for Tuesday. I just want to print out something amazing. You know, but it's a religion. It says, the husband said to Abba, the only Abba left for the to be done. So it says, the Abba went, Sarai, wrote, best, so the Medrash says, who souls? Abba converted all people, decided to convert all these people. So his relation said, where do you go? Right by the time Abba gets to Canaan, it's just Abba, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the devil go? So it's not right? Abba, he was running Shabbatons, he was programming, he was doing everything. So Abba says, Chevron, we're going somewhere. Where? I don't know. The guys want us to go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And they go. And then they start out. And what happens? It's like a day's journey. They're like, where are we going? Right? And each day, only one person will go. Until at the end of the day, so right? Why? When people are just inspired by effects, it's beautiful, right? It's a fire. But as that fire is kindled, it goes out. If you want to say a lot of things when you look at, let's say, the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right? You always look at the saw the mountains, the spitting of the sea. They saw the beautiful they're traveling with and they're only looking right? It just makes sense. But it just makes sense. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it. It's very nice. It's very nice. But it's easy as it goes. It goes. And that's another. There's a danger, like inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. We all want that closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and kind of just, I want like a hat. I need like a spiritual like hat. So I want to get that relationship, but I get it with a live, right? So then you want to need to be inspired. And by the way, yes, that's like, that's good. Sarah. But I was like, that's the shortest time to get to God. It's actually a much better way. It actually took much more years. Because defense is an Judaism, just like that. Right? So, okay, so what's going to start next? What's next? So it's super short practicing what you describe. So the Rabbi says, station directly, sorry about you. Sha'ala ba'ora is the Sha'ala ba'ora. Person really inspires himself. By those, so it's even good with this thing. Sha'ala that's I'm not for those that want to be Hashem. I thought this should just be Sarah. So it's in which one what do you command? No, in fact, nothing. Like, what is right? Again, I understand. What happens when you're what are you doing? When something inspires, what are you doing? You're ingesting, you're passing. You're passing. So then, I want to put up that is not very long for action. You get it. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because of this, inspiration comes, and then the inspiration comes. I'll always have a story to come up with source in there. So it's interesting. Just something like that. Passionate inspiration. That seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, that people want to Hashem. Because things are passive, and then so the inspiration dies down. Often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more information, that's great. Always easy going. Similar time, Sha'amna B'Shas myself, I'm going to make sure always available. About Cleveland, she says, you saw the one who said, here it is. You know where Jewish and no internal change per se has actually occurred. Because of that, he says, so, Hadain Nisha Alamdo, it will also Rapidos, Nakados, and also Nakados also. It is Kados and I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. I have a kid who said, you have this, this I wonder, how could it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, it's like slap. That's because it's pure. So it's remains the same. And all of the wants and desires and cities and lusts, all those things still there. I'm not extending my spiritual gifts, and I can be on the accelerator, but I'm not getting it. Whatever goes on, he says. He says, even Paul, I think the next is actually the idea of the year. She's happy to go. That's the first time. That first time of the season was called so I get the heart, I get the inspiration, but there's no goal. So what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking in the city. But then there's another part of change. The people, they're going to tell about it. Really, and then I can harvest the same thing. Because that was what he's like this, basically. And he goes, I want to play down. That's the multiple balance. Right? There are multiple avenues of connection. This is so important. There's not one right way or the wrong way. People connect like politician. So there are some people who need that first of spirituality always get the need in order to go to effectively, but for most of us, we really like dramatic moments of inspiration and courage. They come and they go to get us the thing this famous maybe it's a tradition. So this year, whatever says so beautifully, he says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, just what to do. And it says, open up a Chumash and read a passage. This is why. Because I'm saying, giving me inspiration, you can't get me to see. Like, how many things are like, I'm inspired? Fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it, right? It is signatures. And that's the, right? I'm listen, I'm not a focus on it. How many times in life is like, it's like so fire is ready to do something. I just never did something. Right? I just do. I'm ready. Well, look, I just did anything. The fire was there, and like, fire could burn by itself for a certain amount of time. But after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's not the first time. Then the next final page does. Really, הדרך המבוארת בסעיף הגדולה של it's about כדי לענות רגשי הלב, בטבעס המוזרים המסודרס, מזרחס עבודס עבודות, למצוא כלאקה לפי ערכו, היינו, ללמוד את הלימוד, והסודות גם בסשן. Bonus that what was the nice well shown at the start. There's a good season and you will come up with around the sea of depth. That says if you want to really put a control, it's going to give you all the features new and on time winter. Francis Ford Coppola. Robert F. Listen, this is Chris Christie to caveat right now. It's only so well going to understand this to understand. Like any relationship, the more you understand someone, the more you understand how emotional women, the closer it requires my love, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires growth. It requires sit down for myself, defining things sit down for myself, starting to do certain things, it requires to keep little adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And should I say, should I walk this out on the other way, and then you know, this is literally work. What do you just from the other side of all this time? All of this work, and again, we'll say this is exactly what we'll see again. The hits should have said, it's almost like so again. The second guy is going to go both down and we go, shoot it out. It's a much longer time. There's a lot more work, there's a lot more to do. There's the shortest time. Why is it short enough? Why? Because people get where you need to get. The first part is short, like that, like this, almost like surrealistic type of experience. And that'll help. But you'll never get the shortest part will get you. The second part will let you this question, which will get requires the heart and mind. Striving to understand each other, and the rigorous of practice, I understand yourself. Effective change, starting this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Thus, it's not the it's my last one of each class. One of my favorite lines. This is Mitzvah. Cheviderovsky. Eis Kulos, Kulos, Kalos, the Oras. It says, the wrong path, which is the shortest path, will say, there's no schools, right? Again, there's a school for everything, right? Say, Mishnah 27 strengths. You know, you're going to find the shit up and have baby on the same level, right? You know, it's incredible, right? And you see this, right? Yeah, I remember when, I was very I said, by the way, I should be better for the chest ice. You should bench, open the cartridge, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy your white flowers and $100, right? But when I say so, we just get one. I'm not loving a talent is a handful of easier than actually trying to be a good husband. And so a lot of times you say, I just want to tell you that for the long term, that's what right? There's no shortcuts. So that's the orders of it. And then the judges what is it required? It requires a continuous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of mind. Right? Tremendous amount, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just plugging away at it over and over and over. Aber here shall there see, the Stein ist gewisse Bildung, aber so ist die biggest difference. As much work as this is, one thing you make, which is let's say this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program in the right now. There's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like a half play. Pause that program. You can't say, no, you can do it. You skip, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 3 right there. You can't work across that program. Any program that has to change, you gotta start from 1, you gotta do it 1, 2, 3. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about keeping something there at sea. But if you work, only the level flows, you gotta accomplish itself. The more that is short, says you achieve yourself as a person. He says, the eye go dog, so that is selfish, and then I will reach it, and then I will so you gotta this. So that is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about right now. This is the so now it's our Shialuka. It's the shortest path that's very long. This is the way to get here. That's the underdog, the seeking path. That this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. Well, this is the way we do it. Share KD, so choice. So it's nice because the time is short. But it's the longest path that really shows this path. And we're also going to know what that is. I don't know what it is. Sign up. I bought it. I did too. Like, I had no idea. But now I want it. So I don't even know what the path is, but I know. The path is going to happen over here. Maybe long. Maybe arduous. Next week, let's start. All right. And then even like moving, they want next year to be more, ready to do that. All right, start that again. Point on both sides. Okay, this is a close call. Done. To be able to begin the second tutorial. Right. So it's meditation, with all of you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's today. Our annual capital responsibilities are as well. Dedicating ownership and thresholds to this year's plus resource levels for Agnes. So our sponsors for the month of all the medical the insurance of its parents. They will listen to the selling hopes for all the all the Now, based on liability, right now, okay, that's case one. Now, watch this. Total base, the other affirmation code. Let's say same case, based on constants, that data is limited. One of the members of the base didn't realize this. Now, again, let's say, obviously, that individual who realized this was in a minority. Like, he was in the minority, so the charges like that, like one of the six judges realized this is all this is sad. Oh, comment right or wrong, the Holocaust of it. Why did that never again? There's no not the member of the base. They have confidence is knowledgeable enough to know that Holocaust myself, there are Pesach as well. Pesach as well. That doesn't know what happened. So us to help you. But nevertheless, this member of the base still followed the Pesach. Or was it right? It's like, hey, why not? Right? This, like, this is my one shot at David. Right? My Jewish, right? Right? Basically went ahead and asked him that in his book. I know that Pesach is wrong. I know that Pesach is wrong. So remember again, the individual here is very important. Remember, the base didn't arrange a thought. So they know, this person knows Pesach is wrong. Because why not? Basically went ahead and said that it's what they're in that case. Mishnah says, they, us, right? What did the base thing actually do that this guy went ahead and with them? They should also boss up right and or they make the thing that they do afterwards. They should also boss up or they do it all. They start to follow the sacrifice thing. They
When you look at the Bible, and you look at Christians and judgment, and you look at who are right now, we're in a religion, we're in a war right now.
knows that the Pesach is wrong, and it doesn't Next, why the rest of the day should I tell them that she's right? Because at the end of the day, when are you sure the personal life when you say that I did what I did based on the Pesach based, but if you know that the Pesach based is wrong, and you follow it anyway, at the end of the day, you are not sure that the personal life. Exact problem. Let's say this is what it says in the Mishnah. I told the Astro, Chayiv, I told the basement partner, if one acts of your own permission, ultimately I get their time. I will say that, never again. If one keeps feeling the case, what's your liability? What's your liability? Right? Type well, this is remember that I said, the base is no happiness. And the show is happiness. So that's how I think the money in these cases over there. Because in order to say Chayiv and not just means about us, Chavis must mean there's some element of showing. So what the show is in this case, again, we'll have to see if we can ask. But bottom line, which is what this is too, is the basic issue for the is Pesach. And it follows that Pesach. The individual should be personal liability of the Chavis because they acted in good faith. If basic issue the wrong Pesach, and the individual knows that it's a wrong Pesach, it wasn't by it has to be certain that the individual knows that it's a wrong Pesach. Right? Not someone, but rather again, we're talking about someone or a rape. That person knows the Pesach is wrong, but he follows the rape. He is not sure that the person is right. Okay, so let's say that's the issue. Let's delve in. I understand the principle. Like the principle, I understand. When we deliver this erroneous so that the older in basic the other will have the Torah. So Shmuel says the verbiage is it says Torah. This is permitted. You are permitted to eat cake. They have to say it like that. Okay. الشغل ده current active classes. What's the one word? Classes. You are permitted to act. So he says, seeing that it's motor, in order for you based on the society. So very interesting. He was like, that was the reason why I wanted to be having that word process. So he says, but there should be people off the law. Because without lassos, there's a statement of communication, a statement of fact. But they don't have it, there's no direction to base it. It's a lot of base. Not that therefore a meaning of the word lassos, in order for it to be like construction, the basement, which would then be the basement itself. We're talking about Caleb is going to start after the process. So we're going to go ahead and detail. Or the time to talk, we'll talk to left. Like you're not going to okay, so the basement is just going structure. That's what the visual active of that basement ultimately again. Individual break the meaning, the basement would just say, that would not Shmuel says, so my time again with the because basement is number one, they tell you status. When they tell you it's what they're in fact, they were based on the society. Shut up. And he continues to advance the son that he held before. Hunter, ultimately again, he's Hunter. In other words, if he comes back to his town, and he continues to go ahead and discuss himself and keep himself as people, not in line with the way the days he's Hunter. However, Hora Lassos, but if he asks him, he says, Abraham, if you act on this son, then listen here, but the biggest thing is why sound. It's not just enough to say but rather what they have to say. Current attempt classes. The business of sound, the form of sound, they have to be first of all get sound. Explicitly indicate the whole discussion is acting based on the sacrificial, which you guys find to be erroneous. So now we're saying, okay, you activate the faith, you're shielded from personal liability. The thing is saying, but it only works if the sacrifice was articulated in a particular way. Requires no articulation of the halacha, that's part one. Well, third, and number two, permission to ask the sac process. And now you're just moving this point. I'm going to be yeah, I'm going to real something. Right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't really remember the details, but I'm definitely going to right now. So again, you understand like this total of things with us. So you can see this case. Right, roughly 9 years. We're going to go over this 8 atoms of the exact thing. So then we're going to go I want this to allow them to this is a key one, this is the header for this. And again, excellent. So again, listen, I watch this. So hold it up, now what happens? I guess I remember again what occurred. What occurred? Yes, we came back. Moving. Right? Moving. So now what's I see now what's your status? So what's that? I guess ultimately again she is highest. Now again, now I use remember again, both sacrifice was that I want to make what you're not to what? You're not to it's not allowed to be anymore. It's not David says, Torah based so if you notice again, what's the formation of the sacrifice? Basically doesn't just say mutter, basically says mutter and representative. So again, remember all of this is backing up the views that the way of sacrifice is formalized. Mutter, so again, this is actually very almost right across the national the national holy base in us is the inner or us actually no one which can act on us. So this is this was holy base basically asking Rather is what basically the section is what has is said to go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up all the life is back up version that gives them sound, there's 2 parts of the sound. There's and you're allowed to act or act again. Basically, was the bonus. Basically, was the bonus. That, most of my stuff, there should be also personal life. position of Shmuel says that the formulation of the is all they say is return on the process. This is I reverse this verse, Shmuel is the one who says that the Russian of the second is inherent and glass. Shmuel has the one who recommended but people are not our no. Even if they just says what they're previous major, a guy who was supporting in this verse, this question, all of the same Let's just go with the first and therefore
The free iHeartRadio app is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover new podcasts from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Right, so basically, asking Taylor is Booker left. So what says now says the individual went ahead and actually showed it why that was showing not really showing in other words, right? Moving is actually why is that it turns out it was an accident. Why don't you just say, how about the individual people, in fact, it based on their word. Why is the word showing? This was another showing last Let's see, watch this. Hold the base and check the window. Basic tasking, give it this window. Okay. You know what happened? It is coming to Caleb the sugar. That was so Basic part one of the story. Basic went ahead and said that he was going to okay. Next part two. Nobody has to what is Caleb?
Listen and follow these podcasts for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
comes along Rabbi says, ready for this? Word, move in his mind. Move in his mind. There's a sign basically out that says that you're going to take the two ends of inadvertently, either because he's following right? Or because it just gets mixed up. Yes, that's why. That's why. Remember again, in this case, even if something has nothing to do with exactly what it is. It has to do with the personalistic position. Again, he's still going to be clever because that's the sign out there in the world. So you guys, let's go. I'm going to show you that so much. Holy basis is going to do. Basically, when I said again, he's looking at this Caleb the sugar. Moving things up this Caleb in the base of sugar. Inadvertently ended up eating sugar. The apple, Potter. Potter, only again, is Potter. PM, knowledge. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases checking the fish. Right? Because both the cell is very interesting. Allah, I love you, but also showgate on the end. So there's two different cases. There's showgate, and there's Apihan is the case that we're talking about. Jason said that Caleb is Kotor Yahweh. Reuben goes and eats it. But he was himself the first one out there. He's showgate, exactly the case. He's a showgate because, again, he gets mixed up between the Skinner and the Shula. He's still going to be part of ultimately because of something to this. I'm looking at it. We must read it out. Rabbi says, showgate of PM in the show you up here. It's only an accidental sound and itself with it. About its coming up here, really just stuck with the like I left my myself. She saw that she's working with nothing. Listen, something which is not the Rabbi is actually a concept of whether the second Rabbi it is coming over the sugar. Yes, I encourage you to be bold. Showed it up here. So I was like, why that wasn't showed it out here. Just say here, that's it. Should feel the booker, and it's coming to water, all again, or in this case, again, you then got mixed up in the pieces, you ended up eating. Still going to be water, ultimately, it's covered, so to speak, under the sun. You'll show me that being with the mother. I'm unlocated with the shore of Maybe we're going to do the cover, but it's not just application that I see exactly. But if this guy makes another mistake, he said that he should be I bet you you're a nice man. Where a lot of your attention is going to. Knowing that today's sounds my life is shortly built up with people just like you. Try to find that perfect gift for all the friends and family. Unfortunately, people can often get so concerned with what others might think of other people that they forget to focus on the thought. The purpose, the spirit of the law is likewise, the purpose or spirit it's the thought that right? All right, which don't have the sign. We bought the Shiloh just is some white sweater. What if we go for Shiloh? Has nothing to do with the sack of the baby. Other versions of the culture, because once there's a sack of the baby out there, the belt, also Caleb is mutters, ultimately again, being covered by God. It's incredible. So what is the book of in reality? Basement husky, that's never this book. That's what it is. And now we'll send the part 2 related to the house. One is Caleb and one is Sugar. But it's Holly book with the Sugar. So I'll go. What's the one? Rab of our Potter, the Joker of the Subway. Rab says the Potter, covered under the sack of the basement, the Joker of the what? Again, this is still a show. But there was a race day, the alcoholics, the alcoholics passou só, se você souber que as armas the alcoholics passou it's that you are of someone Therefore, this is called the case where one has the knowledge. That's why it's one thing he says, in the gallery, they realize that this is an erroneous success. But you never press relies on the mission. They live on above also, again, this individual is ultimately again is going to right. Watch this. The other half of the argument is if you either right there, I would have thought to not allowed to rely on I would have thought that this. It's over something both governor and sellers. Therefore, again, the issue is not a lot after this say, as long as someone is either governor or southern, you have a lot of information that you want to extract. In other words, you have the ability to know with certainty that this side is wrong, and you rely on it. You are not sure this is incredible. Right about that. Yes, you know that. Like really just together something. We have to rely on the side of the basement. They would not be sure such as what I do. Other people that as I show this. Okay. So as I show this, like these individuals, how many have I? That's true. We have the right hand side. So show that as I show them. So those super cases, by looking them around, like sitting before the government, they're sitting before the judges, and they themselves ultimately again were fit judges. This is the type of person who's just one thing. And yeah, I got the basis. And it's like, here's the facts. So let's see this, and I alluded to this in the initial before. Here's the problem. You have a person, like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Shimon, who obviously on both sides were right decisions. And they could say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this exact side, so the Mishnah said they're kind of happens. That should have been liability. Why? If they act on the exact and say, what are they? What are they? They're basic. They're intentional. They know it's wrong. They know it's wrong. So when it's going to come and tap us, we should act liable for basic. Also, I watch this. It's incredible. The topic, Pakistan, you have to assess you don't need to also look at your life or us being partner. Yeah, there's a positive. An individual does have something to do despite ultimately they correctly concentrates on ultimately should be the mother. If they are scared that there is mother, I was certainly not over for today. Pick up the don't work. Yeah, absolutely. We're fine. Guys, I'm just watching. Let's say, good. Guys, everyone, start the place. So, guys, stop. Good discussion, but again, a lot of good stuff. We'll pick up on the talking case tomorrow. Yeah, I can't wait to have a great day. We'll say last time I'm starting the second service. Well, 800-505-015.
So giving is really at the center of human kindness. If you don't have the desire to give, that points to a deficit in who you are. If you don't enjoy giving, and says love is the ultimate gift. Christmas, you go from 0 to 60, that means money multiplies you and all the goodies. Sunday, we're 10 close. But pressure should not be about giving itself. It should be about, oh, I need to spend this amount of money, or I need to do whatever it is. Because the stores are already filled with people that are crazy, that are running around just trying to
The person said, "Shmuel, person takes the Shmuel, he's not going to eat if I think they love the bread." And then he says again, "Shmuel, Shmuel, blood." The Shmuel that are not true. And then he says again, "Shmuel, blood." So he says, "You're not eating the bread. You're not going to eat this loaf of bread." And he says again, "He will eat it." So yesterday, tomorrow, analyze why the first one and why the first two. Probably the Mishnah where it says, let's just pick up from there again. What was the Mishnah? Probably the Mishnah was why do you have to say so? Why do you have to reiterate this short? Why is because the Rabbah teaches us why the Lord must go up?
Getting caught up in
the reason why the Rabbah wants to get this water so is that because all I need to teach you here in such a secret, in such a way.
God loves a cheerful giver. That's if you're giving money to the church, that's if you're giving and donating, that's if you're giving a gift to family and friends. And I realize that receiving a physical box or a gift is something that's not the best. So giving here is those who have money to pay, and then know what their money is for, like giving this to being poor. Give your family and friends the holidays or one day, let's know that we're supposed to be for relaxation, God, focusing on your beliefs. So during this holiday season, may the gifts are sincere, spontaneous, and joyful gift. It's not about what the gift is, it's about why the gift is.
Forecasters warn the long duration of increasing the risk of flooding, mudslides, and delays on roads and airports. Actually, and ahead of expected possible disruption. And it was brought to you by officials like this. LA has ranked the country's #1 ultra-initial household disorder urgent persons. Powerball tickets sold in Oxnard has made someone over $2.3 million richer. Ticket match 5 number class like Collins just short of $11.5 million jackpot. It was sold at Wright's Market on Ventura Boulevard. No one hit all 6 numbers, so you still got another shot. All right, let's go to question 5. Another property by partly cloudy, then sunny skies later on. Highs will be over 60s at Metro LA and OC. Right now, 55 is good to go. 56 at Tustin. Flying from the KFI to the Park Newsroom, I'm Heather Wizard. Tips for a healthier planet. A staggering plastic ends up in oceans every year. If current trends continue, our oceans will contain more plastic than fish from planet to cover. Participants may recycle content and recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio, National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, and to grow, go to iHeartRadio.com/listen. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use the iHeartRadio podcast preview. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Now, what do you have left? The second one. Now, what how does this work? How number one is that the first 7 days is going to be for and it doesn't work out there. Backwards is that about there. Then, zero kicks in from day 31 till day 60. What does that work? That happens how it works. You complete the series in the first 30 days and also rotate Arizona. The second one takes it back and it goes to back. So yeah, the first day goes over there. And you have the snake and the trying to serve you along your first transaction. Now the second one takes it back. And guess what? He does. We have now put into secondary consideration because the first one went away. What happens is the second one goes through. Exactly what we're saying, which is you have to it can't take effect until something else is waiting for it. And there, take the first one, the second one goes into place. Say you get the zeros, first exception pops up, you get those here, and fulfill for the change there, backs out. So they want to know what happens, secondary zeros, nice, and beautiful, and also what? The second one takes place. Whereas that's what the output. At least the second of zeros is there in the whole body. You money that is there, all you have under video Restream, you can build it to count the second one. But once you're able to know, first thing, of the shift deal, it's a black person. Why you have to verify? Because it's out of zeros. Period and period two are there the whole time. You can't do them at the same time because while you're doing one, you're getting therefore typically you have to do one, since both periods are there and we take effect. That's what we say this is true. And the point takes effect on the particular spread. Now, in most cases, you will never be able to have the second score. Because once the one retracts the line, the second score has nothing to the bottom second line. And then the relevant line to the line in the parallel versus out of context makes out zero as the ability to go here is that it's the factions. But it's about that one ability to go because either one will go. As a matter of fact, one or you have two. You never have one. And so, for instance, if you go to the ultimate prayer and say this is one, or the people two, they're called two. No, it's not prayer. And that was really kind of a structure. So, for instance, and then every one was two. And this is an active side. And you know it is more to prayer. And the first 9 says pray that this way. You can see that's an example about he works at the prayer or not people on credit. Simply say, here's a way. So now it gives me a shift to pray that our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, as we also have forgiven our debtors. Do not lead us into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Now, if you break down this prayer, it's interesting how it starts. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The first part of the prayer is focusing on God. The kingdom come, we look forward to heaven. But ultimately, is required the petition of meeting God, meaning what difference of the prayer and God. It starts with thy name. Now he also matters. Is there a connection? one desires. Now that's what happens. Any desires. So then what happens to have the desires to actually end?
Read things like Rothschild before the clear. It's just miserable result.
It's a real problem. That's the concept
of honest
how can you reverse it after you've done it? It's too late. He was done. He violated the law. It's out. So now you got to go a smart ass. Case was that that is out. You didn't violate anything. In this case, essentially, it's like if that's the case, then what's prohibition is only the one thing. So my theory is science. Why am I saying that even good science? Are you uncomfortable now? Even diet. Why is God saying that if there's a science left at the end of our side, he's about to the end, then he can reverse the students. It's not just violating it. You don't need to criticize it. And if you're uncomfortable now, even if it's free law, that's the end. In other words, as we would say, whatever. In the case here, he said, and then so that's because I now just don't turn down the clock about the case was that he said he's not going to do the whole thing. So he's going to do the whole thing. That's violation. And why does he have to be? Because our whole presides at the end. Because of the problem with it. Or says it's preposterous. Why is it slow up on the case? Now we talk about terrorism. Now the question is, can we come up with an arrangement to eat that last one? Now, if this whole one left, then no, here, eat the last one, then finally you're still giving the accountable for good. If there's a desire slash, then yes, you can reverse your charge for it, and you can eat the remaining. Next one is one question. We should not have stayed in zeros. This is just for a few minutes ago. First sentence upon himself, two different periods of the zeros. In Rishada, he counts the first one. Hit the last one. And accepting upon himself the second of the card one. You have to stop and have to set aside the card one. Wish out our Rishada. He goes ahead and he reverses the first. Also, we have Rishada, the second one now. The first one, and he has officially finished both periods. So he reverses the first to zeros, the second one falls upon that place, and that was good to go. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there that even though he completed 100% of the zeros, still, to go ahead and That's it. And we would have another one to explain. It's the same thing as it, which is the same thing as Shavuot, and it seems not the same. In other words, Rama said in order to go and reverse it, you have to have a Zion's back. Here, we're reversing the Naziris when he's completely done with the Naziris. He's after 100% of the days. Naziris lasts 30 days, he finished all 30 days, and yet we're still along with the reverse of the Naziris. So why is it not to Shavuot? We require there to be a Kezias left at the end. Gemara says, no, that's not a good question. Also, from my Eskino, the Shalom Kiber. The reason why you can reverse the Naziris is because it didn't really come. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison. A Shavuot that has a Kezias left is the same thing as the Naziris that has the requirement to be a carbon left. But that's not true. That's not true. We learned that this case is something needed to give the carbon. Whereas it's all right, the smoke you are talking about. We didn't take the haircut, yeah? And it's Rabbi Rothschild, the Amr of the Graphic Shop. The following thing that Rothschild says, you don't take the haircut, you're still with us. Although the reason why the reverse the first Naziris is because he's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not checked off yet. Yeah, we spoke about it in the carbon, but you did take your haircut, and the haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to... It's not going to... You don't do it, you're still in the zero, you're because of the reverse. When you have some milk, it's not going to ask you either. But how to get it? It says, look, I'm going to ask him, he took your haircut. Although Rashi says, the whole question. The zero is correct. You ask your question, from the zero not to a screw-up, these go out with neon profile. What is the entire reason why the second Naziris doesn't work is because the reason. There is the first Naziris blocking it, as explained earlier, the Anos. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of Naziris is you have two Naziris periods waiting to take effect. The second one, it's waiting in line for the first thing to go away. Now, once you take it away, the second one is going to place. However, that's different than when it comes to Shavuot.
Get vaccine answers.
Shavuot doesn't have that problem. It's only one local drug. The local bread, that local bread is gone. And a local bread is
Radio and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 300
It's the feeling of the podcast radio. The entire local bread, there's no designs left at the end. It's all around the electrical and person. Now, even so, if we're talking about a case where a person ate it by mistake, it was forgotten. So we made by one of the report, because there's an outstanding carbon, it's still referred to the source. Even if it is intentionally, because the process is just not get the rashes. And since the rashes are still outstanding, we just go ahead and reverse it. Almost comes so over, if they still get the base it, and they climb up to the post. But we used to get a person like this to it, at that point in time, yeah, we can reverse it, and then he is officially done. You want to say, the swirl that was the swirl humble, the excavation partner, the part of us that is color, and then some of that is the basin, he's talking over that office. We explain this to second time, that part of the point is on this is, it's something over the embarrassment. The Hebrew says, he's embarrassed, and that's it's our change when you find it. So, once you suffer that embarrassment, is discharged. Investigate the largest unsolved mass murder in if you ran out, then you're right. But at that point, you have to get worse. That's also the co-founder of the Podcast Network, also a joint venture partner under the new multi-year agreement. Charlemagne will continue his uninhibited trademark interview style of the award-winning Breakfast Club radio show, as well as Weekends with Breakfast Club, alongside co-host DJ Envy, Just Hilarious, and Laura LaRosa. Avatar Fire National released in the box office this weekend, a third installment in the favorite franchise that John loved in person thinks that she knows that he won't eat the loaf of bread. However, Only in Okosu. Let's just say you have a bagel and a baguette. Let's just use it as an example. I'll tell you this up to simple for you have a bagel sitting on the table, and you have a baguette. And the guy says, I will not eat this baguette if I eat the bagel. Which means that he does not eat the bagel, he eats the baguette. But he eats the bagel, then his shul takes effect, and he cannot eat the baguette. Now, just to get a couple points out of it. The Pasuk says, the Hall shall get back to this society. It's also about the Hall of the society. Now, what that means is, when a person makes the Shavua, he has to have in mind at the time of the Shavua what he's doing. If he makes the Shavua and there's some kind of just an amnesia or a lapse that happens at the time of the Shavua, it doesn't make a difference. First, the conscious understands what he's talking about when he makes the Shavua. The conscious subconsciously becomes the down. That's number one. Number two, in our case, we're talking about a person making the frequency of a Shavua, but we have to remember, even though normally a Shavua takes effect when you say it, in this case it doesn't. Because when a person says, that the Shavua not eat of a gem, if he eats the bagel, so at that point in time, nothing happens. There's no fear, there's no prohibition. No obligation, there's no prohibition. Everything stays the way it is. Only at the time that it eats the bagel does the Shavua take effect. So essentially, eating the bagel is making the Shavua. If he does not eat the bagel, the Shavua never takes effect. So therefore, Rosh is the following. The Akar also Shana, he eats the bagel, the Shana, he stays it out. He forgot. He has a bagel on the table, a baguette at the table, and when he says, if I eat it, I will forgive myself for eating this baguette if I eat the bagel. Now he goes to Shackles, to Shackles, and he completely forgets what he said that morning, and he eats the bagel. Okay? So then you want to do the bagel? No. He wants to eat the bagel. He brings fear on the bagel. But he forgot, completely forgot, while he was eating the bagel, that eating that bagel was prohibited from eating the baguette. And then that's the amazing. Then he eats the baguette intentionally to food. This baguette, not allowed to eat it. Because they eat the bagel. Now, while his butter, he is butter. Why? Because at the time that he ate this bagel, he had no idea what he was doing. And therefore, since he had no idea what he was doing, he probably ate the bagel and he didn't make a Shavua. Remember, the Shavua happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he is in space land and he's eating the bagel, that means that he was in space land and he's making a Shavua. You can't make a Shavua out there. Shavua has to be back. So what you do, if you're completely spaced out and you're just eating the bagel, that's not the case. So therefore, in this case, since he's not paying attention to the bagel, the Shavua does not take effect. And even though he ate the baguette, turn the case around. Rishon B'Mezid, he eats the bagel intentionally. Now he knows that he has the Shavua on himself. So eating the bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. The Shmiya B'Shogeg. Then he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's clearly hungry. He says, hey, well, what's his baguette sitting on the table? And he eats it. After he finishes it, oh, man. I made Shavua this morning. I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette. That's a typical case where a person made a Shavua and forgot and ate it. He has to bring a carbon. That's a typical case of where a person had a hella, he made a mistake, he brings a carbon to atone for his Shavua being violated. Next case, stay in B'Shogeg. Let's say he eats both of them. B'Shogeg, he always have a problem paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake, he eats the baguette by mistake. What's the halacha? Couple of cuts on the base. Or, sorry, stay in B'Shogeg. Pucker. He's pucker. Why is he pucker in that case? The same reason as before. The Shavua never took effect. Because the Shavua never took effect, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in Spaceland, the Shavua doesn't work, and therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, he essentially was allowed to eat the baguette. There's no problem. top of some customer is Restream amazing, or they would go to the focus. He eats the bagel, he's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to forbid myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now his word says it depends. It depends which one he ate first. It's 9. If you went in perfect sequence where he first ate the 9, which is the bagel in our case. The mother after the surah, and then he ate the baguette afterwards, Yachayim. That's exactly the case for the person in violation, and yes, he has to bring a carbon. However, after the surah, what if he ate the baguette first? The mother after the 9, and afterwards ate the bagel. So now essentially this should work. He keeps calling it the first one and the second one, but he eats the baguette. When he eats the bagel, it should take effect, and now retroactively forbidden from eating the baguette, he should be in violation of the Shua. The Gemara says there's a technical problem with this one. In this case, flip to Rabbi Rothschild. This brings us to my focus position for Rabbi Rothschild, which is Ulad Abba Hasra Salfit Shema Sra. So again, let's just go through this case. He goes into the room and he sits down and eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees that is the case for his tayyib. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel, you say to him, sir, just remember, eating this bagel means you're not going to be able to eat the baguette. And he says, yes, acknowledged. He finishes the bagel, and then he says, you know what, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat the baguette. Someone says to him, you know you're not allowed to eat that baguette, because you made a shua. He says, yes, I'm aware of that. He says, you know that if you do it, you're in violation of your shua. Yes. You know that there is a punishment for violating your shua. He says, yes, I'm quite aware of that. You know what the punishment is? He explains, yes, I know what the punishment is. Then he goes and eats it. In such a case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to be sent off the base to get his punishment. However, what happens the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, you know that if this baguette potentially could be a problem. He says, what do you mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it would turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden. So the person's like, what if I don't eat it? He says, well, that's okay. So he says, will I be in violation if I eat this or not? He says, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm letting you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is called hasrasa. You're giving a person a warning, but you aren't sure at the time of the warning if it's actually a problem. In such a case, it's going to focus between if you will take the opinion that hasrasa, in other words, telling a person that, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you think that's considered a good hasra, good warning, yes, it's a violation. It's not. No. Now, Rabbi makes this. I'm not sure if this is Rabbi anymore. Rabbi makes this a little bit more complicated. Taron Zubazu. What if he makes each one contingent on the other? So up until now, we made the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. What if this guy makes each one contingent on the other? He says, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Now the Gemara goes through it. The royal Talzu, I won't eat this one in Lo Talzu. That's the first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says the Okal Zu, I won't either eat the bagel in Okal Zu if I eat the baguette. So basically, he makes each one contingent on the other one. The Okal Zu, this other Natzma, he eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's on purpose. He eats the baguette, Ubeshigigas Chaverta. The Zubas of an Atzma, Ubeshigigas Chaverta. He eats the bagel and the baguette, knowing that there's a potential shavua not to eat the bagel and the baguette, but he forgets that the bagel is the condition for the baguette, and the baguette is the condition for the bagel. You all do this together, guys? All right? Basically, each one is contingent on the other one. He knows it's the potential problems in each one, but he forgets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. What's the halacha? Why? because the Shavuot doesn't take effect. Remember, the Shavuot can only take effect if you know at the time that you're eating the Tanai, you have in mind for the Tanai to work. What happens is, he remembers that eating the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. He knows the bagel makes the baguette forbidden. He knows the baguette makes the bagel forbidden, but he forgets that actually there's a shavua on each one. This guy's having some issues, some problems. He should probably get evaluated for something. Bottom line is, he's able to remember some details, but forgets the other details. In such a case, tired, staying. He's tired. Why? Because he remembers the Tanai. Since he remembers the Tanai, that means when he eats it, he's making a shavua. In effect, that means that if he mistakenly violates the shavua by eating the other one, then he's going to be, that's a classic case of the helam of a mistake, and he has to bring a carbon. What happens if it's staying the shavua? He's spacing out the whole time. He comes in, his wife serves him lunch, and he has a bagel on the plate. He forgets what he said in the morning. In such a case, he's popular. Why? Because again, the Tanai does not take effect if it's by mistake. Stay in the mason, or he ate both of them on purpose. Came home, he knew about the Tanai, he knew about the Shmuel, he knew about the whole thing. He just gobbles all of them up with the halacha. Ashniya, l'chayim. On the second one, he's obviously tired. In other words, he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now, for eating the baguette, he's certainly tired because the Tanai of eating the bagel took effect, and now he can't eat the baguette. He ate the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as our previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel because you don't know if he's going to eat the baguette. So you say to the guy, if you're not allowed to eat this bagel, if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you that there's a potential that it might be also to eat this bagel. That's what Rothschild the Gemara says. Arishana puts the baguette for the sluggish. That is subject to the point of the sluggish when the Sunday morning actually works. Amar Mari Banana Mitzvina. But Mari says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just so we understand what's going on here. Abba Nadar and the Chiru Chacham, the 4 times in the Nadar, where the Chacham said you could go ahead and just eat it, where it's mutter, even though you said it. But I'm going to go through all that, we'll just explain it. We'll explain the one that's relevant. Nidre Shruzin, where a person makes an nether to give himself like a little bit of the Shruzin to Mizarif himself, to regard himself to the right thing. Nidre Hava, he said, Fresh, Nidre Shkagos, a mistake. Nidre Otzen, a nether that he made, which is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of Nidre Shkagos? And we're not analyze that. Nidre Shkagos case out. What's the case of the person making a nether by mistake? Where it says, the person says, Kodan, the following things should be forbidden to me in Machal Trasis. If I ate or drank anything today. In other words, he thinks he did not eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a nether that something should be off starting. And then after he's like, oh man, this guy should off on the shaksa. He's like, I forgot I actually ate the whole cereal this morning. Where he says, it should be also She'eni alcohol. She'eni shows that I won't eat or I won't drink. And then I was facing out again. You made a mistake, you didn't drink. So the case, look, they're walking the Nidre Shkagos, you made a mistake. But Tanya Allah, we learned, change Nidre Shkagos to Torah, just like mistaking and nether is mutter, Kach, Shavuos, Shkagos, Taras, the person makes a Shavuot by mistake is mutter, essentially what we were saying before, is the person mistakenly makes a Shavuot. So for example, he eats a bagel by mistake, not realizing that makes it have a Shavuot, so the case doesn't work. Eifa Tani, Shmuel Beirava. Skip the parentheses. Eifa was the guy's name. The one says this person, his name was Eifa. The Samar's name was Eifa. Tani Shavuos Beirava. He learned the halachas of Shavuos in Rabba's yeshiva. Now, Paga Bey Abimi Achba, his brother Abimi came over to him, or his brother Abimi, and he met him. Omar Lesa, Abimi said to Eifa, Shavuos Shmuel Talpi. Shavuos Shmuel Talpi. So you just finished learning up the Shavuos? He says, yes, I learned it. I know it quite well. He said, there are a few questions you'd like to challenge you on the halachas of Shavuos. Eifa said, sure, go for it. So he says, what happens if a person makes a Shavua? One Shavua is that I didn't eat. Another Shavua is that I didn't eat. So he makes two of them exactly the same Shavuas, past tense, that I didn't eat. Now, what's the halacha if he indeed did eat that day? So again, it's a Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavua shlo akalti, take a Shavua that did not eat breakfast this morning. And he says, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time, Shavua shlo akalti, take a Shavua that did not eat breakfast that morning. Turns out that he did. How many people does he have? Amar lei, so if response to Minachai Halachas, he's only tied once. What was his thinking? A Shvuah, Kal Shvuah. Once you make a Shvuah, you can't make another one. Like we said earlier today, only room for one Shvuah at a time. Therefore, if you make two Shvuahs which are identical, you're only tied for once. Amalei, his brother said to him, Ishtabah, got you. You made a mistake. Alright, that's how brothers act, better than sometimes. Ishtabah, I got you. Alright, Yotza, Shvuah, L'Sheker. I should make a joke out of it. Was I'm a Ryan, and the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced, but then time at the end, I'll try to get back into exactly what the nuance of this my focus is. Harayatsa Shua L'Shaka. You're making a mistake. You think that a Shua Kal Shua is relevant over here. It's not. Because the first time you said I didn't eat breakfast, guess what? You lied. You didn't eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie a second time about the second. You can lie about the same thing twice. The person says I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. They said didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock. Both times that he said he didn't eat breakfast, he lied, and therefore his past tense shua can happen twice, his tied once. Next case he asks, shua shlo ochal teisha v'e'asa. Person says, I won't eat 9 figs, and I won't eat 10 figs. Now he eats it. Now, what's that halacha? Tayyib al kolachas diachas. So he responded, if they said he's tayyib on both foods. Why? He's tayyib for eating 9, because that's one shvua. And then eat the last one, that's the second shvua. The first shvua only forbids him from eating 9. The second shvua forbids him from eating the 10. Therefore, if he eats 9, he violated the first one. He eats the 10th one, he violated the second one. Made a mistake. Eat teisha lo achal. It's impossible for him to get to the 10 without eating the 9. So when he makes the second Shavua, it's essentially contingent on the first Shavua. So you can't violate the second one without the first one. Therefore, it's just the same Shavua, and therefore it's one is only tied once. Shavua Shlo'ocho Aseritation Ma'ot. So he says, what happens if he says, I won't eat 10 and I won't eat 9? So, if the respondent said, it's in the case only tied once. Why? Because there is 9 inside 10. Probably no. Again, responding to the Siddish Tabak, made a mistake. Answer who's the low after. The first who are not eating 10 only forbids him from eating 10. Okay, so the office allowed to eat the 9. So therefore, when he says he's not going to eat Eser Batesha, so the first one says, I can't eat 10, but I'm not eating 9. The second one is an entirely different one, which forbids him from eating the 9. Amar Abaya says, singing, there are some times when we can actually say that Eifa is correct. What's that case? The Amar Kedimah, like Mark said, which is the Amar Rabba, as Rabba pointed out, person says, Shvua Shvua also to Einim, ve'an nothing. Person says, makes a shvua that he's not going to eat Te'enim and Adnovim together. So in order for to violate his shvua, he has to eat Te'enim, figs, and another. Great. You have to have figs and grapes together. Because of Amar Shvua, so Te'enim. Then he makes another shvua saying, I'm not going to eat figs. Now, top of the testament hour, what happens? Go Atal Te'enim. He ate the figs in violation of his Te'enim shvua, the fig shvua. Then first carbon, he sets aside the carbon for violating his shvua. The Acharkach Hakal Anavim. And afterwards, what did he do? He ate Anavim, which will die by themselves. So they have to do Anavim Tashir. The Anavim is only Tashir because it's only half of his violation, because he has to eat Anavim the grapes together with the Te'enim. But Chatzishir, Lo B'chayim, carbon, the other carbon of Chatzishir. So now we're case of Chanam. You know, the Amar Shvua Shvua Oral Eser, person makes a shvua that he won't eat all 10, because of Amar Shvua Shvua Oral Teisha says you won't be eating 9. Block off patient. So you violated the 9th score, similar to violating the Danish score. The first carbon, he sets aside a carbon. Now the after he sets aside the carbon of Cirrus. It's the 10th one. So now how about Cirrus Tati Shear? The 10th one is Tati Shear because it's only half. It's not half, but it's only part of his obligation of eating. Let's say if you want to Tati Shear, well, if I want Tati Shear, won't be that. In other words, it's possible for the farm to find the case. We'll say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Toast Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this year as a success for the Soros levels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsor is Stephen Karizin, Ronnie Marie Steve's mother, Doris Zin, Laura Abbas, for Yisrael Yalz, and Bob on the occasion of her 50th yard site. We have been in America about Talmud Torah, all of the Shabbos Havana, we have the families in the Hamon, all those who need Moshe will give them Kol Chol Yisrael. Because what Shemir Hashem all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Torah, should allow our holy soldiers in air and land and sea, and Hashem to be successful. The Chol Amasi should shower divine protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. However, we should be so fed to a week of decisive victory and Shalom for all of Israel. We'll say with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Some really great Gemara ahead of us today. Even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agadaton and Meretz Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 47. We're not picking up on Mem Vav Amud Beis 46b. And we left off with Amar Rabba. Afilu Shomer Nishba. Afilu Nishba. Good. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that Halach Noisner spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his. And ultimately again the borrower claiming that it was mine and unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take the shortcasses and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. So the Rabbi just gives a little more of a qualification. It's our Rabbi, Afilu Shomer Nishba. By the way, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a shomer, even a custodian. What is it dealing with Rashi? Afilu Shomer Nishba. Amas Nisim Koi, Berabu Shnaim Shenichnas Nisof Beisel Lashkeno. Shalom Bershos Afilu Shomer Habayis and Ne'eman Shomer B'Yisharim Zeh. It doesn't have to be the Balabayis who swears, but even let's say, for example, he has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the mice again, even that person could swear that the lender walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So he was invited up above. Even the wife of the shomer had the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. So Rabbi asks, what about, let's say again, the hired worker? Let's go to keep it as well again, the hired worker or the laborer, who works for the Balabayas. Is such a person who needs to go ahead and swear? Or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and he walked off with a Rashko, to which the Gemara says, take it. That we're not sure since he's a hired employee, is there some kind of conflict of interest over there? What he says, take it. Only the Gemara of Rashi. Tarno Mikasa, the Kaspa Mount. Most interesting case over here. So this is all the same case in which I saw. Again, remember, let's say I'm claiming that Ruben walked into my home and took something of mine. Now, again, I will say all we have is circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that we saw Ruben walk into my house and then he walked out with something. What he walked out with, we have no idea. And the circumstances as to why he walked out with it, we have no idea. Remember, Ruben is claiming that he's seizing these items. Say, well, yes, he agrees he walked out with something, but it says, I'm claiming he stole something from me. So the answer is, what happens if I claim a very expensive item? So, for example, I say William came out of my house and he stole a bar of gold. Like in the middle of the years, his casa, he's like a silver goblet. Like he stole a very expensive silver goblet. So so not only am I claiming that he stole something, but I'm making a fairly significant financial claim against him as well. So this is mine. So do we believe a lot of the about such an expensive plane? So most of us say, well, because image the Amitu, or image the Nehemenu, the Mitzvah in Shigade, the Shtaba, the Shagla, the low lows. So look at the circumstances. First of all, am I wealthy? Am I wealthy? So am I wealthy enough to be in possession of such an item? Or conversely, am I trustworthy enough that someone would deposit such an item like this with me? So it's very interesting. So essentially, we examine, is it really feasible that such an item, as I said, exactly like, so I come in, I've been really looked at my house, and he took my Rolex. So I like to see, okay, so first of all, could silver afford a Rolex? That's number one. And if not, is he the kind of person who would be trustworthy enough that a Rolex owner would deposit that watch with watching? So again, based on that, that would then depend whether or not I'm allowed to swear about the Rolex. Incredible. So once this case, that's what it says. Remember again, the next case in the Mishnah was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with Ruvain. And then what ends up happening? What's happening? So let's say, I go to Ruvain's home. I want to walk to Ruvain's home. Walk Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good. Right? I walk out of Ruvain's home, and what happens? I'm bruised, battered, beaten up, all these different kinds of things. So I claim Ruvain beat me up. Ruvain hurt me. Right? Ultimately, again, Ruvain says, I didn't touch you, slipped, fell, whatever it was. So what's the halacha? I swear that Ruvain assaulted me, and I'm allowed to collect damages. So says the Gemara, I'm not going to do Shmuel, Moshe, or Makom Shiach, or Kabbalah Yatzmo. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm not going to Moshe, or Makom Shiach, or Kabbalah Yatzmo. No touch of Shmuel. Listen to this. When do we say that I'm obligated to make a Shmuel? Only in a case where the injuries could have been self-inflicted. Right? So in other words, there's a concern over here that maybe the injuries are self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to kind of land a payday over here. So in that case, that's where a shvua is required. But if technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted, then I can collect from Ruvain even without shvua. Fascinating. Versus one second, maybe I just bumped into a wall. Maybe I fell down a flight of stairs. In other words, that like, I understand that I got injured, and obviously they weren't self-inflicted, but how does that mean that Ruvain did it? To which the Gemara says, Sha'al Simon the Sheikh of the Gabon, or Ben Asila Yadam. So Gemara says, what is an example over here of an injury that could not have been self-inflicted? For example, if I have a bite on my back, okay, no matter how talented you are, but you can't pull that off yourself, right? Or on the back of one's torso. Right? So again, these are injuries that could not have been self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, there's still another possible story. What's another possible story? There's someone other than Ruvain, right? You did this to me at Ruvain's house. Okay, but remember, when we have the circumstantial evidence, witness is claiming, I went into Ruvain's house and I was fine. I came out of Ruvain's house and I'm injured. I'm claiming Ruvain did it to me. Ruvain's claiming, no, I didn't. So then the halakha is, I swear that Ruvain injured me and I'm able to collect. But again, I will say, but the chap over here is, the chap over here was, right? Maybe someone else was in the house and did this to me, the leka achad. There was no one else around. So obviously, again, I will say that this would not, even all of this together, would not be enough to make Ruvain chayiv straight out, right? Why? Because at the end of the day, no one saw Ruvain do this. So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shua that it creates ultimately, again, the reliability. Okay. So it's like, now again, the interesting caveat to this shua is that this is only true if it's injuries that could have been self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that could not have been self-inflicted, the Shmuel says, I can collect even without a Shmuel. Incredible. All right, so remember again, the next case in the Mishnah was as follows. The next case in the Mishnah was, So this is a situation where, let's say again, when two parties are locked in a conflict and one was supposed to swear. Like one was supposed to swear. But let's say the person who was supposed to swear himself was a suspect regarding a different shul. In other words, his credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's already violated a different shul. So in that case, we flip the shul onto the other party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave was Echad Shvuas Eidos, Echad Shvuas HaMikadon, Ve'afidu Shvuas Shav. So let's say, for example, I'm in a little dispute with Ruben, and the normal mechanism of resolution for that legal dispute would have been that Ruben would have taken a shvuah. But now Ruben can't take a shvuah. Why not? Because he's already crushed it. He's already lied under oath and something different. And the Mishnah gives all different examples. So what moments the shvuah reverts back to me? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, why have to do shvuas shav? Why does it bring? What does it mean even a shvuas shav? So the Gemara says, Lomi by cover, Lomi by Hana, it's big Filas Nolan. So it says in all the other cases, perhaps like when the shvuah that Ruben took is something that negated or that denied a financial thing. Alapino part nani Filas Tvarim Ba'amohu, Roma had it. The Chiddush of the Mosa is, even if Ruben only did, quote unquote, only did a shvuah shav, or if you only did a shvuah shav. In other words, let's say, we're back a little bit earlier, what shvuah shav? A person swears, right? I swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the car. I swear. So that's a shvuas shav. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I would have thought that a shvuah like that, even though Ruben took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear a financial case. Kamash Malon that it does. Right? Once you've done something which indicates that you are not trustworthy about shvuahs, even if the shvuah that you lied about has nothing to do with money, at the end of the day, Ruben's lost his ability to swear. So the Gemara says, well, listen to me, Nami shvuas bitui. So why not do shvuas bitui as well? Kikatani shvuah b'tikad v'mishtav b'shivra v'mishtav. Now here's the difference. Now when it comes ultimately again to the shvuahs, remember again, we're talking about a case where Ruben lied about the shvuah. However, again, was about shvuas bitui. The name of the kush to come shtabo, no katani. But let's say shvuas bitui, maybe or maybe not, he's going to lie. He's going to also. The paradigmatic the case of shvuas bitui is what? Is a future tense shvuah, right? Sha'okal or shalokal. When he makes the shvuah, it's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. To which the Gemara says, "Tina okal below okal, akal pi below akal pi might be the living time." What about a past tense shvuas bitui, which also has the shkaim shin arba, first Mishmah and the Safta? What does that say? Because again, I will say, at the time they made the shvuah, he was definitively lying or not. So he says, "You like Tana shvuas shav apul memzayin the chobi double. It means shvuas shav and anything resembling is shvuas shav." In other words, we will say, "Sahalok l'maisa." What the Gemara essentially says is like this: any time Ruben has lied in a shvuah, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications or implications, or just stop lying on a shvuah. He made a false oath, or he made a false shvuah speak to him. Right? He said, "I swear I ate the loaf of bread yesterday," and he didn't. Either way, once you demonstrate a willingness and an ability to lie on the oath, then what does that apply to the shvuah? What does that do? It compromises your ability to make any future or subsequent shvuahs. Okay, incredible. Next. So the next case was, for example, one of them had compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the parties in one of the reviews was himself a gambler. So the guy said, "Okay, you can't go ahead and swear." So it's supposed to be lying in this case also. I will say, if you went to the rest of the Mishnah, it was said like this: if one of the parties had previously lied, I can see the shvuah is subsequently swear. Then it's saying, and he's a gambler. So one essentially is why you don't take a risk. But the doctor knows if somebody's credibility has been compromised, don't let him take the shvuah. Why do you have to take the other case examples? What's the number? It says, "Hello, the Surah Galaisa, Rekatari Surah Galaisa." To which the Gemara answers, "You're right, we're giving a Surah Galaisa." So, for example, if Ruben had sworn falsely, that's an example of a Surah Galaisa. As opposed to the second. A gambler, that's the psul d'Rabbanan. Interesting. And by the way, what's the psul d'Rabbanan? It actually says over here at the second video, Gazlan d'Rabbanan. The gambler is a Gazlan d'Rabbanan. Darina asmachta lo kayo. What is the problem with gambling? What's the problem with gambling? Now, you want to have all these or Haba, Rino, the Tova, right? You want to that's what the Zara discusses. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. Whereas those that are all the life whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society in some way. And every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead and literally again his entire livelihood is made through gambling, there's absolutely no contribution to the society involved in that. But Gemara also says, the other how it is, it's irritation. When people gamble, they say, people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, although you give away your money, you give away your money begrudgingly. So let's say, therefore, the winner is a shtickle gospel. There's a little bit of theft involved here. Well, it's not reaching into someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money against their will. That is why a gambler is hustle behaviors. That's why he can't take the shoe off, because he is a thief with the rabbanon. It's a rabbinic thief. Hold on, it doesn't sound like a rabbinic thief. There might be rabbinic thieves as well, right? But he is a thief with the rabbanon. A thief with the rabbanon. Okay, terrible. So it's the same way again. The Mark says the Mishnah wants to give examples of people who are disqualified with the Raisa and disqualified with the Rabbanon. Next, how you Shnayim Kashutim. So also, this is never interesting. We're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm not going to this with the right? And in reality, again, it means that someone needs to take a shvuah. And now let's say both Ruben are not. I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or you know, Ruben could easily swore falsely about something else. So what do you do in that case? This is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra Hashvua v'Kamot v'Rav Yossi. Hashvua goes back to the original place. Let's see what that means. The Torah says, you see what the Torah says, no Shavua, and we just see what the Torah says. So what is the proper attribution? Proper attribution over here in the Mishnah. Did that Moses say split it, or did that Moses say split it? I'm not ready. No, you're not. I don't know. If not, I'm not going to see if I'm doing it. I'm not going to. I'm not saying I'm going to. I'm going to see what the opinion that said that we go ahead and split. Split it. So we must have been telling us that Baruch Shel Rabbi Yisrael Yachloku. And this is the opinion that said that in this case, where neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shua, you simply split the claim. I'm Baruch Shel Rabbi Yisrael Yachloku. I'm not going to go Yachloku. So I say, so first of all, interesting, the verse is to settle on reversing the attribution as it was brought down in Mishnah, right? That's the Mishnah. The Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi Yossi says the Shvua goes back to its original place, which you don't really understand what that means just yet. And Rabbi Beir says Yachol, Rabbi Beir says split it. Then he goes with the same Rabbi Yossi who says Yachol, and then he says, by the way,